Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation? Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Shi Shenzong fight against Xianyuan Zhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary sword saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tian Lang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenbua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hard-working one, but it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, "Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish." Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, no one paid attention to him. Not only them, even Big, Small, and Small Air did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Finyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Daoya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the thunderclap sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the 3rd-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain paths. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the 3rd-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor's Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the Divine Ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number 1 in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course it's the Sword Saint. Even the hegemon Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right, the Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. I am the Mountain Lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Hyaming. My ancestor said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes? The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later. Boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh! 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 The swords soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1,000,000? 5,000,000? 10,000,000? No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time, he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was glorious gold grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name, Desert Frenzy grade, glorious gold description, forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was gold grade. 2 of them were amethyst grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3000 Turbulence Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years, he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful and were not of much help to him in battle. But he still learned them. He would carve them in the future and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more, the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Nowadays, he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate and tried to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the second and third generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. It could not be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist and said, "Master, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jing Tian Eagle aside so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain? He asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jing Tian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The two of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world, this was the correct way to show off. After Shenshenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jing Tian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo, Jing Tian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xian Xianghua had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal heavenly lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xian Xianghua's puppet. Because he could feel the hatred Xian Xianghua had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul and could not be resolved. Yes, is there any other important news? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jing Tian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that is strange. I'd better tell you about it. It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you." He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xian Xianghua. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jing Tian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Could it be that Xuanhe divine monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the Sword Sage, Yang Di, Tian, and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe divine monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, but that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth but also cultivate a Celestial Devil. He fused the Celestial Devil with the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Jiang Shui for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. Xuanji, I heard that Grand Teacher looked at Shishenzong with respect every time he talked about him. It seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident? Jiang Shui asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Changge, Xiao Jinghong, and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shishenzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status." Shishenzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shishenzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night, and only fell asleep. Every month, they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red and was giving off strands of steam. Soon, Dao Seeker's shadow appeared. Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Bantian. Sunlight Emperor, Xuanhe Divine Monk, and Heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future, Dao Seeker said with a deep voice, which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Qin Bantian was the 10,000-year prince? Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Qin Bantian and wanted to nurture him so that Great Qin could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Dao Seeker sighed and said, "How do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together?" Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with monarch qi, and Yang Di was also someone with monarch qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Dao Seeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Daoya Old Man, Jiang Shui, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Qin Bantian be the 10,000-year prince? However, Dao Seeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlang's face became red as he said, "Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince?" Daoya Old Man stroked his chin and said, "It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Qin Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple." Thinking about Qin Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently, his luck was extraordinary. Calm. Wonderful Bookstore Calm. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Qin alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out old Mother Wan Yi's blood bead. Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes? Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send Old Mother Wan Yi out to do some ideological work. As time passed, Old Mother Wan Yi calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Tianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince? Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wan Yi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself, strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening? Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shenshinzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these three fellows, she was puzzled. Now, the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear, and there are two of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly. If Chen Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With two 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor Sword Court be in the future? He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more great emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. You too? How could this be? Could this be the heaven and earth epic? Old Mother Wan Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What does world epic mean? He asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The heaven and earth epic is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had two 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Heaven, Sword Saint, Great Emperor Heartless, Tianxia Map, the two 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wan Yi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. Father. What you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever, Old Mother Wan Yi said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, Old Mother Wan Yi felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily, "This is the will of the heavens, neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it." Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens, so no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change. Not even immortal gods. At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. The will of the heavens? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully, "I don't believe in the will of the heavens. I only believe that humans can defeat the heavens. Just watch, with me here, the human race will not be destroyed." He was not boasting, this was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another space-time. As such, he did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother Wan Yi fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Tianxia map and thought to himself as he flew. Dao Seeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that Old Mother Wan Yi said that the world epic had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Dao Seeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain, there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Shi Shenzong was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and did not show his face. Shi Shenzong, what are you waiting for? With your current power, you can sweep across the world, the man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary sword saint. He did not show any fear either. Shi Shenzong did not open his eyes and said indifferently, why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race. After that, he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Why did you revive me during the world epoch? Who are you? He asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epoch, you should know your mission, to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation, the man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Shi Shenzong stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, You want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they are demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first. The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated and shook his head as he smiled and said, Shi Shenzong, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current young emperor and sword emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the sword emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old and can fight against great tribulation's scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also, your senior, great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone. He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Shi Shenzong was expressionless as he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Great Chen's palace. Within a courtyard, Chen Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and break through on the spot? Chen Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chen Bantian's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chen Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today? The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment. Oh. A voice came. Really? Chen Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chen Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, "Senior Zhou, why are you here?" His legs were trembling, and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. "Senior Zhou? Could it be?" They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow! So handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. "I'm here to listen to your bragging," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chen Bantian so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong," he said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Qin knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. "Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you." Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chen Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. "Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated." Chen Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chen Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, "Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me?" If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Tianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, "You're in big trouble. Yang Di, Tian, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you." Chen Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. "Sunlight Emperor." Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. "Senior Zhou, why?" "I don't have the Tianxia map," Chen Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chen Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, "Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Monk Xuanhe, I only trust you." He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry, perhaps Yang Di will descend today." Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly, and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Qin. "Amitba, this old monk Xuanhe has come to visit the Emperor of Great Qin. I hope that the Emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Qin was in an uproar. "Chief Monk Xuanhe? The Lord of the Sanctum is here. It's said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It's said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Qin? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma. The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanhe excited the cultivators of Great Qin. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanhe. At this moment, Chen Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do? Chief Monk Xuanhe is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father." Chief Monk Xuanhe had a good reputation, but after escaping, he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Chen Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Chen Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once, and it was extremely costly. Soon, they saw Chief Monk Xuanhe's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Qin as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanhe would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanhe could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Chen Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanhe is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Chen Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xianyuan Zhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die?" Xianyuan Zhou ignored Chen Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm." Chapter 312. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianyuan Zhou without any fear and laughed as he said, "I was thinking the same thing. So you didn't die?" Chen Bantian did not know Xianyuan Zhou, but there were not many people in the world who dared to speak to Zhou Xuanji like this. He quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji, feeling extremely nervous. Xianyuan Zhou took a step forward and said, "I don't want to deal with you right now. Give me the 10,000-year prince, and I can let you live a little longer." He already understood Zhou Xuanji's strength. 5 years had passed, and this brat must have become even more powerful. Once they started fighting, they would attract even more experts. At that time, it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed as he said, "Xianyuan Zhou, even though you're Tian, your strength is just too great. Do you really think that I'm your only opponent? This brat is fated with me. If it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago, so he can only belong to me." He deliberately provoked Xianyuan Zhou. Heaven did not have a good reputation in the northern wilderness region. Although heaven claimed to only target those with Emperor Qi, every heaven would endanger the peace of the northern wilderness region. Hence, in the legends, heaven was a demon. Once Xianyuan Zhou's identity was exposed, both the righteous and demonic paths would come to hunt him down. This was why Xianyuan Zhou didn't keep a high profile. Even if he came to Great Qin, he would sneak in. Xianyuan Zhou narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura spread out, causing Chen Bantian's body to turn cold. "Who can stop me?" He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly. "Xuanhe divine monk? What a joke." He didn't think much of the monk. "I can." An indifferent voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji, Chen Bantian, and Xianyuan Zhou all looked over. A man dressed in luxurious golden robes stood on the palace walls. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a domineering aura as if he was looking down on everything in the world. Sunlight Emperor. Number 1 in the world. His grave and stern face was like that of a deity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making him seem arrogant and disdainful. The golden robe fluttered, and the hair under the crown also fluttered in the wind. The world became quiet, and it was extremely oppressive. Xianyuan Sovereign and Zhou Xuanji both narrowed their eyes as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even need to think to guess who this person was. In this world, only that person could have such a bearing. Just by standing there without saying a word, he exuded an invincible aura. It seemed that no one was qualified to stand in front of him. Sunlight Emperor, didn't you claim to be invincible in the world? Why do you still need the 10,000-year princes? Xianyuan Tian coldly harumphed, and Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel a little sarcastic? Aren't you emotionless? Sunlight Emperor ignored him, stared at Chen Bantian, and said, I am the number 1 in the world, undoubtedly the number 1. Since I became the number 1, I have never fallen from this position. Follow me, and I will take you as my disciple. I will take you on the road of invincibility. When this emperor ascends, you will be the number 1 under the heavens. Domineering. No matter how rational Chen Bantian was, his heartbeat quickened. But he did not agree and continued to hide behind Zhou Xuanji, not daring to come out. He muttered in his heart, can Senior Zhou defeat him? The number 1 in the world and number 2 in the world seemed to be only 1 rank apart, but in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. Just like the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and the second place was so huge that it made people speechless. Don't even think about it, he's mine, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. He was eager to try it out. Number 1 in the world. He had wanted to challenge him for a long time. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, this emperor knows you. You have great potential, but the 10,000-year prince's identity is special, so it's best if you don't get involved with karma. Since ancient times, there have been many geniuses, but not many people remember them because most of them died. His tone was calm, and there was no threat or enmity in it. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent because he had heard such words too many times. Many people pretended to have good intentions, but in reality, they were trying to suppress him. However, he did not feel any disgust hearing these words from Sunlight Emperor. After all, after Sunlight Emperor's cultivation reached great accomplishment, he had shocked the world and become the number 1 in the world. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was not Sunlight Emperor. The world was unpredictable. Who could put down everything and focus on cultivation? Today, I will definitely take away the 10,000-year prince. None of you can stop me. Xianyuan Zhou could not help but say. Sunlight Emperor ignoring him was the greatest condescension towards him. Sunlight Emperor still did not look at him and instead looked at Chen Bantian as he said, Are you willing? As long as you are willing, this emperor will take you back. No matter how many people come, they will not be able to stop us. Chen Bantian thought about it and asked, If I'm not willing, will you not force me? Sunlight Emperor gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything. Xianyuan Zhou could not take it anymore and stepped out, his aura exploding out. Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Heaven, please bestow me with glory. Heaven, please bestow me with faith. He loudly cried out, and his voice sounded throughout Great Chen's royal capital, shaking people's hearts. 3 pillars of light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on his body. A terrifying might caused the palace to tremble. Chen Bantian looked at him in shock. What kind of power was this? Sunlight Emperor smirked but still did not say anything. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou, waiting for him to act. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Back when they had fought, Xianyuan Zhou had not used heaven's power right from the start. It could be seen how important Sunlight Emperor was in Xianyuan Zhou's heart. Xianyuan Zhou did not waste any words and directly rushed at Sunlight Emperor. There was a loud bang. The two of them collided, giving off a brilliant light that covered their bodies. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and quickly flew away with Chen Bantian. The palace walls shattered, and a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the palace, destroying everything. The Emperor of Great Chen, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and a group of Great Chen's experts all flew up into the sky, looking incredibly shocked. What a terrifying aura! Two figures leapt up from the powerful light and rushed into the sky. They turned into two rays of rainbow light and madly clashed in the air. They were so fast that even great realization cultivators could not see them with their eyes. The powerful aura caused the royal capital to tremble, and the surrounding mountains also trembled, causing countless rocks to fall. Chief Monk Xuanhe suddenly saw Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian beside him, and he immediately became furious. Ba, Zhou Xuanji, what are you doing? Chief Monk Xuanhe loudly cried out. After speaking, he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. A golden Buddha rose up from behind him, looking benevolent and holy. It quickly grew and became 3,000 meters tall in the blink of an eye, proudly standing above Great Chen's royal capital. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. What's going on? A powerful enemy is attacking Great Chen? Zhou Xuanji? The Sword Emperor is here? No, isn't the relationship between Great Chen and the Sword Emperor quite good? It's not just the Sword Emperor, the expert fighting above is most likely not a nameless person either. It's over. Should we run? The cultivators and commoners in the city began to discuss. Half of the royal palace had been flattened, and countless people had died. If the battle spread to the royal capital, it would be a disaster for Great Chen. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 313. Zhou Xuanji, this prince of Great Chen concerns the fate of the human race. You cannot take him away. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. With the 3,000-meter tall golden Buddha behind him, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if his opponent was the world's second, he would still dare to fight him. It just so happened that he had bumped into them today. He was going to avenge his humiliation. Chen Bantian trembled as he looked at the golden Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Should we run?" Facing such a mighty Buddha, he was intimidated. What are you afraid of? Zhou Xuanji laughed with disdain. He was very respectful toward Chief Monk Xuanhe at first. However, this fellow's hatred for Xian Xianghua was too great, and it went against the way of Buddhism. The emperor did not speak, but he was worried for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. It seemed like the rumors were true. Xuanhe divine monk's Buddhist art had improved again, and his strength was no longer the same as before. Xuanhe divine monk, if I insist on taking him away, what will you do? Zhou Xuanji asked as he smiled. This old fellow was a bit arrogant, he actually dared to challenge the second in the world. Have you forgotten? You were once powerless in front of Xian Xianghua, who was ranked 5th in the world. Xuanhe divine monk snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, then I can only use my strength to keep him here. After speaking, the golden Buddha behind him stretched out its hand and slapped towards Zhou Xuanji. He did not move quickly. Evidently, he wanted to give Zhou Xuanji a chance to give up. I have such golden Buddha statues too. Zhou Xuanji took out heavenly retribution martial punishment, and following this, a golden Buddha appeared behind him. Zhou Xuanji's body quickly grew until it was 3,000 meters tall, and thousands of arms grew from his back. 5 years had passed, and his spiritual power had increased tremendously. Coupled with the fact that he was using the heavenly punishment martial punishment, the height of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha was no less than the golden Buddha of the Xuanhe divine monk. His 1,000 hands spread out, each holding a giant sword. This made his 1,000-hand sword Buddha look even more majestic to the onlookers. Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes widened. Chen Bantian was shocked. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji also cultivated Buddhism. Zhou Xuanji fused into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This is the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha, and it is the unique skill of the Emperor Sword Court. When the Emperor Sword Court is established, anyone who wishes to learn it can come to the Emperor Sword Court. Of course, not everyone can learn this unique skill. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth, extremely majestic. It was a good opportunity to advertise. Chen Banshan's face was filled with admiration, and the Emperor of Great Qin, as well as the other officials and generals, were all in awe. What a domineering technique! In comparison, the divine monk Xuanhe was at a disadvantage. Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. What a mighty name! This is also a sword technique? Emperor Sword Court. Sword Emperor really wants to create a sacred land. The sacred land of swords might change the power structure of the northern wilderness region. Is this really a height that mortals can reach? All sorts of cries sounded out in the city, and everyone's attention fell on Zhou Xuanji and Chief Monk Xuanhe. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Chen Bantian into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body and came to his side. They could experience the thousand-hand sword Buddha's perspective together. The thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords and slashed at Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha. Dang! Dang! Clang! The gigantic swords slashed the golden Buddha's body, creating countless golden sparks. The scene was extremely spectacular. Xuanhe Divine Monk's expression changed drastically. With a thought, the golden Buddha raised its arms and created a layer of golden light shield, blocking all the attacks. However, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks were extremely ferocious. Each wave was more powerful than the last, forcing the golden Buddha to retreat continuously. This brat is already so powerful? Chief Monk Xuanhe thought to himself in fear. The divine ability that he had just learned was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji before it could show its power. He was both angry and fearful. He was indeed not a match for Zhou Xuanji. It was not luck that this brat could climb to the second rank in the world. He suddenly understood why Xian Xianghua was willing to marry Zhou Xuanji. That old demon's eyes were as sharp as ever. Boom! Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha was shattered by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was incredibly domineering, which made everyone's blood boil. Countless cries sounded out in the royal capital. They were all shouting the Sword Emperor's name. Chief Monk Xuanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. I'm taking Great Chen's crown prince away. I will teach him cultivation and let him lead Great Chen to prosperity in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the thousand-hand sword Buddha, sounding solemn and holy. After that, the thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and a sword light flew toward the horizon. Carrying Chen Bantian, he flew away swiftly on the snakeskin sword. He was already impressive enough for severely injuring Chief Monk Xuanhe. No one thought that he was running away. He was just too lazy to cause more trouble. However, his words excited Great Chen's people. Zhou Xuanji's teaching ability was already renowned across the world. Even the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword mind was willing to be his sword slave. One could imagine how powerful he was. In the entire Great Chen, no one could compete with Lin Chang'e. Great Chen's people began to look forward to it. At the same time, the battle between Xianyuan Zhou and Yang Di continued. The two flew extremely high up, far away from the ground. At first glance, it looked like two suns colliding with each other in the sky. One could vaguely hear the loud explosions. Who are they? The emperor asked with a frown. No one answered him. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked up, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He had seen Yang Di before. But he had never seen Xianyuan Zhou. Could that person be the Sword Saint? In the current world, other than the Sword Saint, who else could fight with Yang Di? On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed, ignoring the battle between Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou. Along the way, Chen Bantian was extremely excited. Senior Zhou, you are so awesome. The top monk in the northern wilderness region is so weak before you. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha? If I join Emperor Sword Court, can I learn it? Is that a sword technique or a divine ability? Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and reprimanded, shut up. You are like a girl. If you want to learn it, you have to contribute to Emperor Sword Court. It's the ultimate technique of the court after all. Chen Bantian immediately shut up, but the excitement on his face did not fade away. Contribute? Simple. When he becomes the Emperor of Great Qin, he will throw in money and resources. Who can contribute more than him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as though he had already obtained the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Time passed quickly. A day later, the two stopped by a lake in a forest. He was too fast, and Chen Bantian could not take it. Senior Zhou, who do you think will win, Yang Di or Tian? Chen Bantian asked as he sat on the grass and internalized qi to rest. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "None of your business. Ask me after you enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Northern Wilderness Top 100. The will to fight burned in Chen Bantian's eyes. After he knew that he was the 10,000-year prince, his ambition grew. He was not willing to be the emperor of the empire. He wanted to do bigger things. Swoosh. A silhouette leaped out from the forest suddenly. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out heavenly retribution martial punishment and was about to slash. "It's me." Dao Seeker's voice came. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. How come it's him? How did he come here? Could it be that bronze dagger? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 314. Zhou Xuanji's gaze turned hostile at the thought that there might be something wrong with the bronze dagger. Dao Seeker saw his wariness and explained, "That dagger is the method of communication between us. Naturally, I can sense your existence through it. However, you don't have to think too much. Even without it, I can still deduce your location. In terms of the Tao of divination, your Grandmaster is far inferior to me." He spoke very calmly. If Daoya old man was here, what would he think? Chen Bantian looked at Qiu Dao curiously. Who was this person? It also seemed to be very impressive. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and stored heavenly retribution martial punishment into the supreme storage. Dao Seeker looked at Chen Bantian and nodded. He is indeed a 10,000-year prince. At the same time, he has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Among the previous 10,000-year princes, his talent is considered outstanding. If he is nurtured well, he has a chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. Becoming a martial emperor. Chen Bantian's eyes widened as the blood in his body began to boil. He knew very well what becoming a great emperor represented. It represented the pinnacle of the world, it represented ascending to become an immortal. Do you know about the Heaven and Earth epic? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Having heard him, Dao Seeker looked at him in astonishment. How did you know about the world epic? Dao Seeker asked with a frown. His words made Zhou Xuanji's smile look even more dangerous. Sure enough, this old fellow was hiding a lot of things from him. He began to hesitate, wondering if he should cut off his connection with Dao Seeker. However, thinking about it carefully, Qiu Dao was attached to him, and the two of them were actually in a cooperative relationship. Each had their own needs, and there was no need for them to meet each other honestly. Zhou Xuanji said, "Don't you know divination? Do the math." Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I can predict everyone and everything in the world, but you are the only one I can't predict. This is also the reason why I helped you." Chen Bantian was completely bewildered, but he didn't dare to open his mouth and could only listen obediently. Some people say that there's a mastermind behind everything that happens today. What do you think? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. With Dao Seeker around, he was not afraid of Sunlight Emperor or Xianyuan Zhou catching up. If he caught up, it would be a good opportunity to test this fellow's strength. Qiu Dao was not moved. He replied calmly, "In the face of the world's influence, all attempts are futile, even if it's done by immortals." How pretentious. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before asking, "What business do you have with me? Could it be that you want the 10,000-year prince?" Hearing that, Chen Bantian's body trembled. He quickly got up and hid behind Zhou Xuanji, afraid that Dao Seeker would suddenly attack. "I'm just here to make sure you're safe." After all, you're weaker than Sunlight Emperor and Xianyuan Zhou. Dao Seeker's answer made Zhou Xuanji a little displeased. They were looking down on him too much. Let's go. I'll escort you back to Skyfall. Along the way, I can create illusions so that they won't be able to follow us. Dao Seeker urged. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji did not rest and continued on their way, but at a slower pace. News of what happened in Great Qin started to spread. News of Zhou Xuanji easily defeating Chief Monk Xuanhe spread the fastest. Subsequently, the matter about Yang Di, Tian, and the 10,000-year prince was also exposed. As for who spread the news, no one knew. For a time, the winds and clouds of the world changed again. At the edge of the human territory, Zhou Xuanji and the others suddenly stopped. They were standing on a white cloud, and below them was an uneven mountain range. What happened? Chen Bantian asked anxiously, thinking that another strong enemy had come to attack. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but followed his gaze. He saw a group of people touring the mountains. There were 32 women and 1 man. This man was Great Emperor Heartless, Bai Hao Yisan. The women around him were all as beautiful as flowers. They surrounded him and laughed happily. Just their voices could move any man's heart. Bai Hao Yisan, who was among them, was already lost. He kissed this woman in that one moment, and he felt so happy. Seeing this, Chen Bantian became jealous and cursed, "This brat is so free and easy. I want to be like him in the future. I want to bring my harem of 3,000 women out to play often." Dao Seeker divined with his fingers and said, "So it's Great Emperor Heartless. Only he can be so unrestrained." There were many dangers between the two races. Who would dare to bring so many women to play in the wilderness alone? Zhou Xuanji immediately flew down and landed in front of Bai Hao Yisan. His sudden arrival caused the women to scream out in fear. Bai Hao Yisan looked over and was given a big fright as well. "Why is it you again?" he cursed. "Are you a ghost? You're haunting me like a ghost." 5 years had passed, and he had finally recovered some of his cultivation, only to run into Zhou Xuanji again. He instinctively looked around. Could it be that Xianyuan Zhou had also come? Zhou Xuanji harumphed and said, "Why can't you die?" Bai Hao Yisan felt quite depressed and said grumpily, "If it wasn't for me, you would already be a dead man. Aren't you going to thank this emperor?" The 32 women hid behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. From his appearance, Zhou Xuanji was not inferior to Bai Hao Yisan. They did not know who he was for him to be so handsome. Dao Seeker and Chen Bantian landed behind Zhou Xuanji. Bai Hao Yisan glanced at Dao Seeker and harumphed as he said, "What? You're asking for help? Do you think this emperor is afraid of you? Come here." After saying this, he raised his right hand, looking as if he was prepared to fight. "I'm very curious, who made you reincarnate?" Choosing to reincarnate during the world epoch, it definitely isn't a coincidence, right? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not feel any enmity towards Bai Hao Yisan. After all, they had no conflicts of interest, nor did they have any enmity. Bai Hao Yisan's eyes widened and he cried out in shock, "World epoch? Now?" He tightly frowned, and his expression began to fluctuate. "Damn. No wonder that old thing was so attentive to me, he's trying to trick me. Damn, I can't go back now. If I die during the world epoch, this emperor will be too miserable. No, this emperor must hurry," he mumbled to himself, revealing a lot of information. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is this old thing you're talking about?" Bai Hao Yisan harumphed and said, "I'm not telling you. If I tell you, you might be scared to death. It's best if you don't know." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he gnashed his teeth. Zhou Xuanji harumphed and left. The 3 of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. The beauties crowded around him and asked who Zhou Xuanji was. Bai Hao Yisan was quite frustrated, but he did not vent his frustrations on the beauties. He continued to smile gently and said, "He's just a kid with decent talent." He did not want to talk about Zhou Xuanji, as he was afraid that these women would change their minds. By now, he had already understood Zhou Xuanji's fame in the current era. He was the man that all the young female cultivators in the world dreamed of. A while later, Yang Di descended suddenly. He looked at Bai Haoisen and asked, "Have you seen them?" He waved his right hand, and two figures appeared beside him. They were Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. When the beauties saw Yang Di, their eyes sparkled. Such a domineering man. Bai Haoisen felt quite angry when he saw Zhou Xuanji. "I've never seen them before," he said unpleasantly. As expected, nothing good would come out of meeting that brat. "Looks like you've seen them before. If you don't tell me, don't blame this emperor for being impolite," Yang Di said calmly. Having heard this, Bai Haoisen was quite delighted. "You dare to call yourself this emperor in front of this emperor? Are you tired of living?" Fourth update. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. I've just announced the strength ranking of the characters in the legendary Sword storyline. Those who are interested can take a look. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 315. On the white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly flew in. Dao Seeker suddenly said, "Sunlight Emperor has found Great Emperor Heartless, and the two of them are fighting." Zhou Xuanji had a strange look on his face. Could the current Great Emperor Heartless be a match for Yang Di? If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat Sunlight Emperor. Unfortunately, he was a reincarnated body and had died once before. He lost. Dao Seeker said again. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So fast? He knew that Bai Haoisen would lose, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Chen Bantian blinked and asked, "Was the Great Emperor from 90,000 years ago so weak?" Sunlight Emperor hadn't reached the Dao realm yet, but he had already defeated him in seconds. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Great Emperor Heartless is now a reincarnated body. Previously, he perished together with the heavens and revived again. However, dealing with you should be easy." Chen Bantian didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The Great Emperor could revive infinitely and couldn't be killed? When he thought of what Dao Seeker had said, that he had the potential to become a great emperor, he felt a burning passion in his heart that not even a heavy downpour could extinguish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Dao Seeker and asked, "What stage is Yang Di at now? How is he compared to the Sword Saint?" Dao Seeker replied calmly, "If it's in his peak state, it's hard to predict his chances of winning. However, Shensonzong has just been revived and his cultivation is still recovering. Naturally, he won't be a match for Sunlight Emperor. He's the current number one, don't look down on him. His talent is not inferior to Shensonzong's." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Everyone greatly admired Yang Di, and this made him feel even more expectant. He was looking forward to the day when he would surpass Yang Di and become the top cultivator in the world. The three of them did not stop and continued forward. 4 days later, Dao Seeker spoke again. Xianyuan Zhou went to find Great Emperor Heartless again. Zhou Xuanji felt speechless. It seemed that he had harmed Bai Haoisen. He asked, "How is the battle going?" Right now, Bai Haoisen was not a match for Xianyuan Zhou. As soon as he saw Xianyuan Zhou, he immediately self-detonated, taking Xianyuan Zhou down with him. Only a remnant soul was left. Dao Seeker muttered. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. Chen Bantian widened his eyes. Wasn't this guy a little too tough? Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. Fortunately, he had not forced Bai Haoisen into a corner. At least Xianyuan Zhou wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him for a few more years. But there was also a disadvantage. He would have to face Sunlight Emperor alone. "Don't worry. I will inform an old friend of mine and let him restrain Sunlight Emperor." Dao Seeker saw Zhou Xuanji's worry and said softly. "Old friend?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately thought of that mysterious man in the woven rush raincoat. In his impression, only that person could be mentioned in the same breath as Dao Seeker. The tone of the man in the woven rush raincoat and Dao Seeker was extremely similar. They had the appearance of extraordinary experts, and the only one who could compare to them was Feng Qiu. However, Feng Qiu was still a bit lacking. The Tianxia map's trap had ended up benefiting Zhou Xuanji. He didn't pursue the matter, knowing that it would be useless. Dao Seeker would definitely not answer. Another 5 days passed. Zhou Xuanji and the others hurried to the foot of Skyfall. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, Chen Bantian was stunned. What a mighty mountain peak! It was indeed one of the tallest mountains in the northern wilderness region. Within the clouds, one could vaguely see Finyu Dragon King's body. It was a spectacular sight. All right, let's call it a day. I still have other matters to attend to. Dao Seeker left after saying this, and Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. This guy claimed that he did not participate in worldly conflicts, so what was he busy with? Chen Bantian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Senior Zhou, something's not right with this guy. He might be a threat." Although Dao Seeker's attitude toward him was very good and he seemed to admire Dao Seeker, he did not think much of it in his heart. He had a premonition. Dao Seeker would be his greatest enemy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "What do you know?" Chen Bantian felt quite depressed. "I'm not a child anymore. I'm the crown prince of Great Chen. I still have my judgment." After this, the two of them flew up to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted aides and introduced them to Chen Bantian. It was the first time that Meng Tianlang, Lin Changge, and Ning Zifeng had seen Chen Bantian, and they were all very curious about this 10,000-year prince. Different from last time, Chen Bantian appeared very arrogant. He first greeted Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others with a restrained manner. He then looked at Meng Tianlang and the others arrogantly and smiled. "I, the 10,000-year prince, have the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Please take care of me in the future." Everyone was speechless. Zhou Xuanji could not help but facepalm and said, "Don't harm his life." Chen Bantian was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Ning Zifeng kicked his buttocks and whipped him with his scabbard. Lin Changge and Meng Tianlang came up as well. The three of them knew their limits and did not hurt Chen Bantian's bones. They only wanted to teach him a lesson. A while later, Zhou Xuanji instructed Ning Zifeng, "Take care of him in the future." Although Ning Zifeng was arrogant, he had already integrated into Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji believed that he would not do anything rash. And so, Chen Bantian joined Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji taught him the ancestral dragon sword straight away. This guy was a yellow dragon after all, and he was most suited to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword. With the two 10,000-year princes on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to the future. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji resumed his diligent cultivation. He broke through 2 levels consecutively and reached Great Realization Level 4. In 10 years, he obtained 16 legendary swords. The highest was Heavenly Soul, and the lowest was Silver. There was only one Heavenly Soul legendary sword, and it was called the Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword. Sword name, Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword Level, Heavenly Soul, description. Created from the deep sea mystic jade, it was born at the beginning of the world. It is not restrained by the might of the heavens and possesses great power. The other 15 swords were the Ancient Crane Divine Sword, Ink Jade Sword, Thousand Kill Sword, Phoenix Cry Sword, Suppressing River Sword, Greedy Butterfly Sword, Cold Dust Sword, Evil Blood Sword, Wise Spring Sword, For Fire Sword, Earth Fiend Sword, Dragon Seal Scroll, Cold Fiend Sword, Great Treasure Sword, and Flaming Void Sword. Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords had also broken through the 100 mark, reaching 104. In these 10 years, he had also drawn equipment, sword techniques, and cultivation techniques from the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Unfortunately, none of this was of much help to him. He had already mastered the 100 sword style. Although he had yet to master the 3rd level of the World Buddha art, Overlord of the World, he was already on the right track. His Celestial Devil Rebirth art had already reached the 2nd level and he had 2 chances to be reborn. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing what it was before. He wasn't sure exactly how strong it was. He even felt that he already had the power to fight against Yang Di. He had endured for 10 years. He had never left the mountain. He had been cultivating hard, waiting to become the #1 in the world in the future. Not only was he becoming more powerful, but so were the others. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Chen Bantian, and Han Shenbua had all reached astral projection. The others had their own breakthroughs too. The second-generation disciples had all reached Soul Fountain. The weakest of the third-generation disciples had reached enlightening. After all, these were all geniuses hand-picked by Zhou Xuanji and the others. Most of them had already started cultivating before joining Skyfall. This day, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating by the cliff, opened his eyes suddenly. The sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 53 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, intimidating spirit. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 316. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, intimidating spirit, God Ghost Howl, primordial chaos sword shadow. Intimidating spirit legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji frowned in delight, but when he remembered that he was already 53 years old, he felt a little sad. Although he had taken the everlasting youth pill and stayed young forever, he still had the memory of his previous life. These days, when he heard the sword spirit's reminder, he felt an indescribable melancholy. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, God Ghost Howl grade, Overlord Soul, description, a sword that has absorbed the souls of countless immortals and gods. It is a ghost sword. Once activated, tens of thousands of ghosts will howl, intimidating the enemy. A black sword appeared in his hand. The sword was long and thin. It was 1.5 meters long and only 3 fingers wide. The tip of the sword was much wider and had 2 curved hooks. At first glance, it looked like a ship's anchor. It was ferocious and domineering. The sword guard looked like 2 fangs. Zhou Xuanji fell in love with the God Ghost Howl at first sight. A very murderous sword. What sword is this? He seems very powerful. Jiang Shui moved behind him and asked curiously. Even though she was 57 years old, she was still as beautiful as a young girl. Not only had she eaten the youth-halting pill, but her heart was also young. She had spent all these years in Skyfall and had not experienced the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Xuanji caressed the sword and said with a smile, "This is the God Ghost Howl, a very powerful sword." Jiang Shui smiled faintly and did not pursue the origin of the Ghost God Howl. She smiled and said, "Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang are fighting again. Do you want to go take a look?" 10 years had passed. Chen Bantian could already use the ancestral dragon sword. Although its power was far from perfection, he already had the strength to fight against Meng Tianlang. Not only was he the 10,000-year prince, but he also had the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon. His talent was slightly superior to Meng Tianlang's, and the two of them often fought like Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. However, they knew when to stop and never killed. Let them be. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you make a breakthrough? Zhou Xuanji stored the God Ghost Howl into the supreme storage. He took Jiang Shui's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Shui cupped his face and kissed it. She giggled and said, "Yes. Grandmaster said that I already have 10% of his power. I divined for Sister Lianxin once and predicted her future." Guess what I predicted? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What did you divine?" He was happy to see Jiang Shui so happy. This lass would always be his little son. "I have divined that she has a pair of ghost eyes, which should be her Ghost Emperor divine eyes. Her aura is very strong, looking down at the mountains and rivers, very similar to Xian Xianghua. It seems that Sister Lianxin will be very strong in the future, maybe she will be ranked in the top 100 of the northern wilderness." Jiang Shui said with her beautiful eyes wide open. When this matter was brought up, her face was filled with amazement. The Huang Lianxin she saw was like a completely different person from the current Huang Lianxin. Ghost Emperor Divine Eye? Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Daoya Old Man had a very high evaluation of these eyes. But up until now, the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye did not display any other formidable aspects apart from seeing through things. Did you find anything else? Zhou Xuanji pinched Jiang Shue's cheek and asked with a smile. Jiang Shue smiled and said, I've also divined Little Black. This guy will become a dragon king in the future and rule over countless dragons. That scene is really spectacular. As for the others, I can't calculate them. After all, it's too tiring. I need to rest. The Little Black Snake will rule the dragon clan? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Now was the world epic, and the next race would replace the human race. Could it be the dragon race? With Little Black's appearance, how could he become a dragon king? He was only a shameless snake. No matter what, he remembered this in his heart. He chatted with Jiang Shui for a while more, and she left to check on the female disciples' cultivation. 3 years ago, the number of third-generation disciples exceeded 1,000. Not long ago, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian brought another batch of second-generation disciples out and would only return after 1 or 2 years. Zhou Xuanji began to inherit the primordial chaos sword shadow. He was very interested in the word, primordial chaos. It seemed that this sword technique was not simple. A while later, the inheritance ended. He opened his eyes and was astonished. Such a marvelous sword technique. It was not weaker than the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hands Sword Buddha and the Ancestor Dragon Sword. It might even be more powerful. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow could transform into countless sword shadows. When gathered together, it was as domineering as the primordial mountains and rivers. This sword technique already had a divine ability, and it consumed a lot of energy. However much spirit energy one had, one could transform into as many sword shadows. There were 3,000 moves in total. It looked like a lot, but the differences between the moves were subtle. The main thing was to connect the 3,000 moves together. He took out the Dragon Seal Scroll and began practicing. The Dragon Seal Scroll did not look like a sword's name, but it was actually a dazzling legendary sword embedded with rubies and emeralds. When it was swung, it could create wind and gather spirit. Only he and Zhou Xiaoqi were on the mountain top. The others were cultivating in different corners of Skyfall. Daoya Old Man had gone out for business and had not returned for 7 days. Only until late at night did Zhou Xuanji reach small accomplishment in the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. After a night, he practiced the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow 300 times and reached great accomplishment. It was only until noon that he finally reached the sword will state. He immediately activated the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. He swung his sword with his right hand. It was so fast that it left behind afterimages. His spirit energy exploded, and numerous sword shadows appeared above his head. In less than a breath's time, thousands of sword shadows appeared under the starry sky. They were densely packed and looked exactly like the Dragon Seal Scroll. The number of sword shadows increased continuously. Soon, there were more than 1,000,000 of them. These sword shadows did not maintain the same height. At one glance, they looked like undulating mountains, vast and domineering, like the primordial mountains and rivers in the legends. Zhou Xiaoqi, who was napping, looked up and was so shocked that all his scales stood up. What? What's this? He cried out in surprise and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. His back was facing him, and his back view was so domineering. Millions of sword shadows were above his head, looking down at the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoqi was almost mesmerized by it. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji replied to the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow and smiled satisfactorily. He could create more sword shadows, but there was no need for it. This was his ultimate trump card. The Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow was not only powerful, but it was also under his control. He could attack wherever he pointed. He suddenly had a bold idea. If he could merge world internalization with the primordial chaos sword shadow, wouldn't he become more powerful as he fought? This idea was genius. He admired himself. However, it was not an easy task to fuse the two techniques together. He stored his sword and was prepared to internalize qi. Wow, you've learned another powerful skill. Xian Xianghua's charming laughter came suddenly. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the old demonic woman appeared behind him out of nowhere. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into her embrace. Facing her, Zhou Xuanji did not defend or resist. So, he was pulled into her embrace without any warning. He felt something soft on his face, and he quickly dodged. With the 8-step sword lunge, he came up behind Xian Xianghua. So fast. Xian Xianghua squinted her beautiful eyes, which were filled with extraordinary splendor. As expected, this brat had become more powerful after a dozen years. She turned around to look at Zhou Xuanji and spoke first. I have a great serendipity. Come with me, my little husband. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 317. What serendipity? Zhou Xuanji asked casually as he reminisced about the wondrous moment just now. Xian Xianghua came up to him and leaned forward. Her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons as she smiled and said, a serendipity that can help you increase your cultivation quickly. I have already recovered with it, and my cultivation is even more powerful than when I was at my peak. Zhou Xuanji heard her and asked curiously, what serendipity? Can you bring others along? Having heard that, Xian Xianghua stretched out her hand and pinched his face. You brat, she snorted, you always think of Jiang Shui when there's something good. Aren't you afraid that I will be angry? As she spoke, she used a little force, which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little pain. It seemed that this old demonic woman's cultivation had indeed improved. He shrugged and said, she can help us if she becomes more powerful. Moreover, this good thing was discovered by you, Sect Lord Xian. You have already enjoyed it. If Jiang Shui discovered it, I will surely think of you. He said it casually, but it was easy to convince others. Xian Xianghua withdrew her hand, rolled her eyes at him, and pouted coquettishly, glib tongue. Only you and I can go because it's too dangerous. There's a demon that surpasses the 9th rank guarding that place. But you can bring back some good treasures for them to use. Zhou Xuanji heard her and became even more interested. He asked what serendipity it was. Xian Xianghua remained mysterious and refused to say. He did not force her because he believed that Xian Xianghua would not harm him. He immediately gathered everyone together and told them that he was going out. Jiang Shui did not stop him but reminded him, be careful and don't force things. Although she was jealous of Xian Xianghua occasionally, she knew that Xian Xianghua would not harm Zhou Xuanji. If he was in danger, Xian Xianghua would probably save him with her life. Before Xian Xianghua left Skyfall, she often taught her cultivation and even taught her the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. However, she did not cultivate it. Because the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique required too much spirit energy. If she cultivated it, it would delay her own cultivation. She wanted to cultivate it after her cultivation was higher. After all, she did not have the Tianxia map and could not cultivate it as quickly as Zhou Xuanji. After that, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua left. Chen Bantian looked at Meng Tianlang and cursed, brat, let's fight again today. Meng Tianlang felt helpless, while the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch started to jeer. The others shook their heads and laughed as they continued to cultivate. Within the demonic clouds, Xian Xianghua sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, could not take it anymore. He opened his eyes and asked, why are you staring at me? Xian Xianghua tilted her head and smiled. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I miss you. She pretended to act coquettishly, which gave Zhou Xuanji goosebumps. This wasn't Dragon's Proudflower style. Since there's no one here, why don't we have some fun and dual cultivate? Xian Xianghua gently pulled open her collar, revealing her snow-white skin, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. The next second, she suddenly tightened her collar and laughed. Ha ha ha, look at you. You look like a playboy. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Are you crazy? Why did he feel that this old witch had changed and liked to tease him more than before? Okay, back to the main topic. I feel that you have become much more powerful. You should be as powerful as a second tribulation scattered immortal, right? Xian Xianghua sat beside Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. Second tribulation scattered immortal? Zhou Xuanji did not care. 15 years ago, I could already fight with Xianyuan Zhou, who was a third tribulation scattered immortal. What about now? Of course, he was not sure what level Xianyuan Zhou was among the third tribulation scattered immortals. Although his cultivation and battle techniques had become much more powerful, he was not a great tribulation scattered immortal after all. His spirit energy was not as powerful as a great tribulation scattered immortal. This was a huge shortcoming. If he was becoming more powerful, Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou must be there too. Tell me, where are we going? Zhou Xuanji asked. For Xian Xianghua to call it a great serendipity, it must be something extraordinary. Xian Xianghua did not hide anymore and said, I found a palace in the eastern sea region of the northern wilderness region. It's 10,000 meters underwater, and there's an underground spirit spring with colorful celestial fruits. They have been growing for tens of thousands of years and contain extremely dense spiritual qi. It's a pity that there's a great tribulation demon guarding it. He's extremely powerful, and even I can't deal with him alone. Previously, I only picked up a few colorful celestial fruits near the palace, and I could already increase my cultivation. What do you think will happen if I get the colorful lion spirit tree? A natural treasure that had been growing for tens of thousands of years. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He patted Xian Xianghua's shoulder and said with a smile, Bitch, just you wait. With me here, I will definitely destroy that demon. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned dangerous and asked coldly, Brat, say that again. She reached out to grab his chin and pulled him into her embrace. Her hands turned into demonic claws as she ravaged his face and groped his body. Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled in anger. He immediately cried out, Stop! Stop! If you act recklessly again, be careful of the enemy's sneak attack. Having heard him, Xian Xianghua gave up and snorted coldly. Both of them had many enemies. An enemy might really appear out of nowhere. To change the topic, Zhou Xuanji mentioned Great Emperor Heartless, Dao Seeker, Old Mother Wan Yi, and the others. He also talked about the world epoch. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned solemn. She did not reply but fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. This old demonic woman had lived for tens of thousands of years after all. Her knowledge must have far surpassed his. Seems like we have to ascend before the Great Tribulation, Xian Xianghua said as she spread out her hands. She seemed very relaxed. Her cultivation could ascend a long time ago. It was just that Tanhua sect had declined, and she was reluctant to do so. But Zhou Xuanji had already matured, and the day of his ascension was not far away. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted in laughter. This is your conclusion? I thought you could provide some crucial clues. He said unpleasantly. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. Her eyes seemed to be saying, You think I know everything? 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Shishenzong stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down. Among the mountains, many sword cultivators were sparring with each other. It was very lively. Mountain Lord Heartwarming suddenly appeared behind Shishenzong. He knelt down respectfully and cupped his fist, saying, Old ancestor, I have found out the location of Sun Hill and Skyfall. When are you going to move? More than a decade had passed. Shishenzong had finally recovered his peak cultivation. He no longer feared anyone in the world. Within 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, everyone was looking forward to the Sword Saint dominating the world. He said calmly, I'm not in a hurry. I want to know where Tian and Great Emperor Heartless are. Compared to dealing with juniors, he wanted to challenge seniors more. As for Tian, he had defeated a Tian before. It was a pity that after he fell, that Tian rose up and became the Hegemon Sword Emperor's formidable opponent. Tian is in the Heavenly Palace. He built the Heavenly Palace at a height of 30,000 meters. Great Emperor Heartless roamed the world and is very difficult to find. Chapter 318. Very well. I will go to the Heavenly Palace first. Shi Shenzong said softly. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The birth of the Sword Saint would surely shock the world. Shi Hyaming looked up with a fervent expression and mumbled to himself, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain is finally going to rise. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. After 10,000 years of depression, it was time to rise again. He turned to look at the disciples below with a gratified smile. These children would be the future of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. They traveled at full speed for 10 days. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua finally came to the seaside at the east of the northern wilderness region. The two stood on the beach, and the seawater flowed over their boots. Zhou Xuanji wore a luxurious blue robe that was not wet by the seawater. He looked toward the horizon and asked, "Where is that palace?" Xian Xianghua replied, "We will reach it after walking for about 150 miles. But we have to wait for one more person." He found the palace. Zhou Xuanji was curious. Who would go to the deep sea for no reason? In the northern wilderness region, both humans and demons were deeply fearful of the deep sea. About half an hour later, a ball of demonic chi flew over from the horizon and landed before the two of them. The demonic chi dissipated, and an evil-looking man appeared. He had long white hair and wore a black robe. His face was handsome, but his skin was loose and wrinkled. An evil aura emanated from his brows, and his curled lips gave off a cruel and ruthless vibe. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. There were not many great tribulation scattered immortals in the world. Other than Xian Xianghua, there was no one else in the Tanhua sect. Could it be, nephew Zhou, long time no see? The black-robed man grinned. His smile was chilling. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Diablo, you resurrected indeed. I did not expect you to have the cultivation of a first tribulation scattered immortal." This person was the ancient Diablo, the rival of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Diablo shook his head and said, "You should know how powerful the celestial devil rebirth technique is. If I had not died for so long, 10 years would have been enough for me to recover to second tribulation scattered immortal." Zhou Xuanji was curious suddenly. How powerful was this guy at his peak? That palace is called the Violet Demon Palace. It has existed for a long time. If I hadn't been seriously injured by Sky and thrown into the deep sea, I wouldn't have discovered its existence. Diablo said faintly. He, who was heavily injured, was naturally no match for the demon guarding the Violet Demon Palace. Otherwise, he could have used the 5-colored immortal fruit to boost his cultivation and even defeat the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Let's go. With the three of us working together, we can definitely defeat that demon. The Diablo looked up at Zhou Xuanji and chuckled. His expression was like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Under his lead, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua quickly flew towards the horizon. After a while, the three of them plunged into the sea and used their spiritual power to resist the seawater. Their cultivations were very high, so they were not afraid of the pressure of the seawater. When they had dived for 100 meters, they could no longer see the light. Fortunately, they could rely on their divine senses to continue diving. A distance of 10,000 meters was not far for them. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw a ball of faint light below. When he got closer, he realized that it was the Violet Demon Palace. All sorts of gems were embedded on the surface of the palace, which glowed brightly and illuminated the surrounding underwater space. The Violet Demon Palace was nearly 100 meters tall and was divided into 2 levels. It was majestic and imposing, and there were 2 demon statues in front of the gate. They had green faces and fangs, and they had 3 heads and 6 arms. That demon's cultivation might have surpassed third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if it didn't, it should have reached the pinnacle of third tribulation scattered immortals. We must be careful. Diablo reminded, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would underestimate the enemy. Xian Xianghua said, "It's not that serious. He can't leave the Violet Demon Palace. If he can't win, he can retreat." Zhou Xuanji heard her, and his eyes were filled with battle lust. This demon was a good opportunity to test his power. He took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl straightaway and said, "I'll go first. If I can't defeat it, then you guys can attack." After that, he quickly came to the gate of the Violet Demon Palace. The Diablo looked at Xian Xianghua and asked with interest, "How powerful is this brat?" He sighed in amazement in his heart. She lived up to her name as his daughter. She had sharp eyes. He had heard that before Zhou Xuanji entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100, Xian Xianghua had already taken a fancy to this brat. She even offered him the position of Vice Sect Lord. "I'm not sure. But he's more powerful than you anyway." Facing the Diablo, Xian Xianghua appeared cold. The Diablo was not angry but looked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji kicked open the gate violently. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning coiled around him. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. Golden invincible form, world reincarnation. In such a state, he was not afraid of sneak attacks. He walked into the Violet Demon Palace. There was a faint green light that illuminated a path that led deep into the palace. The two sides were pitch black, as though countless malicious ghosts were hiding inside. Ordinary people did not dare to enter at all. Amazingly, there was no seawater in the palace. It was filled with dense spiritual qi. The ancient god sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. The souls of 8 powerhouses appeared like 8 black shadows. Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ruyuan, Emperor Canghai, Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Shantian, and Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Shantian, and Lu Wuji were the 3 souls that had awakened in the past 10 years. Emperor Hanlin had also awakened. But no matter how Zhou Xuanji called out to him, he did not reply, as though he had no consciousness. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was hit by something, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. Roar! A deep roar came from the darkness, as though it came from the underworld. Zhou Xuanji used heavenly light straightaway. The darkness was dispelled, and he saw the demon's face. He was 9 meters tall and had a humanoid body. He wore a tattered brass armor, and his hair was as white as withered grass. His face was pale, and his fangs were extremely long like daggers. His eyes had no pupils but were bloodshot and scara. His body was hunched, and his claws were like that of a tiger or lion. His nails were glowing coldly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His eyes were filled with extreme rage and hatred. Violet Demon Palace is a forbidden ground. Humans are not allowed to trespass. Kill without mercy. The white-haired demon roared and charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. He was so fast that Zhou Xuanji's eyes could not keep up with him. But he still swung his sword to the side with his instincts. Bomb! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying away. His clothes were torn at the chest, and there were 3 claw marks on his golden chest. World reincarnation could reflect spirit energy and demonic energy, but this demon did not use demonic energy and still managed to injure him. In the cultivation world, even physical cultivators would channel their spirit energy into their fists and kicks to increase their destructive power. But this demon did the opposite. However, it was not Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such an enemy. He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. The 30-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha swung all of its giant swords at the white-haired demon. The white-haired demon was extremely fast, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha could not hit him at all. He leaped up and split into hundreds of duplicates, charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions. Tianxia map. The human emperor must die. He roared furiously, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 319. Dang. Dang. Clang. Hundreds of white-haired fiendish demons surrounded and attacked the thousand-hand sword Buddha, catching it off guard. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands, but he could not block the white-haired demon's storm-like attacks. If this continued, he would be torn apart by the white-haired demon even if he had the invincible Vajra body. The heavenly thunder on his body had no effect on this fellow at all. This was the first time he had encountered a monster with such a terrifying body. Looks like he hasn't lost his mind yet, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He immediately activated Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl. Woo woo woo, countless cries rang out, filled with resentment, mournfulness, and terror. Zhou Xuanji's body was enveloped by two streams of qi, half of which was blood qi and the other half was black qi. Adding on the heavenly lightning, he looked like an ancient demon god, and his aura exploded. The power of martial punishment, the power of gods and ghosts. In his eyes, the white-haired demon's speed suddenly slowed down. He immediately displayed his dual sword intense, the sky-dominating divine sword in his left hand and the cold wave sound wave in his right. The white-haired demon instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He started to dodge, but in the end, Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction to pull him in front of him. Zhou Xuanji furiously slashed out with his two swords, slashing into his shoulders. No matter how strong his body was, it was still unable to block the sharpness of the intimidating spirit divine sword. The blades sank into his shoulder bone. Roar, the white-haired demon roared hoarsely. 4 arms grew out of his back and struck Zhou Xuanji away. Then, 2 more heads popped out from both sides of his neck. His skin turned green, which reminded Zhou Xuanji of the 2 stone statues in front of the gate. So it was him. Outside the palace, Xian Xianghua and the evil king watched the battle through their divine senses. Both of them were shocked. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was much more powerful than before, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Not even a first tribulation loose immortal can withstand the power of that fiendish demon. Even ordinary second tribulation loose immortals wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. The evil king swallowed his saliva and exclaimed. Why is this kid's physical body so strong when he's only at the Mahayana realm? But Xian Xianghua knew that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map to nourish his body every day. Every month, he also used natural resources to refine his body. His body had already reached an extremely horrifying state. Although he was not as good as the white-haired demon, he still had his sword techniques. She suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not far away from becoming number 1 in the world. There was no need to wait for 1,000 years, or even 100 years. She sighed faintly. Why did she feel that Zhou Xuanji's talent was growing? Those 2 swords of his are definitely not ordinary weapons. Could it be that he has inherited from the upper realm? Xian Xianghua nodded in response. She thought that Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords came from the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Hegemon Jiao was an example. It was the Hegemon Sword Emperor's invincible divine weapon. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji fell into a fierce battle. The 3 heads of the white-haired fiendish demon actually possessed different mystiques. Originally, it was only his physical body that was strong. Now, there were 2 more mystiques. The eyes of the left head would shoot out 2 terrifying flames that could break through the defense of the invincible Vajra body. The right head continuously shot out green light arrows from its mouth. Even world reincarnation could not reflect them. It was truly strange. This demon's name is Demon Marshal Sanhai. He has guarded Purple Demon Palace for over 100,000 years and is one of the few that can resist the Tianxia map. An ancient voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was Emperor Hanlin. Sound transmission. What's his weakness? Zhou Xuanji asked as he dodged. Demon Marshal Sanhai's cultivation was powerful, and his body was ridiculously powerful. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against him. What was worth mentioning was that Violet Demon Palace was too sturdy. Even when they were fighting in the palace, Violet Demon Palace did not tremble at all. No weakness, unless you reach fifth tribulation scattered immortal and suppress him with absolute power. Emperor Hanlon's words made Zhou Xuanji shudder. Fifth tribulation scattered immortal? Even Yang Di might not reach fifth tribulation scattered immortal. Could it be that I can only retreat? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and took out his glorious gold and heavenly soul legendary swords to defend against Demon Marshal Sanhai's attack. Find the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and fuse it into your body. Violet Demon Palace will recognize you as its owner, and Demon Marshal Sanhai will not harm you anymore. Emperor Hanlon continued to speak telepathically. Next, a memory entered his mind. It was the map of Violet Demon Palace. This guy came to Violet Demon Palace before? Without a word, Zhou Xuanji dashed toward the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. Why is this guy running inside? Let's go and help him, Diablo said with gritted teeth. He looked anxious. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not be able to get the colorful celestial tree. Xian Xianghua stopped him and said, "Don't worry. If he can't win, he will run outside. Don't worry, he might already have a plan." There was a powerful restriction deep within Violet Demon Palace, which prevented their divine senses from penetrating. So, they had already tracked Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. Diablo tried his best to calm his emotions. He wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji could defeat the demon. He heard Zhou Xuanji asking about Demon Marshal Sanhai's weakness. Who was this guy talking to? Could it be the soul in the Tianxia map? He fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji traveled swiftly through the corridors. From the outside, Violet Demon Palace did not look huge. But after going deeper, it looked like a city. There must be some kind of spatial restriction here. The legendary swords blocked Demon Marshal Sanhai, but they could only slow him down. They could not stop him. According to Emperor Hanlon's memory, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a side palace and broke through the door. Billowing flames came at him, but he ignored them. After passing through the sea of flames, he finally saw the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. It was a heart that was as big as a watermelon. It levitated in a stream of silver radiance, and the meridians on its surface could be seen. Zhou Xuanji came up to the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and asked in his heart, "What should I do to it? What's the price?" He scanned it with his divine sense and sensed that there were no remnant souls, restrictions, or poison. He did not trust Emperor Hanlon completely, but he trusted his own senses. The World Buddha art allowed his senses to surpass cultivators at the same stage as him. He could even sense spirit energy, which was one of his trump cards. Place it on your chest, and the Violet Demon Monarch's heart will merge with your heart automatically. Don't worry, this is not the heart of some powerful cultivator but a supreme treasure of creation. It was born from the fate of the world. Your physique can barely absorb it, and there will be no side effects. Emperor Hanlon's voice sounded in his ears, which made him hesitate. He remembered that the sword spirit said that all the sword souls in the supreme legendary sword system would not harm him. Even though they had their own thoughts, they were already absolutely loyal to the Swordmaster. Since that was the case, then let's give it a shot. He placed the Violet Demon Monarch's heart on his chest. Instantly, a wave of violet radiance shone from the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and illuminated the entire palace. Roar! Demon Marshal Sanhai appeared at the door and leaped toward Zhou Xuanji with one step. He clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart quickly entered Zhou Xuanji's chest. Instantly, Demon Marshal Sanhai stopped and was less than 2 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji felt that his chest was about to explode. It was extremely hot. A wave of energy exploded from the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and wreaked havoc in his body, charging all his vital channels. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 320. Boom. 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 Zhou Xuanji felt the spirit energy in his body continuously explode, and the unimaginable pain caused him to half kneel on the ground. His legendary swords also fell to the ground. He supported himself with his right hand, sweating profusely. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. His heartbeat was like a war drum ringing in his ears. Everything around him was forgotten, and he fell into a trance. The purple Taiji symbol on his forehead became brighter and brighter, as if it was drawn by lines of fire. Violent Ling power came from the depths of Violet Demon Palace, causing all the halls to tremble. Demon Supremacy Sanhai's eyes shone with blood-red light as he turned around and left quickly. From the outside, the Violet Demon Palace did not seem to be shaking at all. Evil King couldn't sit still any longer. He said in a low voice, "If he doesn't go in now, his life will be in danger." Then, he rushed into the Violet Demon Palace. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and followed closely behind. She could see through Diablo at a glance. This guy was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would monopolize the colorful celestial tree. As soon as the father and daughter entered the Violet Demon Palace, they were stopped by Demon Lord Sanhai, and a great battle broke out. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was already surrounded by spiritual qi. He was in the whirlwind, but he was still half kneeling on the ground. His cultivation was rising steadily. Not far away, the souls of 8 powerful beings hovered above the ancient god's sword. At this moment, they were actually communicating. Interesting. The owner of the Tianxia map actually obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. This is unprecedented. Legend has it that if one obtains the Tianxia map, they can obtain the world and become the human sovereign. However, they obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. Could it be that their fates do not conflict? You guys really didn't die. Why didn't you say anything before? TSK, TSK. Lu Wuji, I didn't expect you to fall as well. I grew up listening to your legends. Emperor Hanlin? The younger generation will surpass us in time, even going through the Violet Demon Palace. Unfortunately, he's still the same as us old fellows, only leaving behind a remnant soul, struggling at death's door. These powerhouses all knew each other. Of course, it was only one-sided because they came from different eras. Zhou Xuanji did not notice their conversation. He was enduring extreme pain. Not long after, his cultivation had broken through to Mahayana level 5. The violent power was like a torrent pouring into a well. Not only did it cause his physical body to feel tormented, but even his will was being tormented. But as time passed, he began to get used to the pain. If the extreme pain lasted for a long time, people would become numb to it. His consciousness became slightly clearer. He could feel the meridians in his body being torn apart. Even his golden core and nascent soul were shattered, but they did not collapse. Fortuitous encounter. This is a great opportunity. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart. It was as though he saw a ray of sunlight after being in darkness for a long time. The excitement was indescribable. He immediately activated the World Buddha art. The speed at which he took in qi suddenly increased, but the injuries in his body were decreasing. This speed and trajectory, could it be the legendary World Buddha art? Demon Lord Ryuan exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the other 7 mighty figures. World Buddha art. The supreme beings fell silent. Dao Lord Xiantian asked in astonishment, "Is the World Buddha art very powerful?" No one answered him. They hadn't even heard of the World Buddha art, so they couldn't be bothered with him. Of course, it wasn't necessarily because this person was weak. There could be other reasons. Time continued to pass. Xian Xianghua and Evil King were unable to defeat Demon Lord Sanhai and were eventually forced out of Violet Demon Palace. Demon Supremacy Sanhai stood at the door like a guardian, glaring at the two of them. Evil King frowned anxiously. Why didn't this guy capture Zhou Xuanji? Could he already? He asked in astonishment. Although he said that, he had another thought in his heart. Xian Xianghua snorted, maybe Xuanji has already found the colorful celestial tree. Evil King heard her and frowned even deeper. He was a little frustrated. Violet Demon Palace was a place that he discovered. How could he allow someone else to take it for himself? Even if that person was his son-in-law. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Aren't you afraid that he will take it for himself? He asked with a deep voice. That was the colorful celestial tree. Even the great ancient emperors would be moved by it. So what if he takes it for himself? He's my future husband. Everything I have belongs to him. Xian Xianghua said with a smile, which almost made evil King vomit blood. However, he did not lose his temper but only gnashed his teeth. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with disdain and did not speak anymore. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Realization Level 6. His pain had been reduced by half. He was exhilarated. So satisfying. Breaking through 2 stages consecutively was equivalent to 10 years of hard work. And it was not over yet. 2 hours later, he broke through to Great Realization Level 7. But the good times did not last long. The surrounding spiritual qi began to dissipate. The surging spirit energy in his body calmed down gradually. He could still hear his heartbeat, which grew louder and louder. It was like the heartbeat of the earth. It was heavy and powerful, like a poem. Zhou Xuanji could move his limbs now. He sat down with his legs crossed and continued to channel his energy. He had just entered Violet Demon Palace and leveled up 3 times consecutively. This made him very excited. The pain he suffered previously was nothing to him now. He began to look forward to breaking through to Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. At that time, he would be invincible in the world. The serendipity was not over yet. There was still the colorful celestial tree deep within Violet Demon Palace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and focused on cultivation. Numerous purple lines appeared in his body like meridians, which made him look extremely evil. He did not pay attention to his appearance, but he could sense that his physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, which was far beyond what it was before. He even felt that his physical strength was not inferior to Demon Sovereign Sanhai's. Just this alone was enough to increase his power by leaps and bounds. Another half an hour passed. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart completely fused with him, and the violent spiritual qi in the surroundings stopped. He did not manage to break through to Great Realization Level 8, but he was not disappointed. He clenched his fist and felt a sense of power that could destroy everything. He could see that his heart had turned purple and was slightly bigger than before. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart is a supreme treasure that the demon race and demon race fought over. Now that you obtained it, this is an incredible serendipity. Congratulations. Emperor Hanlon's voice came from behind. The 8 souls levitated in a row and looked at him. He got up and looked back. May I ask if the Violet Demon Monarch's heart has any other uses other than strengthening one's physique? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He could sense that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was extraordinary. Because of it, his Swordmaster haki became many times stronger. Emperor Hanlon said ambiguously, "You need to comprehend it yourself." After that, he and the other 7 souls dispersed and entered the ancient god's sword. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think. He had a feeling that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was not simple. He planned to keep this a secret. Of course, he would still tell Xian Xianghua, but he must keep it a secret from Diablo. He looked around the palace and did not find any other treasures, so he walked toward the gate of Violet Demon Palace. At the same time, Diablo was like an ant on a hot pan. His heart was burning with anxiety. It had been so long, but Zhou Xuanji had not come out yet. Don't tell me that brat swallowed all the colorful celestial fruits. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 321. You're really not anxious? Diablo could not hold back his restlessness and asked Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's eyes were indifferent and ignored him, which made him furious. Following her gaze, Demon Sovereign Sanhai was still guarding the gate. He stared at them furiously and did not move. Strange. Why is this guy guarding the gate? He was not like this before. Could he be protecting Zhou Xuanji? Xian Xianghua thought in astonishment. She was sure that Zhou Xuanji had some serendipity. But it should not be the colorful celestial tree. That treasure was connected to the spirit fountain after all. If it was uprooted, there would be a huge commotion. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, Zhou Xuanji was eating the colorful celestial fruits one after another. But with her understanding of Zhou Xuanji, he would not leave her to eat alone. Just when the two were thinking, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Demon Sovereign Sanhai. The two opened their eyes wide. Demon Sovereign Sanhai turned around and knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He felt that he had some kind of connection with Demon Sovereign Sanhai. It was as though he was facing his own servant. He somehow felt that Demon Sovereign Sanhai would obey him. Move aside. Don't hurt them, he instructed immediately. Demon Supremacy Sanhai immediately retreated into the darkness and disappeared. He smiled satisfactorily and turned to Xian Xianghua and Diablo. Come in, he said with a smile. It seemed that Demon Sovereign Sanhai had some special relationship with the Violet Demon Monarch Heart. He could not understand this, so he could only ask Emperor Hanlin in the future. Or maybe there was an answer deep within the Violet Demon Palace. Xian Xianghua and Diablo came up to him and stepped into the palace carefully. Nephew Zhou, what's going on? Diablo asked gently, but his heart was filled with anger. This guy must have some serendipity. He could make such a powerful Demon Sovereign Sanhai submit to him. He was really jealous. If he could do the same, with Demon Sovereign Sanhai around, he would surely be unrivaled in the world. Zhou Xuanji had already prepared an excuse. He shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, back then, he was chasing after me. I hid in a side palace, but strangely, the demon did not dare to come in. I found a bead in the side palace, which looked like an eyeball. Before I could react, the bead entered my body, and then this happened. Using the eyeball to represent the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, he did not believe that the Evil King would be able to guess correctly. Evil King came to a realization, and his heart bled. If he had known earlier, he would have given it a try back then. This was a great opportunity. A great opportunity not inferior to the five-colored celestial spiritual tree. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. However, facing Zhou Xuanji, he still had to maintain a smile of admiration. Xian Xianghua hooked her arms around Zhou Xuanji's neck and said with a charming smile, "My little husband is so awesome." She ignored the ancient Diablo beside her and began to tease Zhou Xuanji as though no one else was around. The three of them chatted for a while and walked deeper into the Violet Demon Palace. From the beginning to the end, Demon Lord Sanhai did not jump out of the darkness. When we leave, see if you can bring that demon out with you. It's a powerful force. She sighed in her heart. This brat's luck was truly heaven-defying. He felt that no matter where he went, there would be great fortuitous opportunities. Zhou Xuanji nodded, but in his heart, he was not confident either. It would be bad if Demon Lord Sanhai suddenly went berserk and attacked the people around him. The three of them moved ahead quickly in search of the five-colored celestial tree. The Violet Demon Palace was bigger than they imagined. They traveled for a long time, but they still could not find the five-colored celestial tree. But they were not discouraged and continued their search patiently. They dispelled all the restrictive spell formations along the way. Above the sea of clouds, the scorching sun shone brightly. Mountain peaks emerged like reefs in the sea. The man in the woven rush raincoat sat on a mountain peak. He, who was cultivating, suddenly raised his head slightly. Why is there a change in the situation of the world? He mumbled to himself with a tinge of fear. Normally, the situation of the world would not change. Once there was a change, it would mean the arrival of an existence that surpassed this world. He began divining with his fingers, but he could not divine anything. At this moment, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was Tao Seeker. The situation of the world has changed. Do you feel it? Tao Seeker asked. Having heard him, the man in the woven rush raincoat got up slowly and turned to look at him. The two of them looked at each other in silence. A while later, the man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, "Tao Seeker, our plan might not change anything. We need more power." Although his tone was cold, there was a tinge of sorrow in it. Not really. What I'm asking for has nothing to do with the human race. Why? You suddenly don't believe in Yangdi? Dao Seeker asked expressionlessly. There seemed to be a tinge of mockery in his eyes. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not reply but turned around with his back facing Dao Seeker. After Shishanzong came out, I suddenly felt that he had a greater chance. Although Yang Di was powerful, his heart was as pure as jade. It would be difficult for him to become an overlord. Sword Saint. Back then, Shishanzong was even more outstanding than Yang Di. There were many heroes in that era, and Yang Di might not have Shishanzong's status in that era. No matter what, I believe in Zhou Xuanji. Take care. Dao Seeker left after saying this. Since the man in the woven rush raincoat could not see through the situation of the world, he did not bother to say more. After Dao Seeker left, the man in the woven rush raincoat did not sit down but continued to think. In the long history of the human race, who else could be compared to Shishanzong, other than the great emperors, Yang Zhou with the purple chi from the east, the legendary Lu Wuji? After searching for 2 hours, the three finally found the colorful celestial tree. This tree was actually under Violet Demon Palace. If not for Xian Xianghua discovering a secret door, they would not have found it. Because Violet Demon Palace had a mysterious background and was overseen by Demon Sovereign Sanhai, they could only search for it and did not dare to destroy it. This was a vast underground space where spiritual chi formed a mist. There was a small lake in front of them that was bubbling with countless bubbles. A colorful tree stood at the center of the lake. Colorful celestial tree. This tree was 15 meters tall and bore many fruits. Each fruit had 5 colors: red, purple, yellow, green, and blue. Most of them were the size of an adult's fist. Diablo's expression turned greedy and walked up quickly. Although Xian Xianghua's eyes were burning with passion, she still walked at a steady pace. Zhou Xuanji was thinking whether he could move this tree to Skyfall. Diablo plucked a colorful celestial fruit and began chewing. Shortly after, he plucked another 5 and sat down to cultivate. Xian Xianghua turned around and shouted, "Hurry up, or this old thing will finish all of them." Having heard that, Diablo's mouth twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. But for some reason, he did not do anything to Xian Xianghua. He was like a different person from the cruel and domineering legend. Zhou Xuanji walked to the small lake. He waved his right hand and took 100 colorful celestial fruits and placed them in the supreme storage. Diablo could not help but open his eyes and cried out, "Nephew Zhou, isn't this very rude of you?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If not for me, could you have come in?" There were at least 400 to 500 fruits on the colorful celestial tree. He was already giving face by taking 100 first. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 322. Zhou Xuanji did not have a good impression of the ancient Diablo, even though he treated him well. In his opinion, this old fellow definitely had something on Xian Xianghua, or perhaps he was already Xian Xianghua's puppet, which was why he had such an attitude. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, the Diablo fell silent. Xian Xianghua smiled. With a wave of her right hand, 5 colored immortal spiritual fruits flew in front of her. She meditated on the ground and said, "Let's hurry. When we came here before, I found traces of other people. I'm sure we are not the only ones who discovered the existence of the Violet Demon Palace." Others? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Anyone who could dive 10,000 meters into the sea was definitely not an ordinary person. Could they be Sunlight Emperor or Jiang Wudi's men? Or it could be a force from overseas. Without thinking too much, he grabbed a few more 5-colored immortal fruits and began cultivating. The underground space fell into silence. The 3 of them cultivated on their own, causing spiritual energy to surge. The colorful celestial fruit contained more spirit chi than Zhou Xuanji had expected. It took him 6 hours to refine a 5-colored immortal fruit. Xian Xianghua and the ancient Diablo were not any slower than him. After all, their cultivations far surpassed Zhou Xuanji's. Days passed by. 8 days later. Outside the Violet Demon Palace, a group of cultivators surrounded it. The leader was a bald man wearing heavy armor. He held a tiger-striped broadsword in his hand. His face was ferocious and full of ferocity. It really is the Violet Demon Palace. Legend has it that there is a demon venerable Sanhai in there, and his cultivation has reached the fourth tribulation scattered immortal realm. You are not allowed to enter without permission. The bald man said in a deep voice. He looked at the Violet Demon Palace and greed flashed in his eyes. The legend of the Violet Demon Palace. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Today, he had finally seen it. An elder in a robe cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, before we come up with a foolproof plan, let's not go in. After all, this place is close to the northern wilderness region. If we make too much noise, we will definitely attract trouble. The bald man nodded and laughed. The northern wilderness region should have fallen. It's such a treasure land, but no one found it. How sad. Ha ha ha, I shall fulfill my wish today. His name was Duan Yogu, and he came from a sea region. He came to this ocean through the void. Based on his understanding of the northern wilderness region, the current northern wilderness region was not that strong. There weren't even 50 Great Tribulation loose immortals. In the current world, only Yang Di could be considered as a big shot. The other cultivators also revealed looks of disdain. However, they also understood that the people and demons of the northern wilderness had always been in awe of the ocean. After all, there were countless savage beasts hidden in the ocean. Even they had to be cautious. After that, Duan Yogu barged into the Purple Demon Palace alone. The moment he stepped through the door, he was found by Demon Lord Sanhai, and a great battle broke out. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he returned in low spirits. He wiped off the blood stains on his face and glared at Demon Lord Sanhai, who was standing in front of the gate. He scolded, This demon's body is ridiculously strong, we can't force our way in. His subordinates were secretly shocked. They knew that Duan Yogu was a Dharma and body double cultivator, and his cultivation focused on the physical body. His strength was unparalleled in all the sea regions, but they did not expect him to be defeated so quickly. The other side. Beneath the Violet Demon Palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others could feel the ground trembling slightly above them. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said, You came so quickly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji. He had already broken through to Mahayana level 8 and absorbed 25 colored immortal fruits. Diablo 832, and his cultivation improved as well. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and muttered, If so, let's split the fruits. I can take less, but this tree belongs to me. Having heard that, Diablo opened his eyes and looked furious. The value of the 5-colored celestial tree far exceeded that of the 5-colored celestial fruits. Why should it belong to you? Okay. Xian Xianghua agreed without hesitation, which almost made Diablo vomit blood. Adulterer and adulterer, villains in cahoots. He could only curse in his heart but did not dare to say it out. He could not win against Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua in an argument, nor could he win against them in a fight. This was the only way. After that, Diablo and Xian Xianghua each took 120 fruits, while the rest belonged to Zhou Xuanji. Together with the 100 that he took at the beginning, he had the most 5-colored celestial fruits. But Xian Xianghua was biased, so Diablo could not do anything about it. Zhou Xuanji flew to the surface of the lake and uprooted the 5-colored celestial tree single-handedly. The spirit fountain gushed out, shaking the entire underground space. The spring water splashed on his body but was blocked by his spirit energy. To prevent the 5-colored celestial tree from withering quickly, he immediately stored it in the supreme storage. This scene made Diablo's heart bleed. So painful. Zhou Xuanji returned to Xian Xianghua's side and said, You guys escape secretly. I want to cultivate here for a while longer. His gaze was locked onto the spiritual spring, reluctant to part with it. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, You must leave quickly. If this matter is exposed, all powerful cultivators will target you since you have the Tianxia map and the 5-colored celestial tree. Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while and agreed to Xian Xianghua's suggestion. The three left quickly. Outside Violet Demon Palace, a group of cultivators were getting into formation. Duan Yogu stared at Demon Sovereign Sanhai and said coldly, "I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Form the Hades God-slaying formation with all your might. Summon the most powerful hell demon." His tone was impassioned as he roused the emotions of his subordinates. Everyone channeled their spirit energy and gave it their all. At this moment, a ball of demonic chi flew out from Violet Demon Palace toward the surface of the sea with extreme speed. Duan Yogu's pupils contracted. He immediately chased after it with his saber. A stream of sword chi shot out from the demonic chi. It was extremely fast, and Duan Yogu raised his saber to block it instinctively. With a loud boom, he was struck down. When he stabilized himself, the demonic chi was already gone. He frowned and looked down at his hands. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood seeped out. It was excruciating. Such a domineering sword chi. A sword cultivator with such power in the northern wilderness region, Sword Saint Shirshanzong. News of his resurrection spread across the northern wilderness region. There were many spies from overseas in the northern wilderness region, so Duan Yogu knew about it too. The overseas humans all originated from the northern wilderness region. The legends of the Sword Saint were passed down too. Thinking about how powerful the Sword Saint was, Duan Yogu took a deep breath and did not chase after him. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two had already flown out of the sea and toward the mainland at full speed. Hades God-slaying formation. TSK. The overseas cultivators are impressive. They can even pass down such an ancient formation. Diablo said in amazement. Xian Xianghua could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji strangely. Because Zhou Xuanji knew this sword formation too. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, as though he did not see her gaze. He was thinking about Duan Yogu. This fellow was very strong. He was estimated to have the strength of a second tribulation scattered immortal. Who knew what rank he was in the overseas region? Of course, Duan Yogu was no match for him. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack. This trip to the Violet Demon Palace had saved him dozens of years of effort. At the same time, his physical body had transformed and he had obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. It was definitely a great opportunity. If he challenged Yang Di now, could he become the number one in the world? However, he did not know that the northern wilderness region was currently in a huge uproar. Sword Saint Shirshanzong defeated Sky, and Sky fell from the sky, smashing into an imperial city and dying on the spot. The news spread and shocked the world. The legendary Sword Saint was about to show his power. Chapter 323. When Zhou Xuanji heard about Shirshanzong defeating Xianyuan Zhou, he had already returned to Skyfall. Along the way, they did not stop, so they did not ask for information. When they got close to Skyfall, Xian Xianghua and the Diablo went their separate ways. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what they were plotting, but that was the Tanhua sect's business, so he did not ask too much. When he returned to the peak of Skyfall, everyone crowded around him. The first to speak was Lin Chang'e, and he told them about Shirshanzong's recent accomplishments. Ever since Tian had been defeated, Shirshanzong had gone around challenging experts. His opponents were all in the top 10 of the Desolate North's top 100, and even Jiang Wudi had been defeated by him. TSK, heaven died again? Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. Ever since Xianyuan Zhou had made his debut, this fellow had repeatedly died. However, with the protection of heavenly law, this fellow would most likely come back to life. Lin Chang'e said in a low voice, "There's one more thing. Shirshanzong has challenged you to a battle in 1 year's time. The location is Sword Emperor Canyon, where the Hegemon Sword Emperor ascended. This matter has already been announced to the world by the Shanghai Ziggurat, and everyone in the world knows about it. Jiang Shui, Chongming Demon Monarch, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and the rest all looked terrible. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had fought with the heavens before and had almost been killed by them. On the other hand, Shirshanzong was able to destroy heaven by himself. Perhaps only Sunlight Emperor could compare to him in terms of power. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and said, "Spread the word that I will meet you in a year." Hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes and tried to persuade him. After all, Shi Shenzong was a legend, and Zhou Xuanji could ignore him. At most, he would be laughed at by others, but no one would doubt his strength. Daoya Old Man asked curiously, "What realm are you in now?" Everyone became silent. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful again? That's right, didn't he go with Xian Xianghua to look for fortuitous opportunities? It seemed that he had obtained the opportunity. Great realization level 8, Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, he told them about the Violet Demon Palace and ignored the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. He had a feeling that the origin of the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was not inferior to the Tianxia map. Jiang Shui said excitedly, "In other words, we can also improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds?" She was very smart. Her words shifted everyone's attention to the colorful celestial fruit, so they did not think about how Zhou Xuanji stopped Demon Sovereign Sanhai from attacking. Zhou Xuanji nodded and took out the colorful celestial fruits. He gave one each to Jiang Shui, Han Shenhua, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, Chongming Demon Monarch, the Little Black Snake, Meng Tianlang, Zhou Xiaoqi, Ning Zifeng, and Lin Changge. Other than that, he also planned to give one each to the 4 mountain guarding kings, the 3-eyed drought rodent, Fenyu Dragon King, A Big and Small Heir. As for the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples, he would not give them to them. After all, the 5-colored celestial fruit was rare. In the future, it could be used as a treasure of the Emperor's Sword Court to attract disciples to cultivate diligently. Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, "I don't want it. After all, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck." Zhou Xuanji did not force them and allowed them to cultivate. He, Daoya Old Man, and Jiang Shui walked to the side. The 5-colored celestial tree is of great importance. Where do you think we should plant it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He wanted to plant it on the top of the mountain, but after some thought, it would be too ostentatious. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and said, "Why don't we open up a cave beneath our feet and draw in the spirit spring in the mountain to nourish the 5-colored celestial tree with spiritual qi?" He sighed in amazement in his heart. Why was this brat so lucky? He could get whatever serendipity he wanted. Could this brat be the legendary child of luck? The 3 of them acted immediately. Lin Changge left Skyfall and was prepared to spread the news that Zhou Xuanji accepted the challenge. Since they were going to fight, they should make it big. So what if he was a legend in the sword's way? Within 10 days, the news that Zhou Xuanji accepted the challenge spread across the world. The Sword Emperor indeed. He has guts. The most talented person in the sword's way today versus the most talented person in history? Shi Shenzong is so domineering. Can Zhou Xuanji stand up to him? It's difficult indeed. Even Tian was slain by him. The previous Tian gave the hegemon Sword Emperor and Diablo a headache. Sword Emperor Canyon, I must go. No matter who wins, I must go. This is a great opportunity. The 8 sanctums and 7 empires were all discussing this. If Zhou Xuanji defeated Shi Shenzong, he would surpass the legend and become a great emperor for sure. If Shi Shenzong defeated Zhou Xuanji, his next target would be Yang Di, and he would become the top cultivator in the world. Most people thought that Shi Shenzong would win. After all, even Tian was killed by him. However, Zhou Xuanji was already a legend in the world. All kinds of achievements were spread across the northern wilderness region, and he had won over countless believers. Soon, a war of words broke out. Great Shang, Chaoge Royal City. Yang Xindi gathered all the officials in the court. They were discussing the battle at Sword Emperor Canyon. They wanted to support Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji's life was in danger, they could stand up for him. This emperor feels that only the Sword Emperor deserves to be the top cultivator in the world. If he dies, it will be a misfortune for the human race. He has done so many good deeds over the past few decades, and he has never asked for anything in return. This emperor cannot let him fight alone, Yang Xindi said with a deep voice. He was only one word away from Yang Di, but their power was worlds apart. However, his boldness was not inferior to Yang Di's. Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, and he was the target of everyone in the northern wilderness region. He dared to step forward, and this earned the admiration of the officials. However, they also had their own concerns. Yang Zhongtian stepped out and said, I'm afraid that even if all of our experts come, it will be difficult to stop Shi Shenzong from killing him. Although this sentence was a slap in the face, it was the truth. Yang Xindi nodded and did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he said, let's ask Great Zhou and Great Chen for help. This is also an opportunity. Tell them that if Emperor Sword Court really becomes a holy land in the future, it can also protect us. However, if Sword Saint leads 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to become a holy land, he will not protect us. With Shi Shenzong's leadership, the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain would definitely become a holy land. The civil and military officials nodded and began to discuss how to persuade the two dynasties. Meanwhile, Great Zhou and Great Chen were also discussing this matter. The two dynasties all had the same idea, wanting to unite the three dynasties' power. Within the vast desert, the black-clothed Shi Shenzong slowly walked through the sandstorm. He had a treasured sword at his waist. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were sharp as he stared straight ahead. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the front. A few hundred meters away, there was a wooden hut. Dozens of women were singing and dancing. Bai Hao Yisun was lying on a wooden bed, and beautiful women were lying beside him. All of them were charming, which made him feel extremely happy. Suddenly, he saw Shi Shenzong's silhouette and frowned. His heart trembled violently. Such a sharp aura, he had a bad premonition. What's the matter, sir? He asked loudly. Ever since he encountered Zhou Xuanji, his luck had been bad. It was as though he had run into evil spirits. He had self-destructed a few times and was about to collapse. Great Emperor Heartless, let's see who's stronger today. Shi Shenzong's voice came, and his tone was cold. Bai Hao Yisun. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 324. Bai Hao Yisun stood up from the pile of beauties and sighed. His body blurred, and he appeared 30 meters away from Shi Shenzong. Must we fight? Can this emperor admit defeat? His expression was unsightly as he said faintly. Right now, he only had the power of a first tribulation scattered celestial. How could he be a match for Shi Shenzong? Even though he didn't know who Shi Shenzong was, he knew that this person was very powerful. He was too lazy to ask. He just wanted to let it go. I've always wanted to experience the power of a great sovereign. Even if you've reincarnated, you should still have the power of a great sovereign. Let's fight in the sky, lest we implicate the innocent. Shi Shenzong said calmly, causing Bai Hao Yisun to narrow his eyes. Sigh. Do all of you think I'm a sick cat? To think that back then, this emperor suppressed the ancestors of your ancestors. The more Bai Hao Yisun thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He leaped up and flew 100,000 feet into the sky. Shi Shenzong leapt up as well. As he flew up, he drew his sword. Today, I'll show you what this emperor is capable of. Bai Hao Yisun's lips curled up into a condescending smile. Immediately after, he shook his arms and self-destructed. There was a loud bang. He turned into a bright sun that gave off a resplendent light. Shi Shenzong, who was quickly rising into the air, was unable to dodge in time. His eyes widened as his body was inundated by the light. On Skyfall, a training ground had been built halfway up the mountain. Thousands of third-generation disciples were practicing the 100-star sky-covering formation. Zhou Xuanji stood on the cliff and looked down at them. His face was expressionless, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or worried. Chen Bantian suddenly appeared behind him and asked excitedly, Court Lord, I heard that you brought back a special fruit, where is mine? Previously, he was training nearby and fighting demons, so he missed the time for Zhou Xuanji to split the fruits. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say that the 10,000-year prince is invincible? Why do you need the colorful celestial fruit?" Chen Bantian panicked. He immediately slapped his own mouth, his face full of regret. "Court master, I was wrong," Chen Bantian said sincerely, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was unmoved. "How about this, if you can take one of my palm strikes, I'll give it to you. I won't use any spiritual energy," Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Hearing this, Chen Bantian immediately felt quite nervous. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was a body cultivator. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was no longer who he was in the past. He might not even be able to withstand a single palm strike, right? He gritted his teeth and said, "We agreed that it would only be one palm. You can't use spiritual power." After that, he channeled the spirit energy in his body and faced Zhou Xuanji nervously. Zhou Xuanji smiled slightly and took a step towards him. He struck out with his right palm, which was as fast as lightning, and landed on his chest. Bang! Chen Banshan's eyes could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's hand speed at all, and he felt as if he had been hit by a massive mountain. He coughed up blood as he flew back, and in the blink of an eye, he leapt over the cliff and fell into the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid that something would happen to him. After all, the forest below was dense, and adding on his cultivation, he would not fall to his death. It was a good opportunity to suppress him. This brat had become more and more arrogant in recent years. If this continued, he would develop a conceited personality. Seeing Chen Bantian being knocked down the mountain by Zhou Xuanji, many disciples on the training ground were given a big fright. Martial Uncle Chen was sent flying by the patriarch. He must have offended the patriarch. That's right, he's too proud and condescending. Ha ha ha, serves him right. How powerful do you think the patriarch is now? A year later, he will fight with the Sword Saint. Who will win? The patriarch will surely win. The disciples whispered to each other as they trained. Ning Zifeng, who was standing at the front, cried out coldly, "Whoever gets distracted again, I will punish him to walk up and down the mountain 100 times. The disciples heard him and shuddered in their hearts. No one dared to whisper to each other anymore. They looked up again, but Zhou Xuanji was no longer there. In the next period of time, many cultivators at the border of the Northern Wilderness region headed toward the Sword Emperor Canyon. The Northern Wilderness region was vast after all. Many people spent years and still could not traverse it. Ordinary people could easily die on the way. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. To him, Skyfall was not far from the Sword Emperor Canyon. With his speed, he could reach there in half a month. He continued to cultivate to get used to his body after merging with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. And so, Fenyu Dragon King, Lin Chang'e, and Ning Zifeng became his training targets. The demon and the human were in a miserable state. Zhou Xuanji could catch them off guard without using any sword techniques. Universal attraction could suck them toward Zhou Xuanji and then attack them with punches and kicks. It was very uncomfortable for them, as though they could not withstand even one punch. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Realization Level 9 with the help of the colorful celestial fruits. If he consumed all of them, he could break through to Level 10. But he did not do so because he wanted to help others. To him, the difference of one stage was not a big deal. If he could break through to Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal directly, it would be a different story. With the colorful celestial fruits, most of his trusted followers broke through one stage, while those at the Great Realization stage could break through 1 or 2 stages. The spirit energy they needed to break through was far less than Zhou Xuanji's. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, he needed 10 times more spirit energy to break through at the same stage. This process could make his foundation more solid. This day, Jiang Shui broke through to Astral Projection Level 7. She had already eaten 5 colorful celestial fruits, and no one dared to object. There were dozens of colorful celestial fruits in the supreme storage, but Zhou Xuanji did not reveal them. The two sat in the secret cave. There was a small lake in front of them, and the colorful celestial tree stood at the center. All sorts of gems were embedded on the walls, illuminating the secret cave. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said with a smile, "At this rate, you can break through to spirit refinement in a few years." He was shocked in his heart. Jiang Shui absorbed the colorful celestial fruits faster than Zhongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, Beishao Wangjian, and Han Shenhua. Of course, she was still inferior to the two 10,000-year princes. Having heard that, Jiang Shui opened her eyes and stuck out her tongue. "It's all because you favor me. Or else, how could I break through so quickly?" The two of them had been together since they were young. She did not reject the colorful celestial fruits. She could only protect herself after she became more powerful, and Zhou Xuanji could do other things more freely. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Come, read the fortunes of the others. Let's see what you can divine with your improved cultivation." Jiang Shui immediately closed her eyes and began divining with her fingers. She did not try to divine Zhou Xuanji, Meng Tianlang, or Chen Bantian because she had tried, but it was useless. This time, she chose Chongming Demon Monarch. After a while, she frowned and opened her eyes, saying, "Why can't I even divine the old bull?" Daoya Old Man once said that there were two outcomes that could not be predicted. The first was that the opponent was much stronger than him, and the second was that the opponent was about to die. The difference between her and Chongming Demon Monarch was not huge. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "Looks like he's going to die." His tone was relaxed because he did not believe in fate. Knowing the future meant that one could change it. Jiang Shui refused to believe it and began to deduce other people. She was shocked to find that she could no longer predict the future of the people she had predicted before. She panicked and quickly brought Zhou Xuanji to find Daoya Old Man. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 325. After hearing Jiang Shui's words, Daoya Old Man fell into deep thought. "Your cultivation base has already increased by leaps and bounds. You shouldn't be unable to divine it. There is only one possibility. The future has changed and they are all going to die," he said in a deep voice, and his expression was a little ugly. After all, they had been relying on each other for decades. Didn't this mean that there was an extremely powerful existence that wanted to kill them all? Thinking of this, he also began to calculate. The next moment, puff! Daoya Old Man spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the ground. This attracted the attention of Beishao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin, who were practicing their swordsmanship not far away. Jiang Shui quickly supported him so that he didn't fall down. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and asked, "Old Man, can you do it or not? I feel that your divination ability is getting weaker and weaker." He had never seen Jiang Shui vomit blood, but Daoya Old Man would vomit blood from time to time. It's over, the death calamity enveloped us. I knew that we would all die, but I didn't expect that the ending would not change, except for you, we might all die." Daoya Old Man smiled bitterly. It was a sad feeling of a man proposes but God disposes. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could it be that someone would attack Skyfall while he was challenging the Sword Saint? He thought of his enemies. Sunlight Emperor. Oh my God. Bai Hao Yisan. There were also countless experts coveting the Tianxia map. It was indeed possible. He frowned. Could it be that he was going to bring his trusted aides to the Sword Emperor Canyon? If that was the case, who would guard Skyfall? Daoya Old Man sat up straight and began to heal himself. Jiang Shui comforted him, "Xuanji, don't think too much. It might not be now. It might be after you ascend." Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed was simply too fast. Even though he had said that he wanted everyone to ascend together, everyone knew that Zhou Xuanji would most likely ascend before them. He could not allow them to delay Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years, or even longer. Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. However, he was still a little worried. "Do you want me to get Xian Xianghua to come back and protect you for a while?" Zhou Xuanji asked, but where could he find Xian Xianghua? Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, I just calculated it again. We will still be here in 3 years, but the future that cannot be calculated is 100 years later. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji felt at ease. 100 years. It seemed like he had to urge everyone to cultivate well. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 54th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 54 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, gold, silent observation sword, Tri-Sun blazing chi robe. That's it? Zhou Xuanji, who was teaching Chen Bantian, frowned. Just a gold-ranked divine sword and a robe? This was the worst luck he had had in 20 years. The Tri-Sun blazing chi robe is not bad. It's hard for anyone below the Great Tribulation loose immortal realm to damage it. Even if it's damaged, it can recover rapidly. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. It seemed to have sensed Zhou Xuanji's disdain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his wooden hut and prepared to try it out. After Chen Bantian saw him leave, he scratched his head awkwardly. He thought that he had done something wrong and made him angry. After a while, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the wooden hut. Chen Bantian glanced over, and his eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xuanji was wearing a white robe with many flame patterns on it. His shoulders and back each had a crimson sun imprinted on them, and within each sun was a fiery bird. They looked so lifelike, as if they could fly out at any moment. After wearing the Tri-Sun blazing chi robe, he looked even more majestic. Moreover, he was wearing the Tyrant Emperor ring, which made Chen Bantian feel like a god was walking toward him. Zhou Xuanji was pleased with Chen Bantian's expression. He looked toward the horizon and muttered, "It's time to depart." The battle at Sword Emperor Canyon would be an opportunity for him to soar. Of course, it could also plummet. But he was confident. That evening, Zhou Xuanji rode on Zhou Xiaoqi and left. The others stayed behind to guard Skyfall. Zhou Xiaoqi was a fire qilin after all. Now that it was 6 meters tall, it looked mighty and domineering. Using it as a mount naturally made it look cool. The little black snake came along with him. Zhou Xuanji did not want to bring it along, but he could not resist its coaxing and pestering. It was only a meter long and coiled on Zhou Xiaoqi's head, so it was easy to overlook it. "Master, I think we must be on the right track for this battle. We will only appear when everyone thinks that you are afraid to fight," the little black snake suggested. Its cultivation had already reached 6th rank and could transform into a human form, but it still preferred its current form. Its nimble movements could lower the enemy's guard. "We'll see when the time comes," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He looked into the distance. The horizon under the dusk looked like it was on fire. It was a poignant scene with a murderous aura. Sword Emperor Canyon. It was located in the north of the central region of the Northern Wilderness region. The surrounding 10,000 miles were undulating wastelands. Countless canyons crisscrossed the land, looking like the cracked skin of the land. The Sword Emperor Canyon was dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep. On both sides of the canyon stood a stone sword that was hundreds of meters long, looking extremely domineering. Legend had it that before the hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, he had an epiphany. With one slash, he created a canyon that was tens of thousands of meters long and unfathomably deep. It was the Sword Emperor Canyon. The stone swords on both sides were not created by the hegemon Sword Emperor but by the hegemon sword sect to commemorate this. After 10,000 years, the Sword Emperor Canyon had become an extremely famous place in the Northern Wilderness region. Cultivators often came to watch and admire the glory of a great emperor. Currently, there were already tens of thousands of cultivators cultivating on both sides of the Sword Emperor Canyon. They came from different factions and were all here to watch the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint. Looking behind them, there were people rushing towards the Sword Emperor Canyon from all directions. Some walked on foot, some rode on their enchanted artifacts, and some rode on their mounts. It was a majestic scene. Great Zhou's carriages had also arrived. Zhou Qingxin sat on his horse and looked ahead as he said in amazement, "In this world, there are not many heroes with such prestige. There was still a month before the final battle, and yet so many people had already arrived. It was difficult to imagine how many people would be watching the battle. Princess Xuanya sat on a banana leaf and levitated in the air, keeping pace with Zhou Qingxin. She asked curiously, "Imperial brother, do you think Xuanji can defeat the Sword Saint?" Because of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, the people of Great Zhou had heard of the legend of the Sword Saint since young. The teacher of a great emperor, the most amazing genius in the way of the sword, and so on. All sorts of titles fell on Shi Shenzong's head, and they were no less than the hegemon sword emperors. In fact, he was even more legendary. Shi Shenzong's death was due to him committing suicide. As for the reason, no one knew. "I'm not sure. After all, the Sword Saint is an ancient expert who could kill Tian. However, as long as Xuanji performs well, even if he loses, it will increase his fame. After all, he is not even 100 years old, while the Sword Saint cultivated for 10,000 years before he died," Zhou Qingxin said. He spoke conservatively. No matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Shi Shenzong. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 326. Hearing that Zhou Qingxin was not sure if Zhou Xuanji could win, Princess Xuanya curled her lip. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji was her younger brother and Great Zhou's greatest pride. Because of Zhou Xuanji, this generation of Great Zhou felt an unprecedented pride. They felt that Great Zhou was the most powerful Great Zhou, including her. If Zhou Xuanji lost to the Sword Saint, she would be disappointed. After a while, Great Zhou's carriages stopped 1,000 meters away from Sword Emperor Canyon, far away from the crowd. Seeing Great Zhou's military flag, many cultivators began discussing and pointing at it. However, Great Zhou was not the first empire to arrive. The Hunyuan Empire had arrived long ago. There were hundreds of soldiers with powerful cultivations. They had already set up tents. Divine General Tang, one of the 4 divine generals, was looking at a map in his tent. Those who did not know would think that they were going to war. Divine General Tang placed his hands on his waist and frowned. His tower-like figure gave off an immense pressure. No one spoke in the tent. Shi Shenzong chose to fight at Sword Emperor Canyon. It's definitely not that simple. Back then, the hegemon Sword Emperor had an epiphany here too. There must be some unknown secrets in Sword Emperor Canyon. You must survey the surrounding terrain for me. When the Sword Emperor and Sword Saint fight, there will surely be a heavenly phenomenon. Divine General Tang said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since Yang Di wanted to establish the Great Fate Empire, the Hunyuan Empire had been ridiculed. After all, the Hunyuan Empire's goal had always been to establish the Great Fate Empire. If Yang Di beat them to it, their bragging for thousands of years would become a slap in the face. Yes. The soldiers replied in unison. Not only the Hunyuan Empire, but the other factions also had their own goals. This decisive battle became complicated and confusing. Above the white clouds, Dao Seeker flew on the clouds with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. "Come out. You have been following me for so long," he said suddenly. After a while, a figure appeared beside him. It was Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu looked at Dao Seeker with a complicated expression and said with gritted teeth, "Who are you? Why are you investigating Zhou Xuanji?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map, he had been paying close attention to Zhou Xuanji. But he realized that there were others investigating Dao Seeker as well. One of them was even more powerful than him. It had not been easy for him to track Qiu Dao. He did not know how strong this person was, so he could only tail him. Dao Seeker glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "You and I are on the same path. It's a pity that your divine abilities are inferior to mine. I advise you to give up on your delusions about Zhou Xuanji. He's already mine. If you want to participate in this game, you can find someone else." Hearing this, Feng Qiu felt incredibly angry. "I was the one who discovered the Tianxia map, and I was the one who set up a trap to lure others to take the Tianxia map. In other words, I nurtured Zhou Xuanji, and an expert like you likes to steal the fruits of others' labor? Can't we cultivators talk about reason? He did not continue speaking. He was also afraid of angering Dao Seeker. You're wrong. You don't understand Zhou Xuanji at all. His greatest reliance is not the Tianxia map. Dao Seeker said as he shook his head. His tone changed and said coldly, if I see you scheming against Zhou Xuanji again, don't blame me for not holding back. Feng Qiu was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he didn't dare to say anything. He already felt a wave of killing intent. He had never encountered such a killing intent before. It made him break out in a cold sweat and his primordial spirit tremble. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and left. Dao Seeker mumbled, mortals must abandon everything if they want to pursue their destiny. You are still far from that. He turned around and continued walking. His destination was Sword Emperor Canyon. Sun Hill. In a courtyard, Yang Di was practicing calligraphy. A child stood beside him. It was Fu Hao, who Lin Chunga was wary of. Fu Hao was the only person who could follow Yang Di. Because he had never fought, he was not listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Great Emperor, aren't you going to take a look at the battle at Sword Emperor Canyon? Fu Hao asked. He flew up slowly until he was 1 meter above the ground. He wanted to see what Yang Di was writing. There was only one word on the scroll. Luck. Yang Di looked straight ahead and said, what's there to see? No matter who wins, they will challenge this emperor. Fu Hao nodded and said, no one is a match for the great emperor. He rolled his eyes and cupped his fists, saying, why don't you let me take a look? Shi Shenzong and Zhou Xuanji were not simple. One was the teacher of a great emperor, and the other was the most talented cultivator in history. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. Yang Di replied softly. Sunlight Emperor replied softly. Hearing this, Fu Hao immediately bowed and left. After Fu Hao left, Yang Di looked up. He glanced at the direction in which Fu Hao left and muttered to himself, can't hold it in anymore. The corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. The day of the final battle arrived soon. Hundreds of thousands of people had already gathered at Sword Emperor Canyon. Looking down from the sky, the ground was filled with people. In a corner in the north, a man was surrounded by dozens of women, which attracted many people's attention. It was Bai Haoisin. He was lying on a makeshift bed and enjoying the touch of beauties. Although he looked satisfied, his face was pale and bloodless. Especially those dark circles under his eyes, which made people feel as if his body had been hollowed out. After that self-explosion, he spent half a year to reform his body. The only thing that comforted him was that the beauties were still around. Compared to those women, they were more conscientious. Maybe the Sword Saint can't come, Bai Haoisin grinned. During this period of time, he had been bad-mouthing Shi Shenzong and cursing him. Because he had already guessed that the kid from half a year ago was Shi Shenzong. At this moment, a massive aura descended and covered the ground. All the noise quieted down. Everyone looked up and saw Shi Shenzong, who was dressed in black, levitating in the air and looking down at the ground. His face was cold and stern, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a high and mighty god, which made people revere him. He seemed to be looking for Zhou Xuanji. After that, under everyone's gazes, he slowly landed on a stone sword that was 300 meters tall and sat down cross-legged. When he sat down, the hundreds of thousands of people became excited. Is he the Sword Saint? So domineering. That aura just now. It's the first time I've felt such a powerful aura. I heard that he's the person closest to the great emperor. He's even more domineering than I imagined. I feel that Zhou Xuanji will lose. It's normal for him to lose. The key is how long Zhou Xuanji can last. I can finally witness the Sword Saint's glory. I feel that even my sword is trembling. All sorts of discussions sounded out. Everyone was convinced by the Sword Saint's spirit. Even Great Zhou's side had to admit that Shi Shenzong fulfilled all the requirements of an invincible cultivator in their hearts. Just by sitting there, he made them revere him as if they were looking at a great mountain. Far away, Fu Hao sat on a giant rock and swung his feet. Such a great sword saint. He has already stepped into the ascension stage and can ascend at any time, he said in amazement. Everyone's ascension stage was different. The earliest was the emperor, who could ascend at the great realization stage. Normally speaking, one could ascend after reaching second tribulation scattered immortal. And Shi Shenzong's cultivation was higher than second tribulation scattered immortal. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 327. After Shi Shenzong descended, the atmosphere around Sword Emperor Canyon became quite lively. Hundreds of thousands of people were shaken by Shi Shenzong's boldness, and they were quite curious about how powerful he was. With their current senses, they felt that no one could defeat this sword saint. Time continued to pass. More and more people arrived. In less than 3 days, the number of cultivators present exceeded 1 million. Princess Xuanya stood on a banana leaf and looked around as she said in amazement, so many people. And they were not ordinary people. If it was her, facing so many cultivators, she would not dare to act. Zhou Qingxin also felt quite amazed. The Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's rallying power was simply too great. Before, Shi Shenzong had challenged other powerful cultivators, but he did not have such a great commotion. At that moment, Yang Xindi and Great Chen's emperor walked over, surrounded by their own subordinates. Seeing them, Zhou Qingxin hurriedly got up and went to greet them. The three emperors had already formed an alliance through letters, and after Zhou Qingxin invited them into the tent, they started to chat. The topic was naturally Zhou Xuanji. 20 years have passed, and Zhou Xuanji is definitely not the same as before. Everyone, don't worry too much, Zhou Qingxin said as he lightly swirled his wine cup. Zhou Xuanji's most terrifying aspect was his talent in the way of the sword and cultivation. It had been so many years since he became the world's second, and no one could imagine how powerful he was now. However, Shi Shenzong was too godly. In the hearts of the northern wilderness people, he was synonymous with invincibility. Even if he died, he would die at their hands. Yang Xindi nodded and said, "The Sword Emperor's talent is undeniable, but he's too young. In time, he will definitely surpass Shi Shenzong. If he encounters any trouble, our three empires can help him." Even though the three empires did not have top-tier experts, they had their foundations. If they all went up together, it would not be too difficult to save Zhou Xuanji. After all, the Sword Saint cared about his reputation. If he killed the most talented member of the younger generation, would he not be afraid of being condemned by others? Great Chen's emperor nodded. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to die the most, his son still needed Zhou Xuanji's guidance. The three emperors started to discuss the rescue plan. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. There were more than 2 million cultivators gathered around Sword Emperor Canyon. At a glance, the ground was filled with people. There were also many mighty-looking mounts and demon pets. Most people would occasionally glance at Shi Shenzong, who was standing on the stone sword. Shi Shenzong sat there, his treasured sword resting on his legs. He waited patiently, not even batting an eyelid. The Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain sent many cultivators to observe. The two factions were not too far away from each other, and they often had conflicts with each other. However, because Shi Shenzong was present, they did not fight. "Sect Master, the Sword Emperor wouldn't dare to come, right?" A disciple of the Hegemon Sword Sect asked carefully. The Hegemon Sword Sect Master glared at him and scolded, "Shut up." Lin Chang'e had already become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, and if Zhou Xuanji was humiliated, Lin Chang'e would also be humiliated. As his father, he would also lose face. As such, no matter how much he disliked Zhou Xuanji, he had to support Zhou Xuanji. The Hegemon Sword Sect Master turned to look at Shi Haiming in the distance and could not help but grit his teeth. In the past, when he faced Shi Haiming, he always held his head high. Ever since Shi Shenzong had revived, their attitudes had been completely reversed. Feeling his gaze, Shi Haiming glanced back at him disdainfully. He was so angry that he almost rushed over. It was not just them, the other cultivators who had come to observe also felt quite annoyed. If Zhou Xuanji was afraid to fight, wouldn't they have come for nothing? Could it be that the Sword Emperor doesn't dare to come? If I was him, I wouldn't dare to come either. Impossible. He said that he would come to fight. Can't he go back on his word? Isn't Zhou Xuanji said to be fearless? Despicable, I've been waiting here for half a year. The cultivators all whispered among themselves. Because there were so many people, the heavens and earth were filled with noise. At that moment, Shi Shenzong suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a direction. Bai Hao Yisan, who had been enjoying the gentleness of a beauty, sat up and looked over with narrowed eyes as he muttered, "This boy's growth speed is a bit ridiculous." The beauties around him looked at each other, not knowing what he was talking about. A legend of the way of the sword. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that you're going to be defeated by my sword. Zhou Xuanji's heroic laughter suddenly sounded throughout the sky, causing the 2 million cultivators to feel incredibly excited. He's here. It was finally here. Zhou Qingxin, young Xindi, the Emperor of Great Qin, Princess Xuanya, the hegemon sword sect master, heartwarming, and the others all stood up and waited in anticipation. A ball of fire appeared on the horizon at an extremely fast speed. When the flame came close, everyone stared at it, and their eyes widened. What a divine fire Qilin! Zhou Xuanji stood on Zhou Xiaoqi's back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He smiled, and his trisun-flamed qi robe danced in the wind. His black hair danced recklessly, and his eyes were wild and arrogant, looking down on the world. The cultivators were shocked to find that Zhou Xuanji's aura was not any weaker than Shi Shenzong's. Both of them had an aura of invincibility. Zhou Qingxin, young Xindi, Princess Xuanya, and the others felt incredibly dazed. They had not seen Zhou Xuanji in a long time, and they felt as if everything was unreal. Was this guy already this strong? The hegemon sword sect lord looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. He had to admit that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. Even before they fought, he knew that he was not a match for Zhou Xuanji. No wonder my son worshipped him as his master. How brilliant. Thinking about that, he felt quite pleased. Now, he and Zhou Xuanji could be considered allies. As long as they were not enemies, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better. Zhou Xuanji leapt up and landed on another 300-meter-tall stone sword, and he looked at Shi Shenzong. Zhou Xiaoqi flew far away to avoid being accidentally injured. The Sword Saint and Sword Emperor looked at each other, 300 meters apart. The clash of their gazes caused everyone to fall silent and hold their breaths. A historical legend against a current legend. Before the two of them had even fought, all of the spectators felt their blood boiling. You're not bad. A look of approval appeared in Shi Shenzong's eyes as he said softly. However, his voice traveled clearly into everyone's ears. Zhou Xuanji smirked and gave a confident smile as he said, "Shi Shenzong, you're not bad either. However, I'm going to become the Sword Emperor, the most powerful Sword Emperor since ancient times. I want people in the future to only think of me when they mention the Sword Emperor and not anyone else. As such, losing to me is not a humiliation for you." Arrogant. Everyone felt worried for him. Not only had this fellow humiliated Shi Shenzong, but he was also going to trample on the 9 emperors of the way of the sword. Was he not afraid of losing? Shi Shenzong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was very cold, but it did not contain any killing intent. Looking at you reminds me of myself in the past. However, your cultivation is too weak and is only at Great Realization level 9. No matter how powerful your cultivation in the way of the sword is, you will not be a match for me. After laughing, he said calmly. However, these words caused the spectators' expressions to change. The Sword Emperor had already reached Great Realization level 9? Heavens! Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 328. Clang. Shi Shenzong drew his sword. His sword was 3 fingers wide, and its blade was slightly black. The two sides of the blade were silver, and it was incredibly sharp. Many strange black words were engraved on it, giving off a heavy sense of history. As soon as this sword appeared, the temperature in the heavens and the earth fell by many degrees. A gust of cold wind swept out, causing all of the spectators to shiver. This sword is called the Divine Way, a saint among swords, Shi Shinzong said coldly. When swordsmen fought, they naturally had to introduce their swords first. The Divine Way was ranked extremely high in the Northern Wilderness sword records, and it was even higher than some sword emperors' swords. The Hegemon sword emperor's Hegemon Jiao was below it. The spectating sword cultivators all looked on with desire, and some people's breathing became ragged, looking fervent. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment as he said, "This is Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, a sword of the heavenly law." Following this, he flipped his left hand and took out God Ghost Howl. This sword is called God Ghost Howl, a ghost sword that can make immortals and gods howl. He continued to take out other legendary swords, which floated behind him. This sword is called Ancient God's Sword, this sword is called Sky Extinguishing Sword, this sword is called Great Heavenly Dark Jade Sword, this sword is called White Dragon Bone Sword. All of the legendary swords above gold grade were taken out by him. They appeared out of thin air one after another and floated behind him. Everyone fell silent and stared at him taking out legendary swords one after another. Those who admired Zhou Xuanji became incredibly excited. The Sword Emperor was so domineering. Just in terms of introducing swords, he had already surpassed Shi Shinzong. At least with these words, Zhou Xuanji sounded more imposing. After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he did not wait for Shi Shinzong to speak and directly activated Swordmaster Haki. In that moment, all of the cultivators' swords in the surrounding 100 kilometers started to violently tremble. "This is my sword, what's going on? Why can't I control my sword? Could it be the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint, 10,000 swords resonating, such a realm in the way of the sword?" The cultivators exclaimed one after another. 70 to 80% of the cultivators carried a sword. Not all of them were sword cultivators, but many spells could be performed with a sword. Moreover, the sword had the air of a gentleman, so very few people would hate it. "In front of me, all swords bow down. If I don't become the sword sovereign, who will?" Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. As he spoke, all of the cultivators' swords flew out of their sheaths and shot towards Shi Shinzong. Shi Shinzong narrowed his eyes and did not attack. This was because the swords stopped very quickly. They were dozens of meters away from him, arranged in all directions, with the tips of the swords pointed at him. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, Shi Shinzong was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of swords. It was a majestic scene. The sect master of the Hegemon sword sect and Shurhaiming had ugly expressions on their faces. Their swords also flew out of their control. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain were extremely embarrassed. Their swords were actually pointed at their ancestor. This was simply disgraceful. This kid, Bai Hao Isin, stood up with a serious expression. If he was not wrong, this was a type of divine art. The ability to summon swords. He inexplicably thought of someone, and fear flashed in his eyes. Shi Shinzong's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word, "Zhou Xuanji, I acknowledge you as the sword sovereign. You are qualified to be my opponent." As he spoke, he swung his sword with his right hand, and sword chi swept out. Hundreds of thousands of swords were sent flying back to their owners. Such a method was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. The cultivators all leapt up to catch the swords. They had a mental connection with their swords, so they naturally would not be mistaken. Now, everyone began to look forward to the fight. Zhou Xuanji did not seem to be any weaker than Shi Shinzong. The two of them looked at each other and leapt up at the same time. In that instant, the two stone swords that were 300 meters tall directly shattered. Seeing this, the sect master of the Hegemon sword sect felt his heart shatter. The two of them turned into sword light and shot into the sky. Woo! Waves of ghostly wails sounded throughout the sky. Zhou Xuanji directly activated Heavenly Retribution, Martial Punishment, and God Ghost Whales. Facing the legendary Sword Saint, he did not dare to be careless. The two of them quickly clashed together, and sword light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the sky. Zhou Xuanji used dual sword wills, the sky dominating divine sword and heavenly lights. His right hand was heavy and powerful, while his left hand was ever-changing. Facing his barrage of attacks, Shi Shinzong did not fall into a disadvantage. He easily blocked Zhou Xuanji's two swords with just one sword. His sword speed was simply too fast. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such a swift opponent. As expected of the Sword Saint, his reputation is well deserved. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he thought to himself. He began to use his full strength. Shi Shinzong was a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have such exquisite sword techniques. He used two sword techniques at the same time. They did not clash, but they were extremely compatible. Genius. Although he admired Zhou Xuanji, Shi Shinzong did not go easy on him. Such a genius was worth defeating. At this moment, Shi Shinzong suddenly sped up. A faint white light appeared on the surface of his body, and his gaze became sharper. Sword will. The Saint Path sword turned from a gale to a tempest in his hand. The sword chi was like a tsunami, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Shi Shinzong stayed where he was and quickly swung his sword. A blazing sun appeared behind him out of nowhere. The blazing sun expanded rapidly, and its diameter reached hundreds of meters. It was a shocking sight. A massive sword might envelop the heavens and earth, making everyone feel extremely suppressed. They even felt a sense of suffocation. Zhou Xuanji activated the Ancestor Dragon sword straightaway and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was 3,000 meters long and looked majestic and domineering. His entire body shone with a divine golden radiance. Shi Shinzong narrowed his eyes and slashed out. The blazing sun behind him leaped over his head and slammed into the 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! A world-shaking explosion suddenly sounded out, causing the ears of the spectators to ring. The 5-clawed golden dragon was restrained by the blazing sun, and dragon roars could be heard continuously. The scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. This. So powerful, I think they are all qualified to become the top cultivator in the world. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. He's on par with the teacher of a great emperor. Mighty. Who said that the Sword Emperor would lose? So exciting. This trip was not in vain. The cultivators were all incredibly excited and continuously cried out. The 5-clawed golden dragon powerfully tore apart the blazing sun, but Shi Shinzong quickly rushed over and tore apart the 5-clawed golden dragon with a single strike. Zhou Xuanji was not heavily injured. He gripped his two swords and unleashed universal attraction. Shi Shinzong felt a powerful suction force, and his body could not help but slow down. To Zhou Xuanji, this was enough. He turned and unleashed 10,000 ultimate steps. Shi Shinzong flipped his hand and blocked Zhou Xuanji's 10,000 ultimate steps. Their gazes met. Their gazes were cold and sharp, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. They were both shocked by their respective abilities. Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his two swords. Shi Shinzong received the swords, but he was sent flying back. Following this, every time the swords clashed, he would be sent flying back, causing his face to become more and more pale. He suddenly laughed and said, "So it's like that." After saying this, he once again closed in on Zhou Xuanji. This time, he did not circulate his spirit energy. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 329. After Shi Shinzong saw through world reincarnation, he could rely on his physical strength and sword techniques to contend with Zhou Xuanji. Gradually, he started to use different sword techniques, which were ever-changing. Zhou Xuanji could not switch sword techniques either. The two of them began to compare their sword techniques. Their bodies continuously moved about, and sword flowers flashed as all sorts of abnormal signs appeared. There were many powerful experts among the spectators, and they were completely mesmerized by this. Both of their cultivations are so powerful, they can switch between so many sword techniques so smoothly. In other words, Zhou Xuanji is not inferior to the sword saint. It's not just strength, it's also the foundation of the way of the sword. Indeed. Legends say that the sword emperor can develop a sword will from a high-grade sword technique in a day. In other words, the sword emperor is more powerful than the sword saint because he's simply too young. I support Zhou Xuanji. He killed so many great demons for the human race, and his contributions are even greater than Yang Di's. Look at Shi Shenzong. When he was alive, did he ever contribute to the human race? You might say he did, but that's the hegemon sword emperor. However, even after becoming a great emperor, he did not destroy the demon race. As they watched the battle, they discussed among themselves. Zhou Xuanji's support grew louder and louder. A legend was a legend in the end, and it was too far away from them. Zhou Xuanji was a top-tier hero in the world, who did not want to surpass their predecessors. However, many people still felt that Shi Shenzong was more powerful. Both of them have the potential to become great emperors, Bai Hao Yisan muttered to himself with a serious expression. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were among the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were both at the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were among the top. If these two people were 90,000 years ago, it would be difficult to imagine what heights they would have reached. Clang! 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 Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong quickly clashed, turning into two rays of sword light that danced above the sea of clouds. This fellow is becoming more powerful. Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite shocked. He had used the power of two intimidating spirit legendary swords, and even though he could make up for the difference in cultivation, he could not suppress Shi Shenzong. He had underestimated Shi Shenzong. This person was truly powerful. Shi Shenzong felt even more shocked. This boy only had great realization realm level 9 cultivation, and he was able to fight evenly with him. One should know that his strength was enough to defeat a third tribulation bodiless immortal. Even Xianyuan Zhou was no match for him. This child's talent surpassed his. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's arms shook as he unleashed sword chi soar. Countless traces of sword chi burst out from his body, forcing Shi Shenzong back. He immediately used the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. A golden Buddha that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind him. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a giant sword. Crackle, strands of heavenly lightning coiled around the thousand-hand sword Buddha, gathering together to form a thunderbolt. Golden light illuminated the earth. The high and mighty thousand-hand sword Buddha was like an unparalleled deity overlooking the earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability was this? Shi Shenzong was also stunned. He looked up at the thousand-hand sword Buddha like an ant looking up at a mountain. This is the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword Saint, give it a try. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Following this, his body entered the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword intense state. He was the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha was him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and two beams of light shot out. Then, a purple taiji symbol appeared on its forehead. A buzzing sound sounded out, as if a great bell had rung. A vertical purple taiji symbol appeared behind the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was even bigger than the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and it looked like a holy Buddha's halo, causing the thousand-hand sword Buddha's aura to become even more powerful. The Buddha in my heart does not appear in times of prosperity, but in times of chaos, to save the world from disaster. I will not use my own selfish desires to disturb a clan. In the current world, there are no true Buddhas, only Buddhist cultivators who want to slay demons. They also have an undeniable responsibility for the chaos in the human race. As such, I created this sword technique to give the world a bright and peaceful world, to expel impurities and suppress evil. This is the Emperor's Way, thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if a holy Buddha was creating all things. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately thought of Dongyuan Monastery. The conflict between the righteous and demonic sects had always been driven by Dongyuan Monastery. When the human race was in chaos, Dongyuan Monastery could not do anything. Soon, they started to think about other things. On the ground, there were also Dongyuan Monastery's monks. Hearing this, their faces became red. Even though they were furious, they could not help but think about it. Were they really doing the right thing? Shi Shenzong laughed. He raised the Saint Path sword, and the blazing sun once again appeared behind him. It was as tall as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword Emperor, you are indeed powerful. Sword will is incredibly easy for you, but you are still a bit lacking. You should know that sword will is not the end of the way of the sword. Today, I will show you what is above sword will. Shi Shenzong said as he coldly harumphed, his tone filled with pride. He was the sword saint, the saint of the way of the sword. How could he allow a junior to surpass him? As he spoke, the blazing sun behind him rippled. The thousand-hand sword Buddha narrowed its eyes and did not immediately act. Zhou Xuanji had heard the sword spirit say that there was a realm above sword will. Could it be that Shi Shenzong had already reached it? He wanted to see what it was. The 2 million spectators held their breaths, not daring to even breathe loudly. Clang! The Saint Path sword in Shi Shenzong's hand violently trembled, giving off a clear ringing that was incredibly piercing. Traces of intense flames flowed out of the Saint Path sword, looking like smoke rising up from a chimney. Soon, the intense flames reached a height of 3,000 meters and fused with the blazing sun. Shi Shenzong's entire right arm was wrapped in flames. At a glance, the blazing sun seemed to be connected to him, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. A might that surpassed a third tribulation scattered immortal. In the distance, Fu Hao opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, "Sword Soul!" The blazing sun on Shi Shenzong's body became more and more corporeal, and the top turned into the upper body of a human. It was incredibly majestic and domineering, and it was not inferior to the thousand-hand sword Buddha at all. Zhou Xuanji could sense that there was no sword qi in the sword soul of fiery flames. Instead, it was formed by gathering the world's spirit qi. Apart from that, there was also an indescribable power. In contrast, his thousand-hand sword Buddha was made of corporeal sword qi. Even though the two looked majestic, they were fundamentally different. Shi Shenzong raised the Saint Path sword slowly with an icy expression and said, "Sword Emperor, I hope you can withstand this sword strike." Just as he spoke, he slashed out with extreme speed. The sword soul on his body turned into a fiery longsword that disappeared in an instant. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, the thousand-hand sword Buddha was cut in half. Boom! Shi Shenzong was blasted back by his own power, and blood spurted out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon and smashed into a tall mountain. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. The heavens and earth fell silent. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air, his hands trembling. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed his handsome face red. He frowned. His gaze was cold, but his heart was in great shock. That sword strike. His world reincarnation could not completely block it. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 330. More than 2 million spectators were dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Shi Shenzong had made it sound so powerful, and the raging flame's sword soul was incredibly shocking. Its might caused them to tremble in fear. They had thought that the two of them would have a soul-stirring, peerless battle or that Zhou Xuanji would be heavily injured. But he never expected, Shi Shenzong had destroyed the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single swing of his sword, but he had still been forced to kneel? The 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge's master, heartwarming, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Primogenitor, heartwarming's entire body trembled. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. The hegemon sword sect master did not mock him. He was also shocked. Could it be the world Buddha art? How old is he to be able to cultivate world reincarnation? Bai Hao Isan swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He had once witnessed the power of the world Buddha art. That person was the human emperor at that time. Although he was no match for the Renhuang, he was still stunning. If the Renhuang was given another 10,000 years, the one who would be defeated might be the Renhuang. Boom! The whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was talking excitedly. Oh my God! What did I see? The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too domineering. Is the Sword Saint dead? That's it? As expected of my belief. Now, who still dares to say that he isn't a Sword Emperor? I knew Zhou Xuanji would win. He's undefeatable. The millions of voices converged together as if they were about to overturn the heavens. Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanya, Yang Xindi, Great Chen's emperor, and the others all excitedly cheered for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xiaoqi was bouncing on the spot, almost causing the little black snake to faint. High in the sky, Zhou Xuanji tried his best to stabilize his body, making it look like he was fine. In fact, that sword strike had already injured him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fused with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, if he had fought Shi Shenzong in the past, he might have been instantly killed by Shi Shenzong's sword. No wonder Xianyuan Zhou died at his hands. So that was how it was. Was this the power of the sword soul? Fast to the point of being unpredictable, tyrannical to the point of shattering mountains and rivers. His heart was burning with passion. He must cultivate a sword soul. At this time, a figure quickly flew over. It was Shi Shenzong. He was covered in blood, but his eyes were still sharp and clear. With the Saint Path sword in his right hand, he locked onto Zhou Xuanji. The Tianxia map continuously provided Zhou Xuanji with spirit energy, and he once again unleashed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The majestic Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha quickly danced, wildly slashing at Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong swung his sword to block. Although the Sage Dao sword was far weaker than the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's golden sword, its power was not inferior at all. It was like a grain of rice striking a roof beam. Sword Saint, your attainments in the way of the sword are indeed impressive, but you are no match for me. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's power became stronger and stronger, and with the support of heavenly lightning, Shi Shenzong's body became more and more bloody. Your time has passed. As he shouted, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha used the sky-dominating divine sword. The 1,000 swords merged into one and slashed down furiously. Clang! Shi Shenzong was blasted down and smashed through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The surrounding 10 kilometers collapsed, and countless cracks spread in all directions, looking like a spider web that wanted to cover the ground. Puff! Zhou Xuanji coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his arms slightly trembled. The sword soul's might was too powerful and had injured his internal organs. Now that he had used his full strength, he naturally suffered a backlash. However, he did not care. He had to defeat Shi Shenzong. The heavens and earth fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's domineeringness. He looked down at Shi Shenzong and said coldly, "Sword Saint, do you still want to fight?" Rumble, roiling flames blasted away the dust and rose up from the massive crater like a volcano erupting, rushing into the sky. Shi Shenzong used the intense flames to rush into the sky. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I won't lose." He had his pride. He would either die or win. There was no such thing as losing, nor would there be a tie. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha once again slashed out. It was also the sky-dominating divine sword, and it gave off unstoppable momentum. Shi Shenzong unleashed the sword soul, and intense flames flashed as a massive sword that was as long as a mountain range slashed out. It came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. After colliding with the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's golden sword, it exploded and turned into a sea of flames. Shi Shenzong once again fell. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying, but he managed to stabilize his body in time. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, gushing out like a fountain. God damn it. This fellow really doesn't want to live. Zhou Xuanji inwardly swore. Since Shenshanzong did not want to live, he would go all out. He did not believe that he could not win. Legendary swords appeared above his head, and with a thought, the legendary swords quickly got into formation, casting the ceiling dream sword formation. A violet pillar of light descended from the sword formation, smashing into the ground incredibly quickly, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble, a sandstorm rose and swept across the land, startling the nearby cultivators into hiding. Within the violet light, Shenshanzong gripped the Saint Path sword and disregarded his injuries as he forcefully stood up. I am the Sword Saint, invincible in the mortal realm, why should I lose? His sleeves exploded, and he bent his legs as he forcefully broke through the ceiling dream sword formation and once again rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Was this fellow using a cheat to explode his seeds? He still did not die. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated and madly used the power of God Ghost Howl and Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. Countless howls filled the heavens and earth, creating a chilling scene. Even with his powerful physique, the surface of his body started to crack, and blood flowed out. The pain was like a blood-red flame. The violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off light, and he let go of the legendary swords. He raised his right hand and suddenly swung it downwards. Boom! All of the legendary swords rushed up. The two intimidating spirit legendary swords were at the front, followed by the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, followed by the glorious gold legendary sword, and the amethyst legendary sword. All of the legendary swords exploded out with their own power. All sorts of lights gathered together, forming a sword of light that descended from the sky. Shenshanzong gritted his teeth and once again unleashed the sword soul. This time, he used all of the spirit energy in his body. In that moment, a massive sword of intense flames flashed and collided with all of the legendary swords. A deafening explosion sounded out, and intense light exploded out, causing everyone's vision to become white. The sound disappeared, it was as if their eardrums had been torn. It was like the explosion of the beginning of the world, causing everything to lose its color and noise. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, and he could not control himself as he fell. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the Tianxia map to provide him with spirit energy. Only with great difficulty did he manage to stabilize himself. The intense light dissipated, and the bright world became dim. Dust covered the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was impossible to see anything. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in, he could sense Shenshanzong's aura. He immediately flew over. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his flying speed was very slow. Only after a while did he come before Shenshanzong. Within the massive crater, Shenshanzong half knelt on the ground. He gripped the Saint Path sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, helping him stabilize his injured body so that he did not fall. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said calmly, "You have lost." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 331. Shenshanzong didn't tremble, nor did he pant. His life force was about to be used up, and his body was stiff, unable to move. He could not look up and could not see Zhou Xuanji's expression. He said with difficulty, "I can still." Zhou Xuanji frowned. This old guy was a sore loser. Since it's a spar, there's no enmity between us. Do you really want me to kill you before you stop? Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Seeing Shenshanzong like this made him feel quite disappointed. As a Sword Dao Grandmaster, he should be able to let go of things. Where there is life, there is hope. I am already a dead man. Shenshanzong closed his eyes and said calmly. How could he still have the face to walk in this world after losing to a junior? Since he had already died once, he might as well die again. The wind and sand billowed. The two of them seemed to be in the middle of chaos. They couldn't see anyone else, and no one could see them. You have no regrets? Zhou Xuanji asked. Shenshanzong was very powerful, and if such an expert died, he would have one less opponent. There weren't many people in the world who could be his opponent. Shi Shenzong did not reply. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Io, still not replying. See if I don't beat you to death. Do you know what the greatest regret of your descendants is? He asked in a melancholy tone. Shi Shenzong asked in confusion, what? Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, your disciple, the hegemon sword emperor, succeeded in becoming a great emperor, but you were just a step away from becoming a great emperor. Isn't that your greatest regret? It's not that the world wants to doubt you, but we believe that you will definitely become a great emperor. Don't tell me you didn't have such regrets before you died. As a man, you already know that there is a higher sky. Don't you want to go and take a look? Besides, you lost to me today. Don't you want to defeat me again? The emotions in his tone fluctuated, and it was extremely provocative. Shi Shenzong lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. I don't understand what you've been through, but I've always walked on the path of failure. How many times have I wandered from place to place? How many times have I run for my life? I can even say that I've been a failure since I was born. If I were like you, unable to accept defeat, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lost. Towards the end, Zhou Xuanji's tone became calm. Of course, he knew in his heart that he had won by a large margin. In a one-on-one fight, unless the opponent's realm far surpassed his, he had never lost. Shi Shenzong slowly stood up. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. What the hell, this guy was recovering his stamina and was listening to his nonsense on purpose? Shi Shenzong raised his head, his gaze as sharp as when he was fighting. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Another fierce battle? Although he was a little flustered, he appeared calm on the surface. If he could defeat Shi Shenzong once, he could defeat him again. He was only afraid that he would be seriously injured and give someone with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. I'll wait for you in the upper realm. Shi Shenzong said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, causing him to feel quite stunned. Upper realm? Bang! A pillar of light broke through the billowing dust and landed on his body. He slowly rose up. Ascension. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He ascended just like that. He had originally wanted to take this fellow as a sword slave. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to ask, could he be given a chance? Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed more powerful than me. I admit my defeat. From today onwards, I will treat you as my greatest opponent. I will wait for you in the upper realm. Next time, we will fight again. I will wait for you. Shi Shenzong looked down at him and said word by word. A violent gale blew up the dust around them. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. Both of them were covered with wounds and were covered with blood. They only had eyes for each other, and they could sense each other's battle intent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. This is good too. This is the best result, he mumbled. There were not many powerful cultivators that he acknowledged, and Shi Shenzong was one of them. At this moment, Shi Shenzong's voice suddenly came, sounding domineering and proud. Today, I, Shi Shenzong, admit my defeat to Zhou Xuanji wholeheartedly. In my heart, he is the Sword Emperor, and he will become the most powerful Sword Emperor. I will wait for him in the upper realm. One day, I will defeat him. Because I am the Sword Saint. Rumble, everyone looked up. Even though the sky was covered by the sand and wind, they could still see the light of ascension. Everyone's face was filled with shock and admiration. They were shocked that Zhou Xuanji could win. They admired Shi Shenzong's carefreeness. Such a sword saint was fully deserving of the title. As Bai Hao Isan shielded the beauties from the wind and sand, he muttered, Shi Shenzong. Interesting. Looks like you're going to turn the higher realm upside down. As for Zhou Xuanji, he did not want to comment on him. He always felt that he and Zhou Xuanji were fated to clash. Yang Xindi sighed emotionally and said, I'm afraid we have all greatly underestimated the Sword Emperor. He couldn't help but recall the World Hero Conference. Looking back, he realized how wise he had been. What he said to Zhou Xuanji back then could be exchanged for 10,000 years of peace for Great Shang. The other spectators also came back to their senses. This is too exciting. This battle will be recorded in the annals of history. The sword saint lost in strength, but he didn't lose his name. I really want to go to the upper realm to see their next battle. Zhou Xuanji is so young and won't ascend for thousands of years. Let's wait and see how long it will take for them to become number one in the world. Isn't that the best in the world? Can Sunlight Emperor defeat the Sword Saint? The Sword Saint ascended, and after everyone admired him, they began to imagine Zhou Xuanji's future. As long as Zhou Xuanji did not die prematurely, his future would be unimaginable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began circulating his qi to heal his injuries. The light of ascension was still illuminating the dark heavens and earth. Shi Shenzong could no longer see him, but he did not look away. Zhou Xuanji, you might be the person he was talking about. Shi Shenzong smiled slightly. After he figured it out, he did not feel down. Instead, he felt good. Today's battle would be unforgettable for him. Clap clap, a round of applause came, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. He saw a boy hopping toward him. He was clapping as he ran. He had an innocent smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and protected him. Those who could come to the Sword Emperor Canyon were not simple. Since this boy dared to look for him at this time, he must have come with ill intentions. He thought about it seriously and immediately thought of someone. Lin Chunga said that there was a boy with Sunlight Emperor who had unfathomable power. Could it be him? Sword Emperor, you are really powerful. Even the Sword Saint was defeated by you. If you continue to grow, the human race's fate will flourish forever, right? Fu Hao giggled. His eyes turned into two crescents. He flipped his right hand, and a dark green dagger appeared in his hand. He still had a harmless smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, the people around Sunlight Emperor are so lowly. It seems like Sunlight Emperor is not a hero. Whether Fu Hao represented Sunlight Emperor or himself, Zhou Xuanji felt disdain. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 332. Facing Zhou Xuanji's mockery, Fu Hao was indifferent. He laughed and said, "You're right, but no matter how much the dead know, it's useless." He stomped with his right foot and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The ancient god's sword condensed the souls of 8 powerful beings, and they all attacked. Just when Fu Hao was about to touch Zhou Xuanji, he was blown away by a powerful gale. He was not injured. Instead, he smiled mockingly and said, "Zhou Xuanji, why resist? This will only increase your pain." Bang! A berserk aura exploded out from his body, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of faint blue flames. His body blurred and appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. His body flipped, and his right leg smashed down like a whip, carrying with it a tremendous force. The souls of the 8 great cultivators used their own techniques and sent him flying again. This time, Fu Hao didn't dare to lower his guard. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the souls of the Almighties and asked with a smile, "Are these the souls in the Tianxia map?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Ignorant child, he only knew about the Tianxia map. Fu Hao took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to end the battle quickly. If the sandstorm around him dissipated, he would expose himself. Zhou Xuanji's reputation leaned towards benevolence and righteousness. If it was discovered that he had killed Zhou Xuanji now, it would greatly affect Yang Di's reputation. It might even obstruct the establishment of the Great Fate Empire. He charged at Zhou Xuanji again. He split into 3 clones and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. The dark green dagger was thrown out by him. Because the distance was too close, the 8 souls could not stop it in time. Puchi, the dagger stabbed into Zhou Xuanji's chest. It did not pierce through, but the blade pierced into his flesh. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, and he coldly harumphed as he activated world reincarnation, sending the dark green dagger flying back. Fu Hao quickly took over the dark green dagger. A vertical eye opened on his forehead and stared at Zhou Xuanji. 3 bolts of lightning shot out and turned into dragons and snakes, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body instantly. Lightning flashed, but Zhou Xuanji was not affected. He possessed the power of heavenly thunder, so how could he be hurt by lightning? Fu Hao frowned. He did not expect the heavily injured Zhou Xuanji to be so difficult to kill. Xiao! An ear-piercing sound was heard. Fu Hao's scalp went numb and he jumped away subconsciously. The Saint Path sword descended from the sky and landed before Zhou Xuanji. Fu Hao looked up in shock. He had never thought that Shishenzong would act. He immediately turned around, burrowed into the soil, and disappeared. The Divine Path sword rose up and disappeared in the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. The sword saint had quite a character. Then, his eyes turned icy cold. In the exchange just now, he had a clear understanding of Fu Hao's strength. He was probably at the peak of the Mahayana realm, which was nothing to be afraid of. However, Fu Hao's background forced him to think more. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the little black snake. They were very excited and surrounded Zhou Xuanji, chattering non-stop. Zhou Xuanji did not reveal anything about Fu Hao. He felt that there was something fishy about this. If Sunlight Emperor was really despicable, why would he send such a weakling to kill him? At the edge of the forest, Fu Hao appeared on the cliff and looked at the distant sky covered by the dust storm. His lips curled up. Zhou Xuanji, don't disappoint me. He turned around and was about to leave when he stopped in his tracks. A figure walked out of the forest. It was the man in the raincoat. He stood under the shade of a tree and asked, Fu Hao, are you still the same you? Fu Hao did not panic but replied with a smile, you don't belong to this world. Don't tell me you want to break your vows and attack me? He continued ahead. The man in the raincoat continued, if I tell Sunlight Emperor about this, what will he think? Fu Hao walked to his side. Without looking at him, he lowered his head and said with a smile, he has never trusted me or you. What's the point of this? Just when he was about to walk away, he seemed to have thought of something and continued, oh yeah, you should think about what your plan will be if Zhou Xuanji defeats Sunlight Emperor. With that, he laughed out loud and walked into the forest without the slightest scruple. After he left, the man in the raincoat walked to the edge of the cliff. How can a kid like you understand the schemes of a tribulation executive? His tone was mocking. His voice drifted in the air and disappeared with the wind. The sandstorm dissipated gradually, and Zhou Xuanji was still recovering from his injuries. Groups of cultivators gathered around him, and each of them looked very excited. The ones closest to him were Great Zhou, Great Qin, Great Shang, and the Hegemon sword sect, just in case someone ambushed him. And Shishenzong had already left the northern wilderness region. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji decided to tell them about Fu Hao's sneak attack. He projected Fu Hao's appearance with his spirit energy before asking about his identity. Soon, someone recognized that Fu Hao was Sunlight Emperor's servant. He pretended to be surprised before saying with disdain, this kid ambushed me just now. If not for the Sword Saint, I might have been even more injured. Such a lowly person doesn't deserve to be the great Emperor's servant. With this, the cultivators were in an uproar. Sunlight Emperor's servant ambushed Zhou Xuanji? Their imaginations started to run wild. Could this be Sunlight Emperor's idea? Definitely. Sunlight Emperor is the top cultivator in the world. Now that the Sword Emperor defeated the Sword Saint, the next step is to challenge his throne. Impossible. Sunlight Emperor doesn't look like such a lowly person. Then what do you think? Sunlight Emperor only brought Fu Hao with him. Could the Sword Emperor be lying? The Sword Emperor is an upright person. Why would he lie? Although Sunlight Emperor stopped the war between humans and demons, Jihuang Demon Lord died in the hands of the Sword Emperor. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he felt a little pleased in his heart. After that, he got up slowly and chatted with Zhou Qingxin and the others for a while before leaving. He sent invitations to Great Zhou, Great Shang, and Great Chen in advance. When Emperor Sword Court was established, the 3 empires must come. The 3 emperors were delighted. After defeating the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji was still not arrogant. He still remembered their friendship, which made them very satisfied. Zhou Xuanji sat on Zhou Xiaoqi's back, and Zhou Xiaoqi left swiftly on a cloud. The little black snake coiled on Zhou Xiaoqi's head and cursed, "I didn't expect Sunlight Emperor's servant to be so despicable. With his little power, is he trying to incite hatred between Master and Sunlight Emperor?" Fu Hao escaped too quickly. If he insisted on attacking, the Sword Saint would not be able to stop him. After all, the Sword Saint was in the Ascension Light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Who cares? But Sunlight Emperor must have something to do with this. As the top cultivator in the world, how could Sunlight Emperor be stupid? And Fu Hao is his bodyguard. Sunlight Emperor must know that he came to the Sword Emperor Canyon." He suddenly felt interested. They headed straight toward Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji learned a lot from this battle, so he decided to focus on cultivation. At the same time, the news about the Sword Emperor defeating the Sword Saint and the Sword Saint's ascension spread. Within 3 days, the news spread across the entire northern wilderness region, including the human and demon races. A contemporary legend defeated a historical legend. Shi Shenzong even said that Zhou Xuanji would become the most powerful Sword Emperor. These words carried a lot of weight. He was the teacher of a great emperor after all. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 333. In less than half a month, the news of Zhou Xuanji defeating Shi Shenzong spread like wildfire. From the empire's high officials to ordinary people, everyone was talking about this. This battle pushed Zhou Xuanji's reputation to the extreme. In the hearts of countless people, he was already a supreme expert at the same level as Yang Di. The two of them were bound to fight. Soon, the news about Fu Hao's sneak attack on Zhou Xuanji was spread by some people. This matter quickly spread, and a storm of public opinion against Sunlight Emperor was coming. In a dilapidated temple, Xian Xianghua was meditating and cultivating. Beside him stood the leader of the 36 demon leaders, Qin Zheng. The other devil leaders were sitting at the side, and all of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. Qin Zheng recounted the battle at Sword Emperor Cliff. In the end, he sighed, "The Sword Emperor's growth speed is simply too horrifying. It looks like Sect Master will not be able to return to being the world's first." If it was someone else, he would not dare to say this, but it was Zhou Xuanji, and he was not afraid of Xian Xianghua's anger. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said proudly, "Of course. The man that I like is naturally incredible. The title of number 1 in the world will belong to him sooner or later. Not only will he be the number 1 in the northern wilderness region, but he will also become even more powerful." The demon leaders nodded, all of them sighing emotionally. That kid was only in his 50s. Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang stood in the corner with a complicated expression. Back when he had first met Zhou Xuanji, he had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would reach such heights and come so quickly. After everyone sighed, Xian Xianghua asked, "What has the evil king been doing recently?" After reviving the ancient Diablo king, she did not restrict his freedom. Reporting to sect leader, the old sect leader is in the north and seems to be looking for something. Qin Zheng answered truthfully. Speaking of this matter, he was also puzzled. After the revival of the evil king, he did not take over the position of the sect master. In fact, he did not even mention it. Xian Xianghua fell into deep thought. The north was a world of ice and snow. It was a dangerous place, but it also contained countless fortuitous encounters. It seemed like the evil king had another plan. Xian Xianghua instructed, "Continue to keep an eye on him. Also, continue to recruit disciples. The more, the better. Don't focus on quality." Qin Zheng accepted the order and left quickly. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned cold as she mumbled, "Fu Hao, I will make you die a horrible death." After returning to Skyfall, Jiang Shui, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and the others all came up to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. The news had already reached their ears, causing them to be excited for a few days. After defeating the Sword Saint, how great would Zhou Xuanji's prestige reach? They didn't dare to imagine it, but they were looking forward to it. On the day the sect was established, Zhou Xuanji could raise his arm and call for help. How many cultivators would come to join the sect? After congratulating him, they were filled with righteous indignation towards Fu Hao's actions, and all of them threatened to kill Fu Hao in the future to vent their hatred. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. After saying a few simple words, he walked to a place where there was no one around and started to cultivate. Everyone understood that he must have comprehended something during the battle, so they didn't disturb him. Daoya old man stared at Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. Why is there something wrong with this kid's aura? Could it be that Fu Hao did something to him? He mumbled to himself and did not go up to ask Zhou Xuanji. He did not want to disturb Zhou Xuanji's enlightenment. On the way back, Zhou Xuanji kept thinking about the sword soul. During the battle, Shi Shenzong had used his sword soul multiple times. The sword soul was mighty when it was still, and thunderous when it moved. Its power was something that even world reincarnation could not completely resist. If he could master it, he would be a great weapon against the other owners of the Tianxia map. He believed that he would meet the previous owners of the Tianxia map after he ascended. That person also knew the world Buddha art. If he became his enemy, it would be troublesome. The sword spirit said that as long as he could master a sword soul, he could quickly master any sword technique in the future. He was looking forward to it. Once he mastered the sword soul, he would surely defeat Yang Di. He did not believe that Yang Di could leave Shi Shenzong in the dust. Filled with fighting spirit, he took out the bookcutter sword and began practicing. He was practicing the white crane sword technique. This was the sword technique that he practiced the earliest and the one that he was most familiar with. In the courtyard of Sun Hill, Fu Hao knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. Yang Di was still writing and did not look up at him. He had been kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Di did not ask him to get up. He was very patient and did not utter a single word. Tell me, why did you do this? Yang Di put down his brush and asked as he stared at Fu Hao. His expression was indifferent, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Fu Hao lowered his head and said with gritted teeth, Zhou Xuanji defeated Shi Shenzong and threatened the great emperor. Of course, I want to help the great emperor get rid of him. Boom, just when he finished speaking, he felt an unstoppable gust of wind blowing toward him, sending him flying and crashing through the wall. After that, he quickly returned to his original spot and knelt. Then why did you give up halfway? Yang Di continued to ask. He walked around the desk and came up to Fu Hao. Fu Hao sensed the murderous aura and replied anxiously, even though Zhou Xuanji was severely injured, it was still difficult for me to kill him. And with the Sword Saint's help, I could only retreat. The corner of Yang Di's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Fu Hao, if you did not take me in back then, would have died in the belly of a demon. Later on, I obtained the great emperor's inheritance by chance, and my cultivation improved tremendously. You were not talented enough, but I kept improving your cultivation for the sake of our old friendship, allowing you to reach where you are today. In this world, you and I depend on each other. I have always treated you as my family. But after thinking about it for all these years, I always felt that something was wrong. Hearing Yang Di's words, Fu Hao was covered in cold sweat. Fu Hao wanted to explain, but he did not know what to say. He suddenly realized that Yang Di's conjecture about him was deeper than he had imagined. If you want me to trust you again, I will give you a mission. Go to the north and find Lu Wuji's cave abode. If you can find it, I will forgive you. But if I can't get what I want, I will kill you myself, Yang Di ordered coldly. Sunlight Emperor ordered coldly. Hearing this, Fu Hao suddenly raised his head. He cried out in fear, Lu Wuji. What do you want to do? Yang Di's eyes flickered with a strange look as he said, I heard that Lu Wuji was the most powerful being in the human race. Even the human emperor at that time was no match for him. His Yuan Shen had left his body and shattered the void. The body he left behind was indestructible and sealed deep underground in the north. I just want to see how powerful his body is. Fu Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He took a deep look at Yang Di and said with a complicated tone, "Great Emperor, you really hid it well." Yang Di was in closed-door cultivation all year round, and he was the one who helped him with all kinds of trivial matters and intelligence. He thought that Yang Di was already in the palm of his hand, but he did not expect Yang Di to even know about Lu Wuji's body. He felt a chill down his spine, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Lu Wuji's body is very dangerous. 50,000 years ago, it was dug out by someone and was slaughtered. If it was not for Devil Emperor Dugu, the northern wilderness region would have become a dead land. Do you want to repeat the tragedy of the past? Fu Hao asked while gritting his teeth. This matter was too dangerous, and he did not dare to agree immediately. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 334. Facing Fu Hao's interrogation, Sunlight Emperor's eyes flickered and said, "If you are unwilling, then you can reincarnate today." Boom! An extremely powerful aura erupted, causing the mountains within 100 miles to tremble. Fu Hao was like a leaf in a storm, on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale, but he could only grit his teeth and agree. Sunlight Emperor waved his hand, and he left quickly. Even Great Emperor Heartless and the Sword Saint have revived. So what if there's another Lu Wuji? Sunlight Emperor mumbled to himself with a smile. It was too lonely to be the top cultivator for 3,000 years. He desperately needed a strong enemy to push himself to the next level. As for Shi Shenzong, Zhou Xuanji, and Xianyuan Zhou, he did not take them seriously. He wanted to challenge someone who became a great emperor. Not these mortals. He walked to his desk and picked up his brush to continue writing. There was a piece of white paper on the desk, and 2 words were written on it. Ancient and modern. Sunlight Emperor did not write immediately but fell into deep thought as he stared at the words. At the top of Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his sword, like a white crane dancing gracefully. Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Meng Tianlang, Chen Bantian, and Beixiao Wangjian stood nearby and watched quietly. Beixiao Wangjian could not understand. He glanced at the 4 beside him and saw that they were concentrating. He felt a little disappointed, but for the sake of his reputation, he remained calm. Lin Changge squinted his eyes and thought to himself, how long are these 4 going to stand there? He did not know that Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Chen Bantian were also anxious. Initially, they were only curious about Zhou Xuanji's sword practice. Chen Bantian was very competitive and said that they would see who could figure out what was going on. After that, they continued to stand there. The sword soul was Shi Shenzong's greatest achievement in his life. How could they see through it with their own eyes? Zhou Xuanji did not know about their competition and was still immersed in the sword's way. He had already practiced the white crane sword technique tens of thousands of times, day and night, but he still could not figure out the key point of the sword soul. What am I lacking? Zhou Xuanji thought hard as he trained his sword instinctively. He began recalling the scene when Shi Shenzong used the sword soul. Time continued to pass. After an hour, Lin Changge, Beixiao Wangjian, and the other 2 looked at each other and finally left without saying a word. Even Zhou Xuanji was still trying to figure it out, so naturally, they could not understand it. However, they didn't point it out. They gave face to each other and to themselves. 1 month later. Zhou Xuanji was still practicing the white crane sword technique, which made Jiang Shui worried. She told Daoya Old Man about this. Don't worry, this kid must be practicing some amazing skill. Just ignore him. Daoya Old Man said indifferently. He then changed the topic and said, I asked you to calculate the south of the northern wilderness region the other day. Today, you can calculate the north. The Tao of divination could not only predict a person's karmic luck and future, but it could also predict the future of an area. He had preached to Jiang Shui for dozens of years, and this girl's divination ability was already very strong. Jiang Shui took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to calculate. Daoya Old Man looked back at Zhou Xuanji. In the current world, no one knew a sword soul, so he did not know what Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. However, he noticed that the strange aura on Zhou Xuanji's body was getting denser and denser, which was not a good thing. Just when he was thinking about how to help Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui opened her eyes suddenly. "Grand teacher, I divined a person," she said, biting her lips lightly. Daoya old man asked in astonishment, "I asked you to calculate the north's heaven and earth. How did you find a person?" Jiang Shui replied honestly. She divined that in a world of ice and snow, there was a white-haired figure walking slowly with his head lowered. He was dragging a corpse in each of his hands on the snow-covered ground. Daoya old man heard her and became even more curious. He asked her to project the scene. It was easy to project a scene with only 3 people. Jiang Shui closed her eyes and formed a spell with both hands. A water ball appeared in front of her. The scene that Jiang Shui described appeared in the water ball. Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and the rest, who were not far away, noticed this and came over. Jiang Shui had already demonstrated her divination ability. They often heard her talk about the future, so they were very interested. Isn't this Fu Hao? He's dead? So easy for him. Lin Changge pointed at the child's corpse in the white-haired figure's right hand and cried out in shock. The group was shocked. This corpse was Fu Hao's. They turned their attention to the other corpse. The white-haired figure broke their necks and dragged them with his hands around their throats, which was why the group could see their faces clearly. "It's Diablo." Zhou Xuanji's voice came coldly, which made everyone shudder in fear. They saw that he had appeared behind Huang Lianxin. Diablo? Who is this person? How could he kill Diablo and Fu Hao? And why are these 2 people in the north? Daoya old man frowned. He stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji stared at the white-haired figure. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not match it to a certain person. Because this figure was dressed in rags and had a hunched back, like an old man who had been imprisoned for a long time. He had seen many people like this before, so it was difficult for him to identify who it was. Moreover, this person could kill Diablo and Fu Hao and leave their corpses intact, which meant that he was much more powerful than the 2. With the same level of power, it was difficult to leave an enemy's corpse intact. Bai Hao Isin was the extreme. Even if he died, he would self-destruct and perish together with his enemy. Let me divine it again. Daoya old man took a deep breath and said with a deep voice. Everyone's expression became strange. Will this guy vomit blood again? Daoya old man was a little hesitant, but this was an important matter, so he decided to take the risk. Even Jiang Shui could divine it without restraint, so why couldn't he? He closed his eyes and divined with his fingers. Pfffttt, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was pale, and he almost fell down. Beishao Wangjian quickly held him up and said unpleasantly, "Old man, don't force yourself if you can't do it. I feel that you will die from the divination." Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. He felt that something was wrong too. Could it be that the old man's body was getting weaker? Would vomiting blood so frequently shorten his lifespan? Demon. Unparalleled demon, Daoya old man opened his bloodshot eyes and cried out with a trembling voice. He fell into fear and ignored everyone else. He hugged his arms and repeated the word demon repeatedly. Everyone's hair stood on end. It was the first time that Daoya old man lost his composure like this. Could that white-haired figure really be an unparalleled demon? After all, even the ancient Diablo died in his hands. The group began to comfort Daoya old man. A long while later, Daoya old man calmed down, but he was still in shock. He sat down with his legs crossed and took a deep breath. The world is going to be in chaos, he said. That unparalleled demon will appear from the north. Even Great Emperor Heartless was no match for him. Even though Great Emperor Heartless self-destructed in front of him, he was not affected at all. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 335. Great Emperor Heartless would self-destruct in the face of a peerless demon? Zhou Xuanji and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that this was within their expectations, but at the same time, it was unexpected. The current Great Emperor Heartless would self-destruct whenever he met an enemy he couldn't defeat. But how did Daoya Old Man predict this? Could it be that the Heartless Emperor was related to the future of the North? Evil King and Fu Hao might be the reason for drawing out the demons, but what about Great Emperor Heartless? Everyone fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere became silent. Chen Bantian suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry. With me, the Yellow Dragon's royal bloodline's 10,000-year prince, around, no matter what kind of peerless evil demon they are nothing." He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, causing everyone to roll their eyes. The tense atmosphere also dissipated. Zhou Xuanji turned around and left to continue comprehending the sword soul. He already had an idea. He estimated that he would be able to cultivate the sword soul soon. By then, he would be able to cultivate the sword soul of all his sword techniques, and his strength would definitely increase exponentially. The matter of the peerless evil demon caused the others to cultivate even harder. In the following period of time, nothing major happened in the northern wilderness region. The battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Saint continued for a long time, and there were always people talking about it. Occasionally, the matter of Fu Hao would be mentioned, but this matter did not cause too much of a stir. It was obvious that there was a powerful force suppressing it. What was worth mentioning was that Great Zhou, Great Shang, and Great Chen had officially formed an alliance, becoming the strongest existence among the dynasties. Of course, in terms of peak battle prowess, they could not compare to the Hunyuan Empire. However, the Hunyuan Empire had more peak experts, so if they were to truly fight, it would not just be a clash between empires. The various factions behind them would join in as well. It would be difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji finally developed a sword soul for the White Crane sword technique. The so-called sword soul was actually the physical form of the sword intent. It required an extremely strong understanding of the sword Tao and soul power. When the sword soul was still, the essence of the sword technique would appear. When it moved, the full power of the sword technique would be unleashed. Most of the sword arts that had been cultivated to the level of sword soul looked similar, but their lethality and nature were different. It was like a breeze and a strong gale, like water and fire. Detected that the sword owner has successfully cultivated the sword soul. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner, for activating sword soul mode and obtaining glorious gold, black abyss dragon essence and Dao fruit green pill. Zhou Xuanji stopped and heaved a long sigh. Then, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Black Abyss Dragon Essence, level, glorious gold, description, created from the dragon essence of the Black Abyss True Dragon. It contains dragon might and the power of extreme flames. The glorious gold divine sword was passable. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Black Abyss Dragon Essence immediately. How could a glorious gold legendary sword surprise him now? He already had 2 intimidating spirit swords. However, he was very interested in the Dao fruit green pill, so he asked about the origin of the fruit. The Dao fruit green elixir is a type of elixir that can increase one's cultivation. Its medicinal power is overbearing, and if one's physical body isn't strong enough, one shouldn't casually consume it. However, the current Swordmaster can consume it. The sword spirit's introduction made Zhou Xuanji nod slightly. He still had a lot of 5-colored immortal fruits that he hadn't used yet, enough for him to break through to the great tribulation scattered immortal realm. Soon after, he grasped the bookcutter sword and began to practice his other sword techniques. All the sword techniques needed to be practiced 1,000 times to form a sword soul. To him, 1,000 times wouldn't take more than a day. In the following month, he worked tirelessly to turn all the sword techniques he knew into sword souls. After forming a sword soul, he did not use it as exaggeratedly as Shi Shenzong did. The sword soul was only 6 meters tall. He wanted to use the sword soul as his trump card. Facing Lin Chang'e and the others' questions, he did not use it and kept it a mystery. Even if he told them, with their cultivation stage, they would not be able to cultivate it. Sword souls not only required talent but also cultivation in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji had mastered many sword wills, which others could not compare to. After cultivating the sword soul, he began internalizing qi. He was preparing to break through to great tribulation scattered immortal as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had reached 57 years old and obtained 5 legendary swords. Their grades were not high, and the highest was only amethyst. They were the Feisher sword, Dongyuan sword, Luken sword, cat-sucking sword, and thousand-edge ruler sword. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit and the Dao fruit green pill, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of great realization level 10, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through. This day, he walked down the mountain to check on his disciples. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian had returned, and there were more than 1,500 third-generation disciples. The second-generation disciples were also mentors, and each of them had dozens of disciples. Su Yang was already in charge. This guy was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator indeed. His cultivation had already broken through to astral projection. His revered teacher Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had also improved tremendously under Zhou Xuanji's guidance. As his only disciple, Zhou Xuanji treated him well and gave him 5 colorful celestial fruits. Thinking back to a few decades ago, when he was still a child, Xiao Jinghong had helped him a lot. Not only did they have a teacher-disciple relationship, but he had also saved his life. Zhou Xuanji had always remembered this. After I break through to great tribulation scattered immortal, it's time to establish my own sect. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he rubbed his chin. In his plan, Emperor Sword Court did not ask for numbers but quality. However, Skyfall was in the territory of the demon race. If he wanted to establish his sect smoothly, he had to meet the powerful demons nearby. If the demon race interfered and no one came to Skyfall, it would become a joke. Along the way, the disciples greeted Zhou Xuanji respectfully when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful being in the world. Zhou Xuanji walked from the top to the bottom of the mountain and observed each disciple's cultivation. He was very satisfied. At least he did not see anyone slacking off. In the north, snow covered the sky. Diablo, who was dressed in a black robe, walked ahead with a map in his hand. In the vast snowy land, his silhouette looked so tiny. I've been searching for almost 4 years. Why haven't I found it? Diablo was a little frustrated, and his expression turned savage. The north of the northern wilderness region was vast. There were cities or tribes for humans and demons, but because of the harsh weather, they rarely went out. If someone left alone, they would feel a sense of loneliness, as though they were the only person in the world. But Diablo did not. He only began to doubt the authenticity of this Wuji map. Come here. Come here. At this moment, a faint voice called out to him, causing the evil king to stop. His expression changed into wild joy. He immediately turned around and dashed toward a certain direction. 100 miles away, on a tall mountain, a silhouette stood at the peak and looked into the distance. She wore a white dress that fluttered in the wind. Her face was cold, and although her facial features were exquisite, her eyes were lifeless and gave off a deathly aura. Her silver hair was tied up in a bun. She looked in the direction that Diablo left and said faintly, "The corpse of the most powerful human. Why do you want it so much? You overestimate yourselves. You don't even understand what it means to be the most powerful human." Her tone was filled with murderous intent. The snowstorm behind her transformed into the shape of a phoenix, which let out a long cry. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 336. Northern Wilderness Region, East Coast. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, and a group of cultivators rose from it. The leader was a bald, burly man named Duan Yogu. He had been to the Violet Demon Palace before, but there was no sign of the colorful celestial tree, which had infuriated him. In order to find the colorful celestial tree, he specially went back and invited the Taoist with the best divination ability. Taoist, this is the Northern Wilderness region. Come and try. Duan Yogu took out a colorful celestial fruit and handed it to the Taoist in green beside him. The Taoist in green was slightly skinny, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His eyes were like a cheetah's, cold and sharp. He took the colorful celestial fruit, closed his eyes, and began divination. The other cultivators looked around cautiously. The overseas region and the northern wilderness region had always been incompatible. If they were discovered, there would be a fierce battle. Duan Yogu looked at the horizon of the northern wilderness region thoughtfully and mumbled, "Why does it feel like the northern wilderness region is not as strict as before?" A long time ago, he had been to the northern wilderness region. As soon as he stepped onto the beach to rest, experts from a sacred ground appeared, forcing him to flee in panic. Now, he had brought so many people, but no one came to stop him. It seemed like the rumors were true. The northern wilderness region had fallen. "My king, I can't divine it. I have to enter the northern wilderness region first and understand its fate. Only then can I divine it further." The Taoist in green opened his eyes and shook his head. Duan Yogu was not angry at this, as he had expected it. Afterward, the group flew toward the inner regions of the northern wilderness region. Mountains rose and fell, and lakes dotted the landscape. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Among the mountains, there was a group of buildings. There were wooden houses, pavilions, stone houses, palaces, and towers. It was a city in the forest. Many flying beasts sat on top of it, and they all looked very divine. This place was called Mountain Abyss Ziggurat, and it was one of the 8 sacred grounds. It guarded the eastern side of the northern wilderness region. The Ziggurat residence was located on a tall mountain, shrouded by clouds and mist. There were 4 cultivators guarding the gate. Inside the residence, the Ziggurat residence, Xing Junlu, was staring at a crystal ball, which reflected Duan Yogu and the others. Xing Junlu was in the top 100 of the northern wilderness region. His strength was unfathomable, and he wore a beautiful purple robe, looking noble and imposing. He frowned and murmured, "These people came from overseas. What are their intentions?" He did not send anyone immediately because he could feel that Duan Yogu was very powerful. For thousands of years, the sacred grounds and the demonic Tao had been fighting ceaselessly, and the strength of both sides had been diminishing. Although the Tanhua sect had been defeated, the strength of the 8 great sacred grounds had also decreased significantly, and they had lost many experts. With a flip of his right hand, a brush, ink, and white paper appeared on the table. He picked up the brush and began to write. Since the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was unable to fend off the enemy, he would ask for reinforcements. The war between the human and demon races had just ended, so the 8 great holy lands had to work together to prevent the overseas forces from succeeding. After he finished writing the letter, he sighed and said, "It seems that chaos is really coming. Can the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat really be considered a holy land now?" He was at a loss for the future of Mountain Abyss Ziggurat. If the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was destroyed in his hands, how would he face his predecessors after he ascended? At the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. The thunderclap sword floated above his head, ready to absorb the heavenly lightning. Everyone stood far away, in case they were accidentally injured. Previously, when I broke through to the spirit refinement and great realization stages, it was an ascension tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation it will be this time. Daoya old man smiled as he stroked his long beard, looking expectant. Xiao Jinghong asked curiously, "I heard that there was no tribulation when Shishenzong ascended. Why is that?" The others listened attentively. If there was a way to avoid the tribulation, they would naturally want to know. Although the tribulation could make one more powerful, it was more of a risk of death. It's different. Shishenzong's cultivation and lifespan had already surpassed the limit. He had already passed the ascension tribulation 20,000 years ago, but he wanted to become a great emperor in the mortal realm and did not ascend. Now that he ascended, the heavenly law was more than willing to do so. Why would it send a tribulation to stop him? Daoya old man said as he shook his head. He was deeply moved at the mention of this. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated by his grand disciple. Now, even he could not see through Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was this brat? The group came to a realization and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom, thunderclouds gathered, covering the starry sky and darkening the summit. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared between Zhou Xuanji's brows as he waited for the tribulation to descend. He was using his inner vision to look at his own purple heart. As the breakthrough approached, he felt that the violet demon monarch's heart was not as simple as it seemed. An extremely powerful force was stirring and was about to burst out at any time. Soon, the heavenly lightning descended and was blocked and absorbed by the thunderclap sword. After the tribulation began, the heavenly lightning's aura grew tremendously. Countless bolts of lightning descended wildly, just like the aura of his emperor's thousand-hand sword Buddha, wild and domineering. The thunderclap sword vibrated violently and absorbed the heavenly lightning for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and the others were worried for him. Could this sword withstand it? At this moment, a gigantic lightning dragon had emerged from the thunderclouds. It was even bigger than the entire Skyfall Peak. Before the lightning dragon head, everyone was filled with respect and awe. They opened their mouths wide instinctively. Heaven is jealous. Forbid, a majestic voice came, like the furious roar of a celestial god. The voice shook the souls of all humans and demons on Skyfall. Next, the lightning dragon descended from the dark clouds and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. It was as though the sky was collapsing. Its divine might was unstoppable. In a stone pavilion on the Green Mountain, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were drinking wine. Heaven has changed again. Did you divine it? Dao Seeker asked. He swirled the wine cup in his right hand and stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat was silent for a while before sighing, I can no longer control him. He was referring to Yang Di, of course. Dao Seeker's face turned dark. How can that guy overestimate himself? He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's the top cultivator in the world. Who is Lu Wuji? He's the most powerful being in the history of the Northern Wilderness region. Even if his soul ascended, how can he touch his body? The man in the woven rush raincoat was speechless. He was furious too, but there was nothing he could do. Tribulation executives could not attack ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be breaking the rules and would be punished by the heavenly might. Also, more and more people from overseas are entering the Northern Wilderness region. The world epoch might be related to overseas. Dao Seeker's face softened and changed the topic. The man in the woven rush raincoat asked, You mean that the next main character of the world will come from overseas? Dao Seeker nodded. Although the two were tribulation executives and did not meddle in worldly affairs, they came from the human race and naturally did not want the human race to be destroyed. If Yang Di and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they might be able to protect the Northern Wilderness region. Right now, the Northern Wilderness region is not as powerful as overseas. There are many geniuses from overseas. I hope you can tell Yang Di about this, Dao Seeker continued, but the man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head. With Yang Di's pride, would he work together with Zhou Xuanji? The two did not speak further and drank wine quietly. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 337. Sword Owner has reached the first tribulation bodiless celestial stage. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the Sword Owner has obtained, Intimidating Spirit, True Lord Xianqing Sword, Ground Shrinking. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was looking up at the thunderclap sword above his head. The thunderclap sword was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. It was like a sun, shining with intense light. The thunderclouds began to disperse, but his cultivation was still growing. A first tribulation loose immortal. He had finally surpassed the Mahayana realm and was no longer immortal. The spiritual energy in his body was transforming. After surpassing the Mahayana realm, spiritual energy would become stronger magic energy. Magic power was purer than spiritual power, and its lethality was also stronger. It was equivalent to the evolved version of spiritual power. Dong dong. Dong dong, his heartbeat was extremely powerful, like the birth of heaven and earth. Even Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others in the distance could hear it. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Is that Master's heartbeat? Looks like Master's physical body has already reached an extremely ridiculous level. Body cultivators can be this strong? He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The heavenly might just now was so terrifying, but it was actually blocked by a sword. That sword is also transforming. Everyone discussed in low voices, their voices filled with amazement. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the rampaging magic energy in his body while he asked the sword spirit to display the information of True Lord Xianqing sword. Sword name, True Lord Xianqing sword grade, intimidating spirit, description, a sword forged from True Lord Xianqing's soul. It contains True Lord Xianqing's power. Immortal Xianqing? Zhou Xuanji blinked. He seemed to remember that Erlangshan's other title was True Lord Xianqing. He didn't think too much about it. After all, the Supreme Legendary Sword system was a simulation of a plug-in software that he had created. It wasn't hard to understand why True Lord Xianqing would appear in that Xianxia game. Of course, it was also possible that perfected Lord Xianqing really existed. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword system created its own legendary swords, sword techniques, and divine powers, it had absorbed many things in the process of descending into the northern wilderness region. For example, the 9 souls of the ancient god sword. For example, the great hell god-slaying formation. Now, with the addition of the intimidating spirit sword and the breakthrough in his cultivation, he suddenly wanted to challenge Yang Di immediately. But on second thought, he felt that it was unnecessary. Ever since he defeated the Sword Sage, in the eyes of the world, he was on par with Sunlight Emperor. He needed to defeat Sunlight Emperor in a grand scene. It was the World Millennium Duel. Next, it was time for him to prepare for the establishment of the sect. As he pondered, he sheathed the Thunderclap sword. It was time for the Thunderclap sword to level up. With such a powerful heavenly tribulation, there should be hope for it to break through to the heavenly soul stage. He continued to adjust his magic power. An hour later, he got up and gathered everyone together. It's about time to decide on the matter of the founding of the sect. Let's set the time for today, 1 year from now. Next, you will begin organizing the disciples to build the houses and prepare for the various matters of the founding of the sect. The matter of the invitations cannot be delayed. Once you are done, hand them over to me, and I will go through them one by one. Send them out in a month. Zhou Xuanji said. Over these years, Skyfall had been under construction for the sake of establishing a new sect. Daoya Old Man had even prepared the fate sacrifice ceremony. Zhou Xiaoqi was a fire Qilin, and Qilins were the auspicious beasts of heaven and earth. They inherited the fate of heaven and earth, so having him as the sect's guardian divine beast couldn't be better. Once it succeeded, its cultivation would soar, and it would be connected to Emperor Sword Court's fate. Even if it did not cultivate, it would be able to quickly become stronger. This made the little black snake, big and small heir extremely envious. It was a pity that they were not qualified to be the sect's guardian divine beast. Master, then shouldn't you and Xiao Shui's wedding date be set? Huang Lianxin asked with a smile. As she spoke, she nudged Jiang Shui with her elbow. Jiang Shui's pretty face blushed immediately. She did not lower her head but stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled gently at her and said, I said it before. The day of the founding of the sect is the day of our wedding. The group had no objections and all cheered. Will Xian Xianghua interfere? The little black snake cried out. Jiang Shui threw him a stare and snorted, Do you think everyone is like you, with a dark mind? The little black snake felt wronged. How am I a dark mind? Zhou Xuanji gave a few more instructions before asking the group to spread the news so that all the disciples could be prepared. Fu Hao advanced swiftly amidst the falling snow. He wore a thick fur robe and darted across the snowy ground as he looked around. He had been in the north for 2 years, but he still had no clue. Not to mention Lu Wuji's cave abode, even the villages and cities that he passed by along the way did not know Lu Wuji's name. His mood was like the ancient Diablo back then. He became restless. "Come here. Come here." At this moment, a faint voice came into his ears, which shocked him so much that he stopped immediately. Next, a voice that only he could hear came into his ears. "Are you looking for me? Come here. As long as you find me, Lu Wuji's inheritance, will belong to you. You will inherit my mantle and become the most powerful human." The voice was indifferent and majestic, with a domineering aura that made people worship him. Fu Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately dashed toward the direction of the voice. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he came to a cliff. This was a canyon that cut across the land of ice and snow. It was unfathomably deep, and it was pitch black below. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. It was like an abyss. Fu Hao jumped down without hesitation. After he landed, the surrounding walls were glowing with a green light, which allowed him to see the path under his feet. He continued forward and found a cave to enter. After entering the cave, he still maintained an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he encountered many complicated tunnels. If not for Lu Wuji's guidance, he would have gotten lost easily. Half an hour later, he flew out of the cave and came to a dark underground space. As soon as he landed, his body stopped. In an instant, he trembled and woke up. "What's going on? Why am I here?" Fu Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and was shocked to find another person standing next to him. "Evil King. Why are you here?" he asked in shock. He wanted to move, but his body seemed to have been immobilized, and he couldn't move at all. Evil King asked expressionlessly, "Do you know me?" He was also frightened and depressed. He had been here for 2 months. He had been standing for 2 months. Only God knew how he spent this time. Fu Hao did not answer and looked forward. There was a wooden coffin 10 meters away, leaning against the mountain wall. There were all kinds of runes on the coffin's lid, and there were also several thick chains that fixed it firmly. There were many white bones lying around them. There were humans and demons, and they were all wearing clothes. They died in a strange way, which made one's scalp tingle. "What's going on?" Fu Hao mumbled to himself, and a chill ran down his spine. The heretic king sighed and said, "We've been tricked by Lu Wuji's trick and have been lured here. He will absorb our essence energy until we die." Fu Hao's eyes widened and he asked in shock, "Isn't Lu Wuji dead?" Evil King answered faintly, "He is indeed dead, but his body actually gave birth to a consciousness. He wants to be resurrected." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 338. A dead body gaining consciousness and wanting to be resurrected? Fu Hao swallowed his saliva and his scalp went numb. He had seen many resurrections. However, it was too bizarre for a corpse to come back to life on its own. He began to think of a way to break free. He did not want to die here. He glanced at the evil king and asked, "Can his consciousness hear us?" The evil king replied, "No, he just used his subconscious to lure us over. It's like an instinct. The will of his dead body hasn't really formed yet, so he can't think independently. He couldn't escape alone." Now that Fu Hao was here, he naturally had to exchange information. He was a little curious. Who was this person? Fu Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you ask for help? If you ask Xian Xianghua to help you, we might be able to escape." Evil King did not answer. What if he harmed Xian Xianghua as well? Perhaps Xian Xianghua's arrival would speed up Lu Wuji's revival. Without getting a reply, Fu Hao had to think of another way. Caw 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 caw. At this moment, a sound came from the wooden coffin, startling Fu Hao and Evil King. A chill spread through the cave. Fu Hao asked cautiously, "Are you sure he doesn't have an independent consciousness?" Evil King also hesitated. If Lu Wuji's corpse already had its own will, then wouldn't it have heard everything he had said in the past 2 months? What was even more frightening was that this fellow didn't answer him. 1 month later. A major piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji wanted to establish a sect in Skyfall and invited all heroes to be his guests. The 8 great sacred grounds and the 7 great dynasties received the invitation immediately. The Sword Emperor is finally going to establish his own sect. Skyfall is so far away, and it's in the demon race's territory. How do we get there? I must go and take a look. Even if I can't enter the sect, I must witness the might of the Sword Emperor. This is a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the Sword Sovereign. I've always wanted to go to Skyfall. I finally have the chance. Is it possible for Emperor Sword Court to become a sanctum? All sorts of voices sounded out across the northern wilderness region. News of Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect spread across the entire northern wilderness region very quickly. It was just like how Sunlight Emperor claimed to establish the Great Fate Empire. Although there was still a year to go, many cultivators were already preparing to head to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji's battle with the Sword Saint had opened the door to the way of the sword, and more people wanted to learn the sword. On this day, Zhou Xuanji left Skyfall and prepared to visit the various demon kings. The top 10 demons of the northern wilderness top 100 had all been killed by him. No other demon would dare to disrespect him. As soon as he announced his name, the demons trembled and made way for him. They even invited their kings to come out. Within 3 months, Zhou Xuanji had visited all of the powerful demon kings in the southern part of the northern wilderness region. None of the demon kings did not appreciate his kindness and treated him with great respect. They promised that they would not affect the establishment of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji only had to worry about the distance between the human race and Skyfall. He could not be bothered with the demons on the east and west sides. The territorial awareness between the demon race was far greater than that of the human race. After visiting the demons, he went to the Great Zhou dynasty. In front of a lake, Qiu Bailey was telling the story of Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji to a group of children. This place was not far from the Hidden Sword sect. The Hidden Sword sect was no longer what it used to be. It was said that a powerful figure asked the emperor to take care of the Hidden Sword sect, which allowed the Hidden Sword sect to obtain many resources and grow tremendously. Qiu Bailey knew who the powerful figure was, but he did not say it out loud. He did not tell the sect that it was all thanks to him. He did not want to drag Zhou Xuanji down. Even though Zhou Xuanji was already the world's second, he had the Tianxia map. Who knew if there would be evil people who could use him as leverage against Qiu Bailey? He had experienced such things many times when he was young, and he had always been traumatized. Now, Zhou Xuanji is only 57 years old, and he is already famous across the world. He has surpassed the predecessors in the sword's way and became the Sword Emperor. If you want to learn the sword, you must set him as your goal. Qiu Bailey smiled as he stroked his long beard. He looked amiable. Looking at the group of children, who were half the height of a human, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui back then. Time really flew by. It's so difficult to set him as your goal. My mother told me that the Sword Emperor is the pride of Great Zhou. He is the unprecedented genius, and no one can surpass him. An 8 or 9-year-old boy said as he sucked on his finger. He looked lost. The young boy was filled with curiosity about Zhou Xuanji. In recent decades, the newborns grew up listening to Zhou Xuanji's stories, just like how the people of Great Zhou grew up listening to the legends of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and Emperor Yan of Zhou. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. These silly children. Just when he was about to speak, a voice came, "Listen to your grandpa Qiu. Without him, there would not be the Sword Emperor today." The children turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji standing by the lake under the sunlight. He looked at them with a smile. Qiu Bailey looked as though he was struck by lightning. His face was full of disbelief. He could not believe his eyes. He quickly got up and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Zhou Xuanji walked over slowly, and the children were stunned by his demeanor. "Big brother is so handsome. Who are you? Wow, when did you appear? Why didn't I see you at the Hidden Sword sect?" The children asked all at once. Because they were afraid of strangers, they all hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Qiu Bailey and bowed with his fist cupped. Old man, long time no see, he said with a smile. Xiao Bailey was a little stunned. He smiled and said, long time no see indeed. Their eyes met. The memories of the past kept replaying in their minds, which made them sigh in amazement. After that, Xiao Bailey asked the children to leave. He and Zhou Xuanji sat under a tree and chatted. This time, Zhou Xuanji came to invite him to Skyfall. How could the opening ceremony of the sect not include this old friend? Of course, he also hoped that Xiao Bailey could join Emperor Sword Court. If it were before, Xiao Bailey might have rejected because he was loyal to the Hidden Sword sect. If he were to tell the sect lord about this, the sect lord might bring the Hidden Sword sect along with him to join Emperor Sword Court. The whole world knew that as long as nothing happened to Zhou Xuanji, Emperor Sword Court would become a sanctum sooner or later. It might even become the most powerful force, because Great Zhou, Great Chen, and Great Shang had already announced that they would support Emperor Sword Court. The two chatted for an hour, and Zhou Xuanji left after leaving an invitation letter. He told Xiao Bailey that he would arrange for a team from Great Zhou to pick him up and go to Skyfall together. With Xiao Bailey's power, it would be difficult for him to travel through the demon's territory and reach Skyfall. Looking at the direction in which Zhou Xuanji left, Xiao Bailey got up slowly with a gratified smile on his face. Even though this brat had become the world's second, Xiao Bailey did not become arrogant and neglected him. On the same day, Zhou Xuanji came to the Great Zhou Royal Palace. At this moment, Zhou Qingxin was pacing back and forth in the royal study. He looked anxious. Shitan Changsha stood at the side and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, we better ask the Sword Emperor for help, or else Great Zhou will face the danger of annihilation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 339. Ask the Sword Emperor for help? We would like to, but he is busy establishing his own sect. Wouldn't it be too ungrateful to invite him at this time? Zhou Qingxin said with a frown. His position as the emperor was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. All along, there were many voices of dissent in the royal capital. He wanted to prove that he did not need to rely on Zhou Xuanji for everything. He believed that Zhou Xuanji had the same expectations for him. Shitan Changsha felt that it made sense and could only sigh. What is it? Say it. Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, and the two shuddered in fear. They turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a chair in the corner of the imperial study, lightly swaying. Zhou Qingxin walked over in surprise and asked, Why are you here? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I'm here to visit an old friend. Tell me, what's the matter? I will help you settle it. The Great Zhou dynasty was a dynasty after all. How could it be destroyed so easily? Could it be that Sunlight Emperor had come to attack? Zhou Qingxin hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Shitan Changsha took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that the powerful cultivator from overseas, Duan Yogu, found out that Zhou Xuanji's fate originated from Great Zhou. He brought his subordinates into Great Zhou to investigate and even threatened Zhou Qingxin not to expose their whereabouts, or else they would destroy Great Zhou. Under Duan Yogu's coercion, Zhou Qingxin had no choice but to help them find the five-colored immortal fruit. That day, Zhou Xuanji's sword qi had injured Duan Yogu. He guessed that the person who took away the colorful celestial tree was a powerful swordsman. In this world, who else could possess such a powerful sword qi? Other than Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult to find someone else. Duan Yogu had also found out about this, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He wanted to make his move during the opening ceremony. Where is he? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not expect this guy to come to the mainland. Shitan Changsha cupped his fists and said, Let me bring you there. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them immediately left the imperial study. 300 miles away from the Great Zhou imperial city, Duan Yogu and the others were cultivating in a valley. The green-robed Daoist walked to Duan Yogu and said, Your Majesty, I foresee misfortune. It's best that we leave this place immediately. Leave? Duan Yogu opened his eyes and frowned. Leave? Where are you going? He had investigated the Violet Demon Palace for thousands of years and finally found the whereabouts of the five-colored celestial tree. How could he give up just like that? He had already heard that Zhou Xuanji cared a lot about Great Zhou, so Great Zhou was his bargaining chip. Let's leave the Great Zhou dynasty first, then make plans later. He was invited by Duan Yogu at a high price, and he did not want to die in the northern wilderness region. You're not going anywhere. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the valley. Everyone in the valley got up in shock and looked around vigilantly. Duan Yogu turned around and followed his gaze. He saw Zhou Xuanji standing on a small mountain peak, looking down at them. Shitan Changsha stood behind Zhou Xuanji. He pointed at Duan Yogu and said, "It's him. He's the leader. After coming to Great Zhou, he killed many of Great Zhou's citizens." Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. How powerful was the Great Zhou dynasty? How could they be threatened like this? Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stared at Duan Yogu and said, "The person you are looking for is me. The five-colored celestial tree is in my hands too." Although the five-colored celestial tree was extremely valuable, this guy still did not give up after so many years. Zhou Xuanji could not understand this. Could it be that the five-colored celestial tree had other uses other than fruits? Duan Yogu got up slowly and took out his tiger-striped blade. "Since you are here, then hand over the five-colored celestial tree. You must have consumed many five-colored celestial fruits. Give the tree to me, and it will be considered a good deed. What do you think? I came from overseas, and my power is much greater than the Great Zhou Empire. You will not lose out if you form a good deed with me. In the future, when you come overseas, I can guarantee that you will be unhindered in all the sea regions." To make Zhou Xuanji compromise, he had to reveal his power. The green-robed cultivator stared at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. He tried his best to divine Zhou Xuanji, but he could not divine any information. What's going on? Who is he? The green-robed cultivator was covered in cold sweat. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was his first time encountering someone he could not divine. He backed off quietly and kept his distance from Duan Yogu. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, "What if I don't hand it over?" The five-colored celestial tree did not belong to Duan Yogu. Why should he hand it over? After merging with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, the Violet Demon Palace was equivalent to his private property. He had no reason to hand over the five-colored celestial tree. Then only death awaits you. Duan Yogu was furious. He leaped up and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Whenever he thought about Zhou Xuanji forcefully occupying the five-colored celestial tree to cultivate, he was infuriated, as though his beauty was being enjoyed by someone else. Zhou Xuanji immediately gathered the sky-dominating sword soul on his right arm. The sky-dominating sword soul was like a god of war. It was clad in armor and had a muscular upper body. Its face was hideous like a devil's. Facing the aggressive Duan Yogu, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly. Before Shitan Changsha could see the sky-dominating sword soul clearly, he sensed a flash of violet light, which shocked him so much that he closed his eyes instinctively. Duan Yogu's pupils contracted. He raised his blade to block instinctively. In the underground space. Crack, 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 Lu Wuji's wooden coffin trembled more and more violently, as though something was about to break out. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Fu Hao cried out with gritted teeth. He could sense that Lu Wuji's corpse was about to break out of the seal. Once it broke out, they would surely die. Diablo was also terrified. You ask this king, who should I ask? He cursed. If this king knew how to escape, would have escaped long ago. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he want to take Lu Wuji's inheritance? He was blinded by lard. Rip, a rune on the wooden coffin broke suddenly, followed by the other runes. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. My life is over, Diablo sighed. It was not easy for him to come back to life, but he was going to die again. It was terrible. Fu Hao cursed Yang Di in his heart. If not for Yang Di, why would he take the risk? Boom! The entire underground space began to tremble. Countless rocks and sand slid down. The aura of death was already approaching the two. At this moment, a white figure suddenly darted in from the cave entrance. It was the silver-haired lady in white who was staring at Diablo. Fu Hao and Diablo opened their eyes wide. They were pleasantly surprised, like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw. They were about to speak when the lady in white exclaimed, "How is it possible? He is going to break out of the seal." After saying that, the lady in white turned around and turned into a white light. She quickly entered the cave. She escaped again. Fu Hao and Diablo's eyes were filled with despair. Was there something wrong with this lady? There was a loud bang. The lid of the coffin flew and hit Fu Hao's face. He was smashed into the cave and his body was embedded into the wall. After Fu Hao landed on the ground, he was surprised to find that he could move again. He was wild with joy. He shouted to Diablo, "Ha ha ha! Ignorant kid! Just wait for your death." After saying that, he turned around and fled. Diablo was so angry that he cursed his ancestors. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 340. Fu Hao shuttled swiftly through the tunnel with all his might. He wished he could grow another pair of wings. The fear that Lu Wuji brought him was too great. He had not felt such fear for a long time. Even when Yang Di wanted to kill him, he did not feel such fear. Soon, he leaped out of the ground and dashed toward the inland. Only by leaving this snowy land could he feel safe. Bomb! Just when he was sprinting at full speed, his abdomen was struck by a horrifying force, and he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. His body was forced back while he was moving at high speed, and his body almost exploded. His body rolled along the snowy ground like a ball without slowing down at all. Along the way, he smashed through numerous snowy mountains and only stopped after flying for dozens of miles. He could not stop coughing out blood. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes and saw two figures levitating above his head, looking down at him. One of them was ancient Diablo. His eyes were lifeless, and his neck was broken. His face was facing backward, and his death was horrifying. The other person had strips of cloth hanging on his body. His skin was shriveled, and he was as thin as a match. His head was hung low, and his white hair was like withered grass. His face was like a skull, and his eyes were glowing with a green light. He looked like a beast in the night. Lu Wuji. He breathed heavily and stared at Fu Hao. Seeing him, Fu Hao trembled in fear and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want? I need essence qi." Lu Wuji said, panting. Fu Hao heard him and immediately cried out, "I can help you capture him. I can provide you with an endless supply." Smack! Lu Wuji swung his left hand and slapped Fu Hao's face. Next, he opened his mouth and began to absorb Fu Hao's essence qi. In the ruined valley, hundreds of cultivators knelt on the ground and trembled. Most of them were injured and looked ahead in fear. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of Duan Yogu, and the dog-culling sword was on Duan Yogu's neck. At this moment, Duan Yogu's arms were severed, and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. "What sword technique is that?" Duan Yogu asked with gritted teeth. As a third tribulation scattered immortal, he could not even fight back against Zhou Xuanji. The terror of the sword's soul made him shudder just thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the name of the sword in my hand?" After forming the sword's soul and breaking through to the Great Tribulation bodiless immortal realm, his battle prowess skyrocketed. This third tribulation bodiless immortal was so weak in front of him. It seemed that he had underestimated his own strength. "If you dare to kill me, when the other sea regions invade the northern wilderness region, my master will not spare you. He will pull out your bones and devour your soul, making you wish you were dead." Duan Yogu looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and threatened. This guy was quite strong-willed and did not beg for mercy. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly, This is the dog-culling sword. Duan Yogu's eyes widened. He was so angry that his soul almost left his body. Just when he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji chopped off his head. Then, he used the Tianxia map to absorb the soul. For cultivators of this level, it was not so easy for their souls to enter the cycle of reincarnation after they died. Perhaps there was a chance for them to revive, so Zhou Xuanji left his soul behind. It might be useful in the future. What was worth mentioning was that his cultivation did not improve much even though he had absorbed all of Duan Yogu's dermic powers. After he reached the Great Tribulation's scattered immortal realm, the magic power he needed to break through had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Shitan Changsha stood behind Zhou Xuanji and still had not come back to his senses. The powerful and invincible Duan Yogu had been defeated so quickly, he finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Before he could unleash the famous Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, Duan Yogu had already knelt down. Shitan Changsha smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Your Majesty, what kind of monster did you give birth to? Don't tell me he's the reincarnation of a supreme god from the upper realm?" Zhou Xuanji turned and asked, "What should we do with these people?" When he had been fighting with Duan Yogu, he had noticed that a cultivator in a green robe had escaped. That person was also a Great Tribulation scattered immortal, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to chase him, he would not be able to catch up. He was not afraid that the cultivator in a green robe would inform him. After all, it was the world epic, and he was not afraid of having too many enemies. The more enemies there were, the more powerful they would be, which would help him increase his cultivation. Lock them up first and interrogate them. According to Duan Yogu, the overseas region will invade the northern wilderness region sooner or later. We must make preparations, Shitan Changsha said, and Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He turned around and activated the sealing dream sword formation, sealing the spirit energy of the hundreds of cultivators. The moment the sword formation was activated, the ground shook, and Shitan Changsha was in awe. The second in the world was as powerful as an immortal god. No. He might already be the top cultivator in the world. Sun Hill. At the edge of a lake, Yang Di was cultivating while facing the lake. Violet Qi came from the east and surrounded his body. He frowned suddenly and stood up. He looked toward the north with rage in his eyes. "You're dead," Yang Di mumbled to himself, clenching his fists in his sleeves. Although Fu Hao had ulterior motives, he did not really want to kill him. The two of them depended on each other. It could even be said that he was raised by Fu Hao. As long as Fu Hao did not plot against him, he would not kill him. He did not expect Fu Hao to die in the north. Could it be that someone else is spying on Lu Wuji's cave abode? He fell into deep thought. It was possible that Lu Wuji's cave abode had powerful restrictions, and Fu Hao died because he was careless. He began to hesitate if he should go to the north. His mind was on the Great Fate Empire. If he left now, he might waste more time. At this moment, a man in black appeared behind him and half knelt on the ground. "Great Emperor, I have found the true dragon clan's lair. Should we act?" The man in black asked with cupped fists. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. Capture the true dragon. To establish the Great Fate Empire, a divine beast was needed to maintain its fate. Yang Di set his eyes on the most powerful divine beast, the true dragon. The true dragon clan had not appeared in the northern wilderness region for tens of thousands of years. Many people thought that the true dragon clan had gone extinct, but that was not the case. "Lead the way," Yang Di said. As for Fu Hao's death, he could only put it aside for now. A month later, Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall. Just when he landed, Daoya Old Man came up to him immediately. "Bad news. Diablo and Fu Hao are dead. That evil demon has revived." Daoya Old Man said anxiously. He could still divine their life and death. "So soon?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. He thought that he would have to wait for a few years, or even decades, or even centuries. "I'm afraid that the establishment of the sect will be affected." "Should we?" Daoya Old Man asked. Zhou Xuanji heard him and rejected him decisively. This matter had already been decided, and the whole world knew about it. If it was delayed, Emperor Sword Court's reputation would suffer a great setback before it even started. Seeing Daoya old man's worried face, Zhou Xuanji comforted him. Skyfall is very far from the north. If something happens, it will be the 8 sanctums. What are you afraid of? He had no enmity with that peerless evil demon. How could he be fearful? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 341. Daoya old man had been frightened by the divination last time. After Zhou Xuanji's persuasion, he calmed down and understood that he was overly worried. After comforting him, Zhou Xuanji found Jiang Shui and told her about his encounter with Qiu Beili. Jiang Shui lamented, 50 years have passed without me noticing. For many mortals, 50 years was a lifetime. Ever since they escaped from Green River Village, it was Qiu Beili who had accompanied them for many years. Qiu Beili could be considered as their first master in their lives. He taught Jiang Shui spells and taught Zhou Xuanji many principles of the northern wilderness region. If not for Qiu Beili, perhaps the two of them would have had a different ending. Actually, we can take in the Hidden Sword sect as a subsidiary force and let them become the bridge between us and the Zhou dynasty. Jiang Shui suggested. She was moved when she heard Qiu Beili telling the children about Zhou Xuanji's legend. There was a kind of indescribable warmth. Zhou Xuanji had boasted in front of Qiu Beili before, saying that he would become famous across the world. Qiu Beili would always laugh and say that he could surely do it. Now, Zhou Xuanji had done it, and he was promoting it. This feeling was similar to an inheritance. Looks like we have a tacit understanding. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and smiled. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and giggled. Do you think we should have a baby earlier? This way, he can ascend with us. If it's too late and he's left alone in the mortal world, won't he be lonely? The two of them were already engaged, so naturally, she would think about the future. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Not him, it's them. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him. The two of them walked to the edge of the cliff and started talking about the conversation between lovers. 2 hours later, Jiang Shui walked to a place not far away and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji stood where he was and thought to himself. The deaths of Fu Hao and the evil king made him suspicious. In his heart, the two of them were villains. How could they die just like that? This was especially so for the evil king. He was someone who fought against the great emperor 10,000 years ago. How long had it been since he was revived? The world did not know that he had been resurrected, and he had died again. How aggrieved was that? However, this also told him that reality was crueler than he had imagined. No matter how powerful a person was, they could still die in vain and without a sound. He suddenly thought of someone. He immediately got up and left. At the foot of Skyfall, the thunder demon sovereign of the Haotian sect, Zhang Quanglan, was chopping wood. He had been enslaved by Zhou Xuanji for decades. Because his cultivation was sealed, he was like an ordinary person. However, he was deeply loved by the third-generation disciples. This was because he could always talk about legends that his disciples had never heard of. Zhang Quanglan was dressed like a farmer. He was thinking while chopping wood. Why am I used to my current life? I'm the Thunder Devil Lord, I have to revitalize the Haotian sect. His fighting spirit burned in his heart, but when he thought of the hardships he had gone through in the past 10,000 years, he suddenly felt that the present was pretty good. Zhou Xuanji was right. What should exist would always exist, and what should not exist, no matter how much one tried to force it, it would vanish into the world. He alone could not revitalize the Haotian sect. Haoqi Alliance and Xinhao sect were already independent. They seemed to respect him, but they never really wanted to rebuild Haotian sect. Rather than that, he might as well enjoy the moment. It was quite interesting to brag to the third-generation disciples every day. Of course, this was all he could do. He could not escape from Zhou Xuanji's clutches. I want to ask you about something. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came. He turned and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a wooden chair not too far away. He put down his axe and wiped his sweat as he asked, "What is it?" Now, it was already quite good for him to see Zhou Xuanji once a month. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he would feel quite complicated. This boy could even defeat the Sword Saint. He was even more powerful than the Haotian sect's founding ancestor. Is there a demon suppressed in the north? A demon that can kill the Diablo? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhang Kuanglan was much older than Daoya. Old man Zhang Kuanglan was stunned and frowned as he asked, "Demon?" There are many demons suppressed in the north. Because of the climate, it has been a sealed and buried place since ancient times. However, a demon that can kill the Diablo. The ancient Diablo was so powerful that even the hegemon Sword Emperor acknowledged his talent. It would be very difficult to kill him. Wait! Zhang Kuanglan suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened, and his breathing became ragged. Impossible. Impossible, he shook his head and muttered to himself, a look of terror on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Kuanglan so afraid. Just what is it? Tell me. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, causing Zhang Kuanglan to tremble. He hurriedly replied, "The human race is the most powerful." Lu Wuji. His corpse was suppressed in the north, and 50,000 years ago, he broke out of the seal. If it wasn't for Devil Emperor Dugu suppressing him, the entire northern wilderness would have been slaughtered by him. Right now, there is no one as amazing as Devil Emperor Dugu. If it really is Lu Wuji, it's over. He sat paralyzed on the ground, sinking into extreme terror. Lu Wuji. Zhou Xuanji's expression was quite strange. He asked, "Apart from Lu Wuji, is there anyone else?" Zhang Kuanglan shook his head and said, "The Diablo has many tricks up his sleeves, and even the hegemon Sword Emperor found it difficult to kill him before he verified his Tao. Apart from Lu Wuji, no other demon can kill the Diablo." Zhou Xuanji got up and walked over to Zhang Kuanglan, helping him up. "Don't be afraid. Even though there is no Devil Emperor Dugu, there is still me. As long as I am here, you will not die." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Zhang Kuanglan was dazed. These words reminded him of his master, the former Haotian sect master. Zhou Xuanji came to an empty cave and took out the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword's 9 souls had all awakened. The 9th soul was Mystic Venerable One. According to what the sword spirit had said, if he fused the 9 souls, the ancient god sword would level up. However, he felt that the 9 souls had other uses, so he did not fuse them. He summoned the 9 souls and asked, "Lu Wuji, I have something to ask you. Don't play dead." Ever since he became a great tribulation scattered immortal, he realized that the 9 souls still had their own consciousness, but they didn't like to talk to him. Lu Wuji didn't say anything, but the other souls did. TSK, daring to speak to Lu Wuji like that, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Ever since this kid became a great tribulation itinerant immortal, he has become more and more arrogant. "Lu Wuji, I asked you a question." "Ha ha ha, don't play dead. He's really dead. He's not pretending." Zhou Xuanji ignored the mockery of the other souls and looked at Lu Wuji's soul. Looking at its soul, it was completely different from the white-haired evil demon that Jiang Shui had predicted. But their heights were similar. He had most likely become thinner. Lu Wuji did not reply, so Zhou Xuanji took the initiative to tell him about what had happened in the north. After he spoke, Emperor Zhao said in amazement, "Why do descendants always like to seek death? The human race's most powerful is not just for show. Even if it's just their fleshly bodies, they are undying and indestructible existences." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 342. Lu Wuji remained silent, making Zhou Xuanji feel a bit impatient. "Don't you want to be resurrected? If I'm killed by your body, you'll die too." Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. If he died, the ancient god sword's soul would automatically perish. Of course, he did not think that he would die. Right now, he was very strong. Venerable Xian said, "He doesn't have the face to say that he didn't want to give up his body." "Oh. Could the strongest of the human race be threatened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious, and just as he was about to ask, Lu Wuji began to speak. Sigh, after I ascended, I calculated this karma, but I can't go down to the lower realms. I can only use my divine will to find an inheritor to guard my physical body. However, there are always people who will do anything for power. His tone was gloomy and complicated. Who would want their body to be coveted by others? Even if it was a dead body. Why don't you guess how strong your body is now? Zhou Xuanji asked. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'm not sure. After all, that fleshly body has been separated from me for more than 100,000 years. Even though the cultivation of the dead body has declined, at the very least, it has the strength of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. If it had absorbed the essence, its strength would have increased. Lu Wuji hesitated. Even he wasn't sure. Seventh tribulation bodiless immortal, Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. This was power that could kill the heavens with a single palm strike. Moreover, since that guy ran out 50,000 years ago, he was definitely not just a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. He quickly asked, can you control him? Lu Wuji sighed, I'm just a remnant soul right now, and my soul's power isn't enough. Otherwise, this ancient god's sword would be even stronger. That was right. If he could control the body of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, the ancient god's sword would probably surpass the intimidating spirit grade. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. How should he deal with Lu Wuji's body? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, don't worry too much. Although Lu Wuji is known as the strongest of the human race, that is only limited to the human race. Moreover, it's just a corpse. If he wants to slaughter the entire human world, dream on. Lu Wuji snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, you mean that there are other powerful cultivators hidden in the northern wilderness region? He thought of Bai Hao Yisan. If even the heartless great emperor could reincarnate, there might be other great emperors in hiding. There are always some people who can't survive in the upper realm, so they hide in the mortal world. Emperor Zhao said casually. This guy's tone always carried a hint of mockery, like a playboy. However, Zhou Xuanji did not underestimate him, because this fellow was an emperor. He was also the only human emperor who had conquered the ocean. After becoming a great emperor and ascending, he left behind many legends. Many temples and ancestral halls in the northern wilderness region had statues of him. Emperor Songhai suddenly said, don't worry. There are many hidden races in the ocean. If you can't defeat them, you can go to the ocean. As long as you don't say that you are from the northern wilderness region, it will be easy for you to hide. Ocean? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Emperor Zhao said disdainfully, they're all just fellows who hide their heads and show their tails, avoiding the might of our human race. Emperor Songhai was not angry, nor did he respond. Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions before preparing to sheath his sword. If you don't have confidence, you can go to Juadi Cliff. I've hidden a treasure there. When the time comes, I'll take you to find it and use it to deal with Lu Wuji. I've always regretted not being able to fight with the strongest human in the mortal world. Finally, I have the chance. Emperor Zhao once again spoke with a smile, sounding quite excited. Even though this fellow was quite talkative, he was very domineering and was not inferior to the cold and arrogant Lu Wuji at all. Lu Wuji did not reply. No one knew if it was because he was scared or because he disdained to reply. Zhou Xuanji said, very well. After saying this, he put away the ancient god's sword and returned to the summit to continue cultivating. Talking to the 9 souls did not make him feel at ease and instead made him feel even more worried. Demons that surpassed 7th tribulation scattered immortals. And peerless powerhouses that were hidden in the world. He suddenly felt that he and Yang Di were a joke. There was always someone more powerful than you in the world. This was never a joke. Interesting, this is good. The more ancient experts there are, the more challenging it will be. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The worry in his heart turned into excitement and flowed through his bones and tendons. He sat down at the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate. News of Lu Wuji's revival had not spread through the northern wilderness yet, and the world was still talking about Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect. This was the most important thing for him right now. Within a Taoist temple, Feng Qiu was reading an ancient book. The fragrance of sandalwood floated in the air, making one feel relaxed and relaxed. Apart from him, there was no one else in the temple, and the roars of demons could occasionally be heard from outside. At that moment, a figure walked into the Taoist temple. Feng Qiu looked over and his expression slightly changed as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you, sir?" The person who came was Bai Haoisin. He wore elegant white clothes and held a paper fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "I heard that apart from tribulation executives, you are the person with the greatest attainments in the way of karma. This emperor wants to take you in and give you the opportunity to become a great emperor in the future." Feng Qiu's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes as he asked, "You are great Emperor Heartless?" "The only living great emperor of this generation." No matter how calm he looked, his heart was greatly shaken. Bai Haoisin slowly walked over to him and looked around as he said, "Ever since I reincarnated, I've always encountered trouble, making this emperor very annoyed. Those fellows think that just because this emperor has reincarnated, they can bully this emperor as they please. They don't know that becoming a great emperor is not just about cultivation talent." He placed his hands on the table and leaned forwards as he looked at Feng Qiu. His gaze was filled with aggressiveness and was filled with extreme arrogance. "If you work for this emperor will give you whatever you want. Even those two tribulation executives who look down on you will be stepped on by you." Feng Qiu's heart rate sped up, but he did not panic. He asked in a low voice, "Why should I believe you?" Great Emperor Heartless had reincarnated for decades and was like a joke, so Feng Qiu had to be cautious. Bai Haoisin's lips curled up as he said, "This emperor left behind a divine weapon and an army." Feng Qiu's eyes widened. Could it be that Great Emperor Heartless had been preparing for something 90,000 years ago? Lu Wuji's body has already been revived. "If you don't rely on this emperor, you're dead for sure," Bai Haoisin said as he smiled. Bai Haoisin said as he grinned. His words caused Feng Qiu's expression to change greatly. "Do you know who Lu Wuji is? If you don't, then this emperor can tell you that his cultivation in the mortal world was at a height that no existence in the mortal world could reach. He was viewed as the most powerful person in the human race, and after ascending, he was extremely powerful in the higher realm. Lu Wuji." Feng Qiu knew about that legend, and his face became pale. He did his best to calm himself down. At the same time, ambition welled up in his heart. This was his fortuitous opportunity. He closed the book and stood up as he asked, "Great Emperor, what do you need me to do for you?" Bai Haoisin loudly laughed, feeling incredibly carefree. Feng Qiu suppressed his excitement and waited for his orders. Bai Haoisin rubbed his hands together as he chuckled and asked, "This emperor needs you to do many things. First, which single woman is the most beautiful in the world?" Feng Qiu's eyes widened, and he almost cursed inwardly. The hot-bloodedness in his heart instantly disappeared, and he felt that everything was tasteless. Chapter 343. In the blink of an eye, there was only a month left before the official opening of Emperor Sword Court. Many cultivators were already gathering around Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not allow them to enter the mountain, so they could only find a place to stay nearby. During this period, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 58th birthday and received 3 legendary swords, all of which were amethyst grade. They were the Divine Martial Sword, Towering Sword, and Seeking Phoenix Sword. At this moment, at the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers to discuss the disciple assessment. If the threshold was too low, there would be too many disciples. If the threshold was too high, it would ruin the talents. Why don't we take in some odd job disciples first? If they are talented, we can promote them to official disciples. This way, it will be more convenient for the opening ceremony, Ning Zifeng suggested. Every sect overseas had odd job disciples, and the number of them far exceeded official disciples. This way, they could take care of every disciple. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a good idea, so he began to discuss the treatment of odd job disciples and official disciples. Finally, they divided the disciples into legendary sword disciples, core disciples, elite disciples, ordinary disciples, and odd job disciples. Those who reached great realization and comprehended two sword wills would become legendary sword disciples. Those who reached astral projection and comprehended two sword wills would become core disciples. As long as they comprehended two sword wills, they could become elite disciples straight away. Disciples of different levels would receive different amounts of cultivation resources each month. Zhou Xuanji opened the 10,000 Swords House to distribute swords and cultivation resources. Huang Lianxin and Daoya Old Man were in charge of it. Lin Changge and Xiao Jinghong were in charge of purchasing swords of different grades from the humans. After that, he put Han Shenbua and Ning Zifeng in charge of the Xuanji Sword Library. He would record down all the sword techniques he knew and put them in the library. What was worth mentioning was that the Xuanji Sword Library and 10,000 Swords House were already completed. Yesterday, they had already selected suitable disciples and were waiting to take up their posts. Other than that, he was going to name the Punishment Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and other departments. He had already thought about the personnel arrangements. If not for the solid foundation he had built over the years, it would be too difficult to establish a sect. Even so, Emperor Sword Court would be emptied in less than 20 years. On the opening day, the guests will not come empty-handed. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard and smiled like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "In the future, for the Divine Sword Palace's missions, we will first take half of the deposit, after which the disciples will receive it and complete it. After completing it, the employer will pay the remaining half. Remember, every mission must be carefully evaluated to determine the authenticity and level of the mission. We cannot accept unjust missions." This matter was extremely important as it concerned the future development and image of Emperor Sword Court. Finally, Zhou Xuanji put Lin Changge and Chongming Demon Monarch in charge. Lin Changge was in charge of the human race's mission registration and investigation, while Chongming Demon Monarch was in charge of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji said thoughtfully, "And the intelligence organization, we cannot neglect it. When the time comes, we will choose from odd job disciples and ordinary disciples. Of course, elite disciples and core disciples can also join. After joining the intelligence organization, they must have their own code names." He named the intelligence organization the Firmament Net, and its treatment was better than that of the ordinary disciples. If they did a good job, they would be rewarded. Everyone sighed inwardly as they listened. Zhou Xuanji had thought through all of Emperor Sword Court's details, and many of his ideas shocked them. According to his plan, Emperor Sword Court could become a top-tier faction in a few hundred years. For other sects, reputation was the most important thing. But for Zhou Xuanji, reputation was what he had the most. After he made the arrangements, he ordered everyone to get busy. Each pavilion and palace had to choose their second and third generation disciples within 7 days. Zhou Xuanji asked Fenyu Dragon King to stay. "In the future, you will continue to guard Skyfall. Don't always sleep in. If enemies sneak into Skyfall, you must keep a close eye on it," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Fenyu Dragon King was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded resolutely. This guy spent all his time in Skyfall's lava and always slept soundly. He was really lazy. Skyfall is ahead. In the forest, a group of carriages was moving forward. The soldier leading the way turned around and shouted. Chiu Bailey, who was sitting on his flying sword, looked up. Skyfall was shrouded in clouds and was even more majestic than he had imagined. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he was still shocked. Zhou Xuanji could occupy such a majestic mountain, which showed how powerful he was. Zhou Qingxin sat on the dragon horse, which had the bloodline of a dragon. It had a horse's body, a dragon's tail, and dragon's horns. Its hooves were ablaze with flames, and its shoulders were 6 meters tall. When it moved, it looked extremely majestic. He was also immersed in the beauty of Skyfall. Great Zhou's team had 500 people. The soldiers were carefully selected, and even the weakest was at Soul Fountain. Along the way, they did not encounter any demons that made things difficult for them. Great Zhou's flag was enough to scare away all the demons. Who did not know that the Sword Emperor came from Great Zhou? Your Majesty, how tall do you think Skyfall is? Princess Xuanya, who was sitting on a banana leaf, flew over and asked. Even she wanted to live in Skyfall. The spiritual qi in this area was dense, and the spiritual qi on the mountain must be even denser. If she cultivated here, wouldn't she improve tremendously? Zhou Qingxin shook his head and said, no one knows. Standing on the peak, one can touch the sky, which is why it's called Skyfall. How tall do you think the sky is? Princess Xuanya opened her mouth wide in shock. Touch the sky? As the day of Emperor Sword Court's opening approached, more and more guests came. Zhou Xuanji and the others had already recruited 20,000 odd job disciples. These people did not have much talent in the sword's way, but they wanted to join Emperor Sword Court. As such, they were taken in and looked after by the third-generation disciples. The odd job disciples began to receive the guests. In front of the mountain gate, which was 1,000 meters above the ground, Daoya Old Man and Huang Lianxin were registering the guests. Because there were so many people, the guests had to line up. The line stretched from here to the foot of the mountain, and it was quite a grand sight. This is the territory of the demon race, and yet so many people came. This is the rallying power of the Sword Emperor. I really want to see the Sword Emperor with my own eyes. The Sword Emperor isn't even 60 years old yet, right? Looking at this scene, Emperor Sword Court will be a first-rate faction once it opens. Not just that. With the help of the three empires, it won't be a problem for it to become a first-rate faction. The cultivators in the line were not impatient but excited instead. Such a grand occasion was quite rare. In the future, they could brag about it to their descendants. People could stay at the waist of Skyfall, but they could not go any higher. No one felt that Zhou Xuanji was being rude. At the foot of the mountain, Chief Monk Xuanhe arrived with a group of monks. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, his expression was complicated as he softly chanted, Amitabha. Emperor Sword Court was already a major power, and his close friend Daoya Old Man was also here. How could he not come? Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to find Xian Xianghua's whereabouts. Don't worry, Abbot. With me here, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua will not be able to do anything to you. There was a black-robed monk behind Chief Monk Xuanhe. He looked young and handsome, but there was an evil aura between his brows. Standing among the Dongyuan Monastery's people in a black kasaya, he was very eye-catching. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 344. Chief Monk Xuanhe glanced at the black-robed monk and said, most of those who died at Zhou Xuanji's hands thought so. Many powerful cultivators felt that Zhou Xuanji was too young to be a threat, but he died a pitiful death. For example, Huang Quan Drake King, Nether Ghost, Ji Huang Demon Lord, etc. The black-robed monk chuckled, I'm not them. His tone was confident and unquestionable. Xuanhe Divine Monk thought of his fight with him and did not say anything else. The group walked to the stone steps and lined up. They didn't cut the queue because there were many big forces in front of them, and there was no lack of holy lands. Zheng Junlu was also lining up with the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat disciples. Ever since he had seen Zhou Xuanji kill Duan Yogu, he had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Not only because of Zhou Xuanji's strength, but also because of his standpoint. Even though Duan Yogu had revealed his identity, he still acted decisively without hesitation. The northern wilderness region needed such a powerhouse. However, his disciples were dissatisfied. Tower Lord, if we go up directly, Zhou Xuanji will receive us, right? Why are we queuing here? A disciple could not help but ask, causing the other disciples to nod in agreement. Zheng Junlu shook his head and laughed, saying, if they don't line up, how can the people from Skyfall arrange it? I'm setting up a benchmark. Even our Mountain Abyss Ziggurat has to queue up, so how can the other factions go up directly? This is also a gesture of goodwill to Zhou Xuanji. Hearing this, the disciples were enlightened and they admired his way of thinking. Even though the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was a sanctum, it had been a long time since they had produced one of the top 5 experts in the world. It was not shameful for them to rope in Zhou Xuanji like this. On the summit, Zhou Xuanji did notice this. Daoya old man had introduced the leaders of the 8 sanctums to him, and he had even seen their faces. Moreover, Zheng Junlu's cultivation was at the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. He was so conspicuous at the foot of the mountain, how could he not notice him? Mountain Abyss Ziggurat? How sensible. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. There was no need for him to personally entertain the guests. He was the second in the world. Who could make him personally receive them? If he appeared, it would damage Emperor Sword Court's reputation. Not too far away, a sacrificial altar had been constructed, and Zhou Xiaoqi was napping lazily on it. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. This was a sacrificial altar that gathered the fate of heaven and earth. There were incense sticks and candles that represented fate in all directions. The stone platform was built with 10,000-year-old stones, and there was also a spirit-gathering formation around it. It attracted the little black snake, the 3-eyed drought rodent, a big and small heir to stop in their tracks. Once it became a divine beast of providence, Zhou Xiaoqi would soar into the sky. The others were all busy, including Jiang Shui. She was preparing for her marriage and was being served by female disciples. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. It was Xian Xianghua. She wore a flirtatious purple dress, and her face was covered by a veil as usual, revealing only a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of amorous feelings, as well as a hint of coldness. "You came," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Xian Xianghua walked to his side and sat down. She smiled and said, "Yo, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. You discovered me the moment I appeared." She saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. A first tribulation loose immortal. His magic power was so strong that ordinary second tribulation bodiless immortals could not compare to him. This kid is really something. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" This old demonic woman had been gone for dozens of years, which made him miss her occasionally. Xian Xianghua smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I'm busy with reviving the Tanhua sect." "Why, do you miss me a lot? Today, you can marry me as well. How about that? You can enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners." Zhou Xuanji was a little moved, but he still refused. Because he knew that this old demonic woman was toying with him. "Do you already know about the ancient Diablo?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Lu Wuji had told him about the ancient Diablo. Lu Wuji's cultivation was at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal, and he most likely surpassed that. He did not want Xian Xianghua to take such a risk. Xian Xianghua nodded calmly and said, "It's good that he's dead. He has no value anyway." Zhou Xuanji looked at her intently and asked, "Is that so?" If she was just using him, why would Xian Xianghua need a share of the ancient Diablo's colorful celestial fruit? He did not point it out but reminded her, "The person who killed the ancient Diablo is very powerful, even more powerful than Yang Di. His cultivation is at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal. I advise you not to act recklessly." 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Xian Xianghua's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, "How is that possible? There can't be 7th tribulation scattered immortals in this world. Ordinary cultivators would ascend when they reached 2nd tribulation scattered immortal. If they stayed here, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to progress. How could one cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal in the mortal realm?" Zhou Xuanji did not say much, and Xian Xianghua fell into a state of confusion. Her eyes flashed with fear, excitement, and curiosity, making it difficult for others to guess what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped. This old demonic woman had her eyes on Lu Wuji to obtain his power? Others could cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal, so why couldn't she? Xian Xianghua thought to herself. She could already smell the serendipity. The day of the sect's establishment arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people had already moved into Skyfall, and there were millions more at the foot of the mountain. Skyfall had a limited number of houses. Apart from the guests who had received invitations, everyone else could only stay at the foot of the mountain. However, Skyfall would still send disciples to receive them. Today is the day of Emperor Sword Court's establishment, Daoya Old Man said loudly. In front of the mountain gates, Daoya Old Man said loudly. All of the second and third generation disciples stood in front of him, looking incredibly excited. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and the others stood at different places and looked at Daoya Old Man from afar. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The founder of the sect is the current Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji. He started training with the sword when he was 2 years old and revealed his brilliance before he was 10 years old. He fought his way into the Northern Wilderness Top 100 when he was 20 years old and was ranked second in the world before he was 30 years old. At 50 years old, he defeated the legendary Sword Saint. Daoya Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with great emotion. His voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and even those who were not at Skyfall could hear him. Everyone who heard him felt their blood boil. How could they not have a glorious future by following such a powerful cultivator? A 1,000-hand sword Buddha that was 3,000 meters tall descended from the clouds and looked down at the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood on its head, looking like a descending god. Daoya Old Man was still speaking, but everyone's gaze was attracted by the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering golden Buddha. This is the foundation of Emperor Sword Court's establishment. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. Daoya Old Man said the last sentence. Next, all of the second and third generation disciples drew their swords and pointed them at the sky. The sound of their swords being unsheathed gathered together and shook everyone's hearts. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. The disciples shouted together with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds. The guests were all shocked in their hearts. Emperor Sword Court had just been established, but these disciples already had such cohesiveness and morale. Zhou Xuanji's influence was too great. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword? With the swords in your hands? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you are qualified to do so today. A soft laugh suppressed the disciples' shouts and silenced the heavens and earth. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 345. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see who dared to provoke Zhou Xuanji at such a critical moment. During each sect's grand opening ceremony, they would be oppressed by their enemies. However, Zhou Xuanji was ranked second in the world. Who would dare to do that? The speaker was the black-robed monk from Dongyuan Temple's team. Under everyone's gazes, he took a step forward and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the air. He smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, you obtained the Tianxia map and indeed had great luck. However, if you are too strong, you will break easily. You dare to call yourself the most talented person in all of history, don't you think you're a bit too arrogant? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him but did not speak. Regarding the matter of his talent, he did not brag about it to outsiders. This was a title that the world gave him. This fellow wanted to provoke him because of this, but the reason he came up with was too lame. Daoya Old Man and the disciples of Emperor Sword Court looked coldly at the black-robed monk, revealing mocking smiles. The black-robed monk's face turned cold, and he slowly rose up. Wisps of strange black gas emerged and surrounded his body. My ancestor was a great emperor. In terms of talent, no one in this world can compare to me. I've cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and only came out today. I can use your name as a stepping stone to shake the world. He smiled proudly, and many people were moved by his words. An ancestor who became a great emperor? This was truly incredible. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless, making the black-robed monk feel quite angry. There was a feeling of hitting cotton with all his might. Displeased. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. What? Panicking? Zhou Xuanji, make your move. Today, I will defeat you in front of all the heroes in the world." He spread out his arms, and the black gas transformed into a black Buddha figure, like a great Buddha who was possessed by the evil fire. The black Buddha quickly grew taller, wanting to reach the same height as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. At that moment, the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Two beams of intense light illuminated the world, causing many people to close their eyes. The thousand-hand sword Buddha moved. 1,000 arms brandished their swords in unison, and it was as if 1,000 swords had transformed into a single sword. It slashed down with the force of 1,000 caddies, and its momentum was unstoppable. The black-robed monk's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to block the attack, the black Buddha behind him was slashed apart. Bang! The black-robed monk's body exploded under the huge sword, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. The sword wind shook Skyfall, causing countless people's hearts to palpitate. Such tyrannical strength. The world was silent. Apart from the Dongyuan Monastery's people, who were completely dumbfounded, no one else felt surprised and only praised Zhou Xuanji for being powerful. And nobody wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor? So what if he was the descendant of a great emperor? He was still not a great emperor. How many descendants of great emperors could become great emperors again? Zhou Xuanji's body shook and disappeared. After a second, he returned to the top of the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head. If one did not keep a close eye on him, one would think that he had not moved at all. In truth, he had just taken away the black-robed monk's soul. This lad's cultivation had reached second tribulation scattered immortal, and he was no weaker than Huangquan Drake King. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. However, this brat's background was not simple. He could interrogate him and perhaps he could obtain some good information. The grand opening ceremony has officially begun. Rise! Zhou Xuanji roared, and following this, all of Skyfall violently trembled. A draconic roar rang out, and Finyu Dragon King appeared at the foot of the mountain. He transformed into his dragon form, and his body expanded rapidly as he coiled around the mountain. The mighty dragon's body was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be dumbfounded. Dragon. Such a powerful dragon's might. Could it be an 8th rank great demon? Not only that. 9th rank. Heavens, apart from Huangquan Drake King, there are other dragons that have reached 9th rank? The Sword Emperor has such a powerful demon under his command. Magma flowed under Finyu Dragon King's scales, giving off a scorching aura. It was like a fog, which was quite shocking. The sea of clouds above shook violently, and another roar sounded out. Compared to Finyu Dragon King's, it sounded much more immature. However, this roar grew louder and more majestic. This is the roar of a Qilin? Someone cried out in shock, causing another commotion. Last time when he fought the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji had stepped on a fire Qilin. Could it be that the fire Qilin was not simple? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji only lacked the phoenix to gather the leader of the 3 ancient divine beasts. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surged toward the top of the mountain. All of the Emperor's Sword Court disciples felt as if something was being sucked out of their bodies, but they did not feel any discomfort. Zhou Xiaoqi's roar grew louder and louder until it sounded like thunder, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Chief Monk Xuanha's expression was unsightly. The black-robed monk's death was a great blow to him. Even he could not defeat the black-robed monk, and the monk was killed by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Seeing Finyu Dragon King and hearing the fire Qilin's roar, he felt a sense of defeat. He really could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly understood why the arrogant Xian Xianghua was so loyal to Zhou Xuanji. Maybe she really admired and liked Zhou Xuanji. He had known Xian Xianghua for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen her treat a man like this. Even Yang Di could not move her heart. Zhou Xuanji did not know what Chief Monk Xuanhe was thinking. He was sensing the fate. A formless fate rose up like a violent gale, and even his fate was sucked upward. The entire court's fate was now flowing into Zhou Xiaoqi's body. Zhou Xiaoqi's body grew at a visible rate. Flames wrapped around his body, and he looked majestic. Such powerful fate. As expected of the Sword Emperor. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man praised. His name was Li Yinyu. He was the Ziggurat Lord of the Shanghai Ziggurat, who controlled the world's intelligence. He came to visit Zhou Xuanji today and happened to witness such a grand occasion. The Shanghai Ziggurat's disciples behind him looked at him with admiration. No wonder Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Just this fate alone was enough to compete with Yang Di. At the same time, in the northern part of the northern wilderness region, Lu Wuji, who was strolling ahead, suddenly looked toward the south. At this moment, he had regained his normal size and was no longer as skinny as a match. His eyes were still glowing with a green light, and his white hair danced in the wind. He looked like an evil demon walking in the boundless world. Such a majestic fate. Is it Zhou Xuanji or Yang Di? He mumbled to himself with a smile. His eyes were filled with a murderous look. When he absorbed the essence chi of Diablo and Fu Hao, he also absorbed their memories. He had a better understanding of the world and was no longer ignorant. He immediately turned around and walked toward the south. Initially, he wanted to absorb the essence chi of all living beings in the north. But now, he could not wait to absorb Zhou Xuanji and Yang Di's essence chi. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu stood on a cliff. The four seasons were like spring behind them, and the landscape was picturesque. The undulating ice mountains in front of them looked like another world. Since ancient times, the north has always been a place of suppression. Great Emperor, your divine weapon is in the north. Will it bump into Lu Wuji? Feng Qiu asked carefully. Ever since he knew that Lu Wuji had revived, he had been in fear. With Lu Wuji's power, he could kill whoever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Bai Hao Yisan smiled condescendingly and said, Lu Wuji is nothing. When this emperor was at his peak, I was not any weaker than him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 346. Seeing how confident Bai Hao Yisan was, Feng Qiu wanted to say something but hesitated. If you're so powerful, why were you forced to self-destruct so many times? Look at Lu Wuji. A single corpse could put the entire northern wilderness region in danger. Don't you know the difference between the two of you? Feng Qiu felt bitter in his heart, and he increasingly felt that he had fallen into a trap. Bai Hao Yisan flew forward and waved behind him, saying, Hurry up and follow me. Once I get my hands on the divine weapon, Lu Wuji will die regardless of how many tribulations he has. Feng Qiu sighed and could only follow. Heavenly Palace. The pale-faced Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne. Ever since he had been killed by Shi Shenzong, he had only revived today. He was filled with rage and couldn't control it. Ever since he landed in the northern wilderness region, he had not had a good time. First, Zhou Xuanji had pretended to surrender, then he had been killed by Bai Hao Yisan's self-explosion, and then he had been killed by the Sword Saint. Looking back at the whole process, he was even more disheveled. What would happen next time? He felt that he had let down the heavens. However, the guilt could not compare to the anger in his heart. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisan, and the Sword Saint. At this moment, a bronze mirror at the side suddenly lit up. A blurry figure appeared in the mirror. Xianyuan Zhou, what are you doing? We still haven't received any karmic luck from you. A roar came out from the mirror, shaking the entire heavenly palace. Xianyuan Zhou hurriedly got up and knelt down. He gritted his teeth and recounted what had happened during this period of time. Trash. The person in the mirror cursed, wanting nothing more than to rush out and beat Xianyuan Zhou up. Xianyuan Zhou felt very wronged. The two people who killed him were both historical figures. Just wait, we will send another person to the mortal world to help you. After Shi Shenzong ascended, the higher realms were thrown into chaos, and everyone wanted to fight over him. The hegemon Sword Emperor even joined hands with the other Sword Emperors to fight. The heavenly palace needs fate, as well as younger power. The man in the mirror said in a deep voice before disappearing into the mirror. Xianyuan Zhou wasn't happy. Instead, he was even angrier. By Hao Yisan. I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, he did not seem like the heavens who had lost all his emotions. He was like a lion that was walking towards its end. A pillar of light appeared out of nowhere and shone on his body. The light dissipated. Xianyuan Zhou slowly rose to his feet, regaining his calm and emotionless demeanor. If the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. The flow of fate continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A 300-meter-tall fire Qilin leaped out from the sea of clouds, scaring everyone into retreating. The fire Qilin sprinted in the air, roaring excitedly as it resonated with Fenyu Dragon King. I announce the establishment of the Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji loudly cried out, and all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed suit. They shouted themselves hoarse, and all of them were so excited that their faces and necks were red. Fate connected into one, and Emperor Sword Court was officially born. If one person's luck soared to the heavens, the whole family would enjoy happiness and obtain good luck as well. If the Emperor Sword Court was heavily damaged, its fate would dissipate, and the fate of all the disciples in the court would also be damaged. Like birds of a feather. Today is not only the opening day of the Emperor Sword Court, but also the wedding day of me and my beloved wife, Jiang Shui. Skyfall will host a banquet and invite all guests. In the following month, the Emperor Sword Court will be recruiting disciples. I will also make time to interact with the heroes of the world. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded out again, making everyone excited. Those who wanted to join the sect would inevitably worry when they saw so many people. Those who wanted to befriend Zhou Xuanji would also have time to meet Zhou Xuanji. No matter what the outcome was, at least they did not come for nothing. Next, Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the mountain gate. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and red flowers appeared on the stone steps above him, extending into the clouds. Zhou Xuanji changed into a bright red dress, and Jiang Shui, who was wearing a wedding dress, appeared beside him with a red veil. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others followed behind them to protect them. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and smiled, looking pleased. He began to give a speech, announcing to the heavens and gods. All living beings were witnesses to this marriage. No one jumped out to interrupt this marriage. Even if some people had other thoughts, they would not dare to do so at this moment. Jumping out in such a situation would only infuriate Zhou Xuanji. Anger could make people lose their rationality, but it could also make powerful people stronger. Zhou Xuanji took out the red embroidered ball, which was tied with a red cloth. He and Jiang Shui each held one end. From today onwards, you are my wife, Zhou Xuanji said softly with a smile. Under the red veil, Jiang Shui's lips curled up, and she felt sweet in her heart. After Daoya Old Man finished speaking, they began to climb the mountain. Holding Zhou Xuanji's hand, they ascended step by step. Ha ha ha. This day is finally here. Chongming Demon Monarch held his wine cup and laughed. He embraced the little black snake into his arms and strangled it with one arm, almost strangling it to death. A big and small air circled happily in the sky, flying together with Zhou Xiaoqi and Fenyu Dragon King. Cheers resounded across the sky, and it was extremely lively. Boom! 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 At the foot of the mountain, the odd job disciples lit up fireworks. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. There were no fireworks in this world. Zhou Xuanji created them based on his memories from his previous life, just for this day. He walked step by step at a steady pace. With every step he took, scenes of memories surfaced in his mind. The confusion when he was born, the awkwardness and discomfort when his new mother doted on him, the heartache when Lady Zhao Xian threw him into the river, and so on. He was already 58 years old. On Earth, he was considered old. But here, his life truly began. He turned to look at Jiang Shui. Since he was 2 years old, he had decided to protect her, and it had never changed. But this promise became deeper. Deeper with happiness. From today onwards, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. A smile appeared on his face, and his fighting spirit was high. He would definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. In the north, amidst a world of ice and snow, Lu Wuji, who was strolling forward, stopped and looked ahead coldly. In front of him, there were two people 100 meters away. It was Bai Hao Isin and Feng Kyul. Feng Kyul said in a low voice, "This person is not simple. I cannot see through his cultivation. We must be careful." Bai Hao Isin was expressionless as he said, "He is Lu Wuji. God damn it. Could their luck be any worse?" In this boundless world of ice and snow, they had just entered, and they had already bumped into Lu Wuji. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the heavens were toying with him. What? Lu Wuji? Feng Kyul's expression greatly changed, and terror descended upon him. Extreme fear flooded his heart like a tidal wave. The most powerful human in the legends? Your essence chi is very abundant. I'm going to kill you. Say your last words. Lu Wuji walked towards the two of them as he spoke. His voice clearly traveled into Bai Hao Isin and Feng Kyul's ears. Feng Kyul's legs trembled as he asked, "Can we escape?" Bai Hao Isin proudly laughed and stepped forwards as he said, "Escape? Why would this emperor escape?" His confidence gave Feng Kyul hope. Looking at his back, Feng Kyul felt that he was incredibly powerful and grand. Calm. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 347. Retreat first. Leave this to this emperor. Bai Hao Isin instructed as he walked toward Lu Wuji. His tone was arrogant, and he gave off a domineering aura that could hold back 10,000 enemies. Feng Kyul suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately turned to escape. Lu Wuji smiled condescendingly and said, "Escape? Where can you escape to? You will all die." He stomped his right foot and clawed at Bai Hao Isin. Bai Hao Isin gave a mocking smile and chose to self-destruct. Boom! A horrifying explosion sounded out. A powerful light engulfed Lu Wuji's body. Feng Kyul, who was flying forward, felt a powerful gust of wind sweep toward him from behind. His body almost exploded, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body floated into the distance like sand. At the peak of Skyfall. Within the building, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a bed. The room was decorated in a festive manner. Under the flickering candlelight, the room was so red that it was mesmerizing. There was a festive atmosphere at the top and bottom of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji left these social activities to Xiao Jinghong, Daoya old man, and the others while he returned to his room to enjoy the night. He lifted up her red veil lightly with a gentle look in his eyes. She was beautiful, and her red lips were alluring. She looked away shyly, and her hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Still nervous? We're already an old couple." Hearing this, Jiang Shui's shy facade disappeared. She pinched his ear and said coquettishly, "Say that again?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and flipped her over. Outside the building, Xian Xianghua was cultivating by the cliff. She snorted coldly, and her eyes were filled with displeasure. "Stinking brat, you're so proud." Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself as she looked into the distance. The sky was filled with stars, and it was as beautiful as a painting. She suddenly frowned and got up slowly. "What's that?" she mumbled. Following her gaze, a violet rainbow appeared in the horizon. It was like a rainbow hanging at the end of the horizon, and it was much larger than the surrounding stars. It was easy to see. The Sword Emperor's marriage swept across the northern wilderness region like a whirlwind. At the same time, Finyu Dragon King and Zhou Xiaoqi became famous. Countless people knew that Emperor Sword Court had powerful true dragons and Qilins. They had immense fate, and could rival sanctums. Soon, more and more cultivators rushed toward Skyfall. After all, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period was 1 month long. After the wedding night, Zhou Xuanji began to receive the guests, while Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others continued to recruit disciples. Skyfall was not idle, and the new disciples and odd-job disciples were all busy that day. Zhou Xuanji met with the 8 sanctums one by one. Even Chief Monk Xuanhe did not put on airs. Everyone discussed the future of the northern wilderness region and the human race. It was righteous and harmonious. As for the empires, Zhou Xuanji summoned them all. Apart from the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires came. Zhou Xuanji's friendliness had left a good impression. To them, the second in the world was something they had to look up to. Once there was a sense of distance between them, the attitude of those who were in a higher position could make people feel happy. It was normal for people to bully the weak and be vain. Only after half a month did Zhou Xuanji finally relax. He strolled around Skyfall with Jiang Shui, looking at the current Emperor Sword Court. Apart from the second and third generation disciples, Skyfall had more than 10,000 official disciples and 100,000 odd job disciples. Among them, there were more than 100 elite disciples. Compared to the previous 2 generations of disciples, their overall talent was naturally a little worse. For the development of Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xuanji could only lower his requirements, but there was still a requirement for talent. If one did not have talent in the sword's way, he could become an odd job disciple and seek serendipity in the future. What if one was lucky enough to obtain the legacy of a powerful cultivator and instantly open up the sword heart? Zhou Xuanji had seen this many times, and it was even recorded in the legends of the northern wilderness region. In the blink of an eye. A month passed, and Emperor Sword Court was listed as a super first-rate faction by the Shanghai Ziggurat. It was second only to the Sanctums, and it caused a huge commotion. Not everyone acknowledged that Zhou Xuanji was powerful because of his individual power. It was extremely difficult for a faction to become a super first-rate faction. Those who disagreed all thought that the Shanghai Ziggurat was sucking up to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, these voices were no longer important. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples, including the odd job disciples, at the waist of Skyfall's mountain. They were arranged according to their levels. From the front of the mountain gate to the end of the procession, there was a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was on the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head, passionately. At this point, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period has ended. From now on, I will recruit disciples once every 10 years. I do not ask for a large number of disciples, I only ask for quality. Therefore, for all of you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, you are all extremely talented. Odd job disciples must also have confidence. For you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, it means that I acknowledge you. In the future, you will hold up the sky of the northern wilderness region. Do you think you can do it? Zhou Xuanji looked down at them and said. His voice was indifferent, but it made the 100,000 disciples' blood boil. The world's second acknowledged them. How could they not be excited? Yes. We can definitely do it. We want to be like the primogenitor. We will definitely strengthen Emperor Sword Court. The disciples roared with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds and made the demons on the mountain shudder in fear. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others were also excited. Zhou Xuanji was powerful individually and had great teaching ability. They did not expect him to be so powerful as a leader as well. After the disciples cheered for a while, Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. He told them about Emperor Sword Court's initial development plan. All of the disciples had to focus on cultivation. In 5 years, the Skyfall net would be opened, and the disciples could join the Skyfall net. They could also go to the Skyfall net to receive missions and build up Emperor Sword Court's might while fighting for support for themselves. Zhou Xuanji also told them about the court's rules. Killing one another and deceiving one's teachers and ancestors were great crimes, and the disciples all memorized them. Afterwards, Zhou Xuanji personally displayed 10 sword techniques, making the disciples feel incredibly excited and wanting to immediately learn them. Cultivate well, Emperor Sword Court will be relying on you. After saying this, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji left. The second and third generation disciples entered the arena one after another and left with their disciples, preparing to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Skyfall was very big, and there were many different places for them to train. After returning to the summit, Xian Xianghua had been waiting for a long time. What is it? Is something the matter? Zhou Xuanji asked. After the wedding night, Xian Xianghua had disappeared, and he had thought that she was sulking. He had never thought that she would come back so quickly. Xian Xianghua said seriously, something big has happened in the north. Lu Wuji has appeared and fought with Great Emperor Heartless. The outcome is unknown, but it's said that Lu Wuji has already infiltrated the inner regions. Many cities and villages at the edge of the human race have been massacred, and the dead have all of their essence qi sucked dry. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 348. Then what? Don't tell me you want to join forces with me to deal with Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. This old demonic woman had turned over a new leaf and wanted to become a saint. Lu Wuji was at least a 7th tribulation loose immortal. Even if he joined forces with Xian Xianghua and 10 other helpers, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Although he was not an evil person, he knew how to act within his means. If the villains were weak, he would naturally draw his sword to help them. However, the enemy was too strong, so why would he send himself to his death? He had heard from the souls of the powerful beings that Lu Wuji could absorb essence qi to become stronger. If he were to die, it would bring more harm to the northern wilderness region. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Am I that stupid? What I want to say is that after Lu Wuji sneaked into the human tribe, he seemed to have his eyes on Sunlight Emperor. According to his tracks, his target is Sun Hill." Zhou Xuanji heard him and blinked. Sun Tomb? Was Sunlight Emperor so unlucky? It was unknown how long the number 1 expert in the world could last against Lu Wuji. Of course, he still hoped that he could defeat Sunlight Emperor in person. In this way, he would be worthy of his title as the first in the world. Then I shall wait for the results of the battle. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The result was obvious. Xianyuan Zhou was only a 3rd tribulation individual immortal, but he could delay Sunlight Emperor for a while. No matter how powerful Sunlight Emperor was, he could not surpass a 5th tribulation individual immortal. If he encountered Lu Wuji, he would definitely die. He began to think about how to quickly increase his strength. Once Yang Di died, Lu Wuji would find him sooner or later. Also, for the next period of time, I will be heading to the seaside to develop the Tanhua sect. The overseas factions are getting restless, and I reckon that they will soon invade the northern wilderness region. Emperor Sword Court should focus on increasing your strength. Xian Xianghua took a step forward and patted Zhou Xuanji's face as she said softly. Her eyes were blurry, filled with relief and gentleness, as well as surprise and pride. Back then, he refused to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader no matter what. Now that he had established Emperor Sword Court, which was even stronger than Tanhua sect, it was hard to predict the fate of a person. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Is Tanhua sect really that important?" Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescent moons as she said, "Is Emperor Sword Court really that important? You and I are the same kind of people, you should understand." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. After all, Xian Xianghua was not an ordinary woman. Her ambition was no less than a man's. Go. If there are any difficulties, inform me at any time. However, I hope that your Tanhua sect will not commit any more evil deeds. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Xian Xianghua flirtatiously blew him a kiss before turning into a ball of demonic qi and leaving. He shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the endless starry sky above him. He was already very strong now. However, it wasn't the strongest, so it was still dangerous. If that was the case, then he would become the strongest in the mortal world. No, to become the strongest in the mortal world, he might encounter enemies from the upper realm later on. He wanted to keep growing stronger. After thinking about it, he walked to the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate the 3rd level of world reincarnation, World Overlord. Even with the Tianxia map, it would take a long time to reach the 7th tribulation scattered immortal realm by absorbing qi to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuji, on the other hand, was constantly growing stronger. Only by cultivating the overlord of the world and gathering the energy of the heavens and the earth would one be able to completely counter Lu Wuji. In the north, Feng Kyul carried a baby boy as he advanced. He would occasionally look behind him, afraid that Lu Wuji would attack. Stop looking. He was injured by this emperor, so he probably won't dare to come. The baby boy giggled. He looked like a newborn, but he could already speak. Naturally, he was Great Emperor Heartless, Bai Hao Isin. Every time he self-destructed, he had to be reincarnated. He had a special divine ability that allowed him to grow rapidly. Not long ago, he appeared in Feng Kyul's dream and asked Feng Kyul to steal him away from a mountain village. Thinking about the woman who was as strong as a cow feeding him milk, he shuddered. Feng Kyul rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Great Emperor, I'm begging you to stop bragging, okay?" He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to follow Heartless Great Emperor. My ancestors lied to me. Great Emperor Heartless was not so powerful and invincible. The young Bai Hao Isin saw through his thoughts and snorted, "Junior, you don't understand true power. This emperor is really powerful, the kind of invincible power." Feng Kyul chuckled. Now that things had come to this, in order to survive the world epic, he could only hold on to this life-saving straw. Yang Di was being targeted by the man in the woven rush raincoat, and Zhou Xuanji was working together with Dao Seeker. In this world, only Bai Hao Isin could give him hope. It was just that this hope had become very small. Soon, the power that this emperor left behind is hidden in the abyss 3 miles away. There are powerful restrictive spells down there, and anyone who enters will definitely die. When the time comes, just throw this emperor down. When this emperor rushes out, I will be invincible in the world. Bai Hao Isin said with a pleased smile. Hearing this, Feng Kyul narrowed his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Is this true?" Lu Wuji had given him too much shock. After suffering from Bai Hao Isin's self-destruction, that fellow was completely unharmed and had even snuck into the human race. Lu Wuji relied on absorbing essence qi to become more powerful. To him, the human race was a place of serendipity. Thinking about an even more powerful Lu Wuji, his scalp felt numb. "This emperor never lies," Bai Hao Isin said proudly. Bai Hao Isin said arrogantly. He firmly believed that he was invincible. "How long will it take for you to rush out?" "Depends on the situation. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. Feng Kyul had an urge to throw Bai Hao Isin to death. 100 years? Not just the human race, even the demon race might be massacred by Lu Wuji. Half a year later, the storm brought by Emperor Sword Court gradually subsided. After all, Emperor Sword Court did not make any big movements after it was established. The entire sect was cultivating hard. But on this day, the leader of the 7 empires, the Hunyuan Empire, suddenly issued a decree to the world. Huanyuan's emperor was going to attack Lu Wuji. This decree listed Lu Wuji's crimes one by one, shocking the world. Because of this, the world knew that the most powerful human was Lu Wuji. Just his dead body alone was enough to overturn the world. Within half a month, the news of Sun Hill being razed to the ground spread again, causing the world to be in an uproar. Yang Di had disappeared. Could he have been killed by Lu Wuji? He was the top cultivator in the world. How can it be? Where is Yang Di? Facing the most powerful human, he must have, impossible. Yang Di is invincible. That's Lu Wuji, someone who has existed since the beginning of the human race. Even Yang Di died in his hands. Who else can deal with Lu Wuji? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The entire human race was in a panic. All sorts of voices could be heard. The 7 empires and 8 sanctums were on high alert and began searching for Lu Wuji. The news reached Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not make any arrangements but continued to cultivate in isolation. On this day, before the gate of Hunyuan Royal City, Lu Wuji looked up at the towering city wall. Countless people entered and exited the city. Soldiers stood on the 100-meter tall city wall, and each of them was as mighty as a divine weapon. stealing the fate of the Saint Empire. You should not exist. Lu Wuji mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 349. The Hunyuan Empire had existed for more than 20,000 years. It was the oldest empire among all the empires. Until now, no one knew the true origin of the Hunyuan Empire. But there was one thing that people liked to talk about. The spiritual qi in the Hunyuan Empire far surpassed that of other empires. The weather here was good, and no matter how big the war was, it would not harm the Hunyuan Empire. When Lu Wuji raised his right hand, the sky above the royal capital changed drastically. A violent gale howled, and the shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above the royal capital. It was like a winding mountain range that covered the sky, attracting countless people's attention. The dragon ancestor has appeared. Why did our Hunyuan Empire's fate divine beast appear? It's not a divine beast but a dragon vein. Could it be a powerful enemy? Could it be the famous Lu Wuji? The citizens cried out in shock, but the royal capital did not fall into chaos. This was the Hunyuan Empire after all. In the eyes of the Hunyuan people, no enemy could threaten them no matter how powerful they were. Boom! A horrifying beam of black light came from outside the city and penetrated the Hunyuan Empire instantly. All the buildings, people, and livestock along the way were pulverized. Next, a few more beams of black light appeared and blasted the Hunyuan Empire into pieces. Domineering. Before these black beams of light, the Hunyuan Empire was so vulnerable. The spell formations were useless, and the sturdy city walls were like paper. One by one, the experts leaped up into the sky, including the 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang. Emperor Hunyuan flew into the sky too. He wore an emperor's robe and a golden crown with green pearls. He looked furious, and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, stirring the sea of clouds. Kill him. Emperor Hunyuan pointed at Lu Wuji and roared furiously. He could no longer care about Lu Wuji's identity. How could he face his ancestors after the royal capital was destroyed like this? Yes. The 4 legendary generals charged toward Lu Wuji immediately. Lu Wuji, who was outside the city, saw this. He laughed condescendingly and mumbled, "A bunch of mortals dare to resist the will of immortal gods?" After he spoke, his face turned hideous. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and a murderous aura emanated from him. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji sat by the cliff and thought hard. Becoming a world overlord was even more difficult than world reincarnation. It was extremely profound. He couldn't understand just the mantra alone. Why do I feel that the sentence doesn't make sense? Could it be that I wrote it randomly? At this time, Haotian Boar King flew over and knelt down behind him. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, something bad has happened. The human race has changed." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him, asking, "What is it? Shocking changes in the human race?" He immediately thought of Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji has flattened the Hunyuan dynasty's imperial city. The Hunyuan emperor, the 4 divine generals, and millions of people in the imperial city have all died tragically. Now, the Hunyuan dynasty is in chaos. The 8 sacred grounds and the other 6 dynasties have begun to work together to help the Hunyuan dynasty. Haotian Boar King said in a low voice. His face was filled with fear. That was the Hunyuan Empire, the empire that had the highest chance of becoming the Great Fate Empire. It was also the oldest empire in existence. They were destroyed just like that. If the human race was slaughtered by Lu Wuji, would the demon race be next? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He had never thought that Lu Wuji would be so crazy. He frowned and asked, "Where is Lu Wuji now?" If the Hunyuan Empire was destroyed just like that, the other empires would most likely follow in their footsteps. He's still in the Hunyuan Empire. He's absorbing the essence qi of the Hunyuan Empire's residents. The Hunyuan Empire has already become hell on earth. Speaking to there, Haotian Boar King shivered. When one's essence qi was absorbed, they would maintain their rationality. In other words, the victim would gradually feel death approaching. This kind of fear was far greater than directly dying. Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to gather information. If there's anything, inform me at any time." Haotian Boer King received the order and left. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought deeply. Yang Di's fate was unknown, and the Hunyuan Empire had been heavily injured. He had to think of a way. He could not place his hopes on world overlord. He thought about what Emperor Zhao had said. Juadi Cliff had a way to deal with Lu Wuji. After thinking about it, he decided to act immediately. He gathered his trusted aides and gave them orders. Everyone knew about Lu Wuji, including Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Juadi Cliff is known as the Great Emperor's Graveyard. There might really be a way. "Revered teacher, please be careful," Xiao Jinghong said as he nodded. The others had no objections. Now, Zhou Xuanji had no problem challenging Juadi Cliff. He could come and go as he pleased. Jiang Shui gave some instructions before letting Zhou Xuanji leave. Daoya Old Man chuckled and said, unknowingly, "This brat has already reached the level of a savior." When Sun Hill was flattened, facing Lu Wuji's ferocious might, the world immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Now that the Hunyuan Empire was heavily injured, the outside world was in an uproar. In a few days, letters from various factions would be sent to Skyfall. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "Of course. In the current world, only his fate cannot be predicted. If he's not the savior, who is?" Daoya Old Man shook his head and laughed. The others also joined in and asked when Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would have a child. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to cast a spell. Under the blue sky, the once prosperous Hunyuan royal city had turned into ruins. Lu Wuji sat in the ruins, and a 5-clawed golden dragon circled above his head, which was the dragon vein. The dragon's tail sunk into his back, and he was absorbing the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the Hunyuan Empire's fate. Once it was completely absorbed by him, the Hunyuan Empire would be completely destroyed. At the edge of the ruins, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were looking at Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji ignored them as though he did not notice them. If he obtains the Empire's dragon vein, the northern wilderness region will be finished. All the powerful cultivators at home and abroad will not be able to destroy him even if they work together. Dao Seeker said faintly. Could this be the world epic? Lu Wuji will destroy the humans and demons. After he leaves, a new race will rule the northern wilderness region. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, Yang Di cannot defeat him for now. It should be said that no one in the current world can defeat him. The two tribulation executives just looked at Lu Wuji helplessly. They felt helpless. After countless years of preparation, they could not defeat fate. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of light descended from the sky and landed nearby. Next, Xianyuan Zhou and a muscular man stepped out from the powerful light. The muscular man wore silver armor. His face was wild, and his eyes were sharp. He wore a string of jade beads on his forehead. Lu Wuji. How dare a dead body disturb the peace of the mortal world? Today, I, Xianyuan Han, will destroy you. To the will of heaven. The silver-armored man shouted. Lightning struck down and turned into a large saber in his hand. He walked towards Lu Wuji with the saber in hand, and Xianyuan Zhou followed closely behind. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat looked at each other curiously. Who was Xianyuan Han? He descended from the sky. Could he be from the upper world? Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the dragon vein, opened his eyes. His eyes were red, and his pupils could not be seen. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 350. Xianyuan Han had threatened to eliminate Lu Wuji. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat couldn't help but look forward to it. The Xianyuan clan was the surname of the human race's ancient emperor. Could there be a turning point? Xianyuan Han and Xianyuan Zhou shot out like arrows, raising 2 rows of dust in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were right in front of Lu Wuji. One of them waved his palm, the other brandished his saber. Scram! With a loud roar, Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, causing them to be sent flying while coughing up blood. A lowly puppet of the heavenly Tao, a mortal who has inherited the destiny of a wise man. Do you really think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. The dragon vein above his head struggled furiously, roaring soundlessly. Xianyuan Zhou and Lu Wuji steadied themselves. He gritted his teeth and said, I told you, Lu Wuji is very strong. Xianyuan Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, You think you're worthy of the heavenly king? Charge with me. We must return peace to the human world. With that said, he took the lead and charged toward Lu Wuji. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Lu Wuji was still sitting in the ruins, absorbing the dragon vein. There were 2 people kneeling in front of him. They were Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their skin was withered. Their life force had already been severed, and their eyes were filled with despair and terror as they stared at Lu Wuji. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their limbs were bent exaggeratedly. It was obvious that they did not want to kneel of their own accord. In the distance, Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat remained silent. This was especially so for Dao Seeker. His face was ashen, and he seemed extremely downcast. How could he possibly defeat Lu Wuji? Lu Wuji, what exactly are you doing? Given the level of your cultivation base, how much stronger can you get by absorbing the quintessence energy of mortals? Asked the man in the raincoat. As tribulation takers, they were connected to the destiny of the human race. As long as they weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die, so they weren't afraid of Lu Wuji attacking them. Lu Wuji didn't even open his eyes. I just want to destroy the hypocritical human race, and the demon race. The true human race has already been harmed. The human race shouldn't exist anymore. Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat were baffled. What do you mean? Humans are humans. How can they distinguish between the past and the present? Dao Seeker continued to ask, wanting to understand Lu Wuji's motives. Lu Wuji didn't hide anything and said, back then, Emperor Xia founded the human race and became the overlord of the world. However, there was a traitor under him. In order to usurp the position of human emperor, he colluded with the demon race and gave birth in the demon race's territory. Those traitors took advantage of the fact that the human race was weak and destroyed the Xia dynasty. They killed all the Xia people, leaving only a few women to create a new human race. The daughter of Emperor Xia was framed by them. She will forever be a devil, never to be reincarnated. Therefore, the current human race is not worthy of being a human. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat fell silent again. They were shocked, not expecting the human race to have such a secret. If what they said was true, then history had concealed the truth. But even so, it was the fault of the predecessors, and it had nothing to do with the descendants. After I absorb the dragon vein, I will awaken the ancient Xia people and control the northern wilderness region. No one can stop me. Lu Wuji said leisurely with a hint of excitement in his tone. Dao Seeker asked in a deep voice, Aren't you a wolf formed from Lu Wuji's dead body? Is this what Lu Wuji's main body is thinking? What kind of person was Lu Wuji? If he knew about this back then, why did he not turn things around and stop the conspiracy? Before he ascended, he was already invincible. When he was in isolated cultivation, the human race changed, and he did not know about it. When he came out, the human race had already changed, and he could not do anything about it. So, he killed the human emperor in a fit of rage and ascended. I inherited his body and helped him fulfill his wish. It's only right. But Lu Wuji laughed coldly. His smile became even more savage. I want to become the human emperor. I want to be the only ruler of the world. Dao Seeker was moved and squinted his eyes. As expected. This is the true history of the human race. The descendants wanted to cover up their evil deeds against the Xia people, so they suppressed me. Zhou Xuanji listened to the voice in the blood bead and sighed in his heart. It turned out that old Mother Wan Yi was a pitiful person. But when she heard that she was going to deal with Lu Wuji's corpse, she was so frightened that she gave up on life. I advise you to ascend as soon as possible. Lu Wuji's power is beyond your imagination. Before he ascended, all of the living beings in the mortal world combined couldn't possibly be a match for him. He's truly the most powerful of the human race. Before my father ascended, not even he could match up to my father. Old Mother Wan Yi advised him earnestly. Her life was in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so she did not want him to die. Once the human race in the northern wilderness region was destroyed, she would die for sure. But there were still northern wilderness people in the upper realm. Their fate could allow her to continue living. Zhou Xuanji snorted, I still have many people I care about in the mortal realm. How can I ascend? You're the daughter of Emperor Xia. You're too cowardly. Wait and see. I will defeat Lu Wuji. After that, before old Mother Wan Yi could retort, he stored the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He could not get away to deal with Lu Wuji from old Mother Wan Yi, so he could only continue toward Juadi Cliff. He traveled at full speed without stopping. In a few days, he could reach Juadi Cliff from Skyfall. After all, Juadi Cliff was in the south. It was not too far for him. 3 days later, he finally reached Juadi Cliff. This time, Xian Xianghua was not with him. He traveled alone. He took out the ancient god's sword and summoned Emperor Zhao's remnant soul. Juadi Cliff, I'm finally back. Emperor Zhao said with infatuation and excitement. After that, he pointed in a direction and asked Zhou Xuanji to fly over. Juadi Cliff was huge, and the weather was ever-changing. Along the way, there were many natural forbidden grounds. With his sharp senses, Zhou Xuanji avoided them easily. He felt a little fearful. Previously, he could not see these natural restrictions. If he was careless, he would not be where he was today. These natural restrictions came in all shapes and sizes. There were 5 elements, yin, yang, and even poison. It was hard to guard against them. He used his divine sense and saw many coffins buried in the mountains or underground. Those who were buried in Juadi Cliff were not simple when they were alive. An hour later, he came to the destination that Emperor Zhao pointed out. In front of him was a bottomless canyon. Gusts of chilling wind blew, sending chills down one's spine. I've opened up a cave abode on the cliff below. There's a puppet inside that was made from my clone, Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. He couldn't wait to see his puppet fight Lu Wuji. Puppet? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Puppets were common in the cultivation world, but most of them were not powerful. He did not believe that there would be a 7th tribulation scattered immortal puppet. But since he was already here, there was no harm in going down to take a look. Tianxia map, at this moment, a cold and feeble voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around instinctively. A demonic shadow appeared 30 meters away. Demonic chi coiled around his body, and only his head was exposed. His eyes were cold, and his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair danced like flames as he stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. He was shocked in his heart because he did not sense this person's appearance. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 351. The Tianxia map is an inauspicious item. It shouldn't exist. I advise you to abandon it. The demonic shadow said in an extremely complicated tone. His eyes were cold like 2 pools of water. Emperor Zhao exclaimed, Eh? You're also just a remnant soul, so why can your soul condense? That shouldn't be the case. Did the heavenly Tao not allow you to reincarnate? Zhou Xuanji heard him and was curious. Although he did not understand the Tao of samsara, an existence that could shock Emperor Zhao to such an extent was definitely not simple. Junior, tell me your name. Your soul isn't bad. In the future, after I revive, I can recruit you as my little brother and bring you along. Emperor Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "Did I say I would revive you?" Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, "One day, the ancient god's sword will be insignificant to you. If you can revive us, it will be even more valuable." He neither threatened nor mocked. He simply used a mocking tone to analyze the future. At the same time, these words proved his trust in Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you? You're just a remnant soul, yet you're so arrogant. Since ancient times, I've never been convinced by anyone." The demonic shadow stared at Emperor Zhao and asked, his tone even more arrogant than Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao said proudly, "Emperor of all ages, Zhao Qinggang." The demonic shadow was silent. "What? Are you scared?" Emperor Zhao asked proudly. 70,000 years had passed, but he was still as famous as ever. Mo Ying said, "Never heard of it." It was Emperor Zhao's turn to be silent. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and said, "He's Emperor Zhao. There are not many records of him in history, and he's only called Emperor Zhao." The demonic shadow squinted his eyes and said, "So it is Emperor Zhao. I admire you. Your ambition is rare among the Renhuangs. Even Emperor Xia cannot compare to you in terms of territory. You have a good eye and understand that the overseas territories should be controlled in your hands." Emperor Zhao was delighted to hear this. So this kid was his faithful believer. "My surname is Dugu. My name is not important, I have long forgotten it." The demonic shadow continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and so was Emperor Zhao. Dugu. Could it be Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji 50,000 years ago? No way. What a coincidence. You're Devil Emperor Dugu? The Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji's corpse? Emperor Zhao asked straightforwardly. He had heard of Devil Emperor Dugu's name in the upper realm. The demonic shadow named Dugu asked in confusion, "Who is Devil Emperor Dugu? Who is Lu Wuji?" Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and said, "You know Emperor Zhao, but you don't know Devil Emperor Dugu?" Emperor Zhao had ascended 70,000 years ago, while Devil Emperor Dugu had mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. Both of them had left their mark in history. Dugu sighed and said, "I've lost a lot of memories. I'm also looking for my true self, but I can't leave Juadi Cliff. I can only linger here." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a profound gaze. "You have come to Juadi Cliff twice. The first time, you obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, so I paid attention to you. The second time, I protected you and allowed you to successfully obtain the Tianxia map. Originally, I only wanted you to learn the World Buddha art and then give up on the Tianxia map. However, you obtained another powerful force, causing the Tianxia map to become more integrated with you. Sooner or later, it will bite you back." Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He had received Dugu's help before. Thinking about it, it made sense. On the way here, apart from the Huangquan twin devils, he did not encounter any danger or obstacles. But this time, he saw densely packed restrictive mechanisms, and they were all fatal. So it was because of Dugu. Should he trust Dugu? If he gave up on the Tianxia map, his cultivation speed and battle endurance would be greatly reduced. The Tianxia map could store massive amounts of spirit energy and provide endless magic energy during battle. It was a legendary artifact. Cultivation focused on magic energy, but some sects were particular about wealth, companions, laws, and places. Material possessions were also very important. What inauspicious item! As long as you're powerful enough, even the most evil enchanted artifact will bow down to you. Emperor Zhao snorted coldly, which woke Zhou Xuanji up. Dugu looked at Emperor Zhao with a complicated expression and said, as expected of the Emperor of Eternity. He did not agree with Emperor Zhao's domineering attitude. There was always someone better than you. Who could be sure that they were the most powerful and would not be bitten back by the evil item? Go down first. Don't mind him. He can't leave Juadi Cliff. Emperor Zhao lost his patience and urged. Compared to Dugu, he wanted to see his puppets more. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Dugu before leaping into the valley. Dugu did not leave but waited on the spot. Lu Wuji. Why does it sound so familiar? He mumbled to himself and fell into deep thought. It was a pity that no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of it. Zhou Xuanji descended along the mountain wall and soon saw a cave. Under Emperor Zhao's instruction, he quickly entered the cave. He asked Emperor Zhao's puppets as he advanced. I had 900 puppets in the mortal realm, and each of them had different spells and divine abilities. The most powerful one was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, while the weakest was at spirit refinement. After I ascended, I refined these puppets, and each of them surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. It's a pity that half of my puppets were destroyed in that battle. What a pity. The more Emperor Zhao spoke, the more sorrowful he became. But his words shocked Zhou Xuanji in his heart. 900 puppets that surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. Even with such a lineup, Emperor Zhao was still beaten to the point of death. While Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he could not help but ask about Emperor Zhao's enemy. Emperor Zhao did not reply but told him ambiguously that he should not reveal too much about the upper realm to the mortal realm, or else he would suffer retribution. After passing through the dark cave and passing through hundreds of forks, he finally stopped. A stone coffin was embedded in the wall ahead of him. Tree roots grew around it, forming a complicated web that wrapped around the stone coffin tightly. Even in the darkness, he could see the stone coffin at a glance. He raised his right hand and sucked the stone coffin with his magic energy before leaving. Soon, he returned to the cliff and placed the stone coffin on the ground. Dugu stood nearby and looked around curiously. With him around, none of the ghosts dared to get close. Open it. Emperor Zhao urged with an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves, and the coffin lid was opened, which made him raise his brows slightly. So easy? If someone else discovered it, wouldn't this puppet be stolen? He looked at it and immediately understood. No wonder this puppet could be preserved for 70,000 years. Because it was already a pile of bones, it looked worthless. He turned around and looked at Emperor Zhao. Don't be anxious. Wait for 7 days and 7 nights. After it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it will awaken. At that time, I will give it commands, and you can bring it to teach Lu Wuji a lesson. Emperor Zhao chuckled. He was still very excited. Humph. A cold snort came from the ancient god's sword. It was from Lu Wuji. He could not stand Emperor Zhao acting cool anymore. You are the ancient emperor, and you are powerful indeed. But I am the most powerful human, and I am your ancestor. Calm. Wonderful book house.